We're in London playing for the North America Challenger Series final.
I played on land before, but nothing ever this big. I'm really excited. I think it's going to be really good.
The biggest crowd I've played in front of is only a couple hundred people. This is obviously a lot bigger.
We're the underdog.
They have famous players.
My team, they've all been on the stage many times before.
I don't want to overplay it too much, but we have a lot of LCS experience on our team.
They may have been in the LCS before, but they're not in the LCS anymore.
I feel like they work as a team really well.
I think we're a lot more solid and a lot more used to playing together.
Being the first seeded team in the next Challenger Series, that's really big.
For us to win, it shows that we're the most dominant team in the Challenger scene.
We know the taste of LCS, so we want it back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're broadcasting to you live from the SSE Arena, not SSS, SSE Arena in Wembley for the second day of our London Roadshow. I'm Joe Miller and I'm joined by Martin DeFischerlinger for this final day of what is a very special weekend.
Yeah, yesterday we had several LCS thrillers for the fans here in London, and of course we also crowned a Series 1 champion for the European Challenger League as H2 Gaming. They took down the Ninjas in pajamas. Today we have another Challenger title fight, thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola.
Yeah, that's right. We're kicking off today's excitement with the battle for first in the North American Challenger Series in a best-of-3 game between Team Coast and Team LoLPro. And, of course, after the Challenger Finals, today's LCS matches will begin with Roccat taking on Gambit Gaming, followed by SK Gaming taking on the Super Hot Crew.
Then Fnatic will face Millennium, and we'll end the day with Alliance taking on the Copenhagen Wolves.
But first, let's quickly recap how Team Coast and Team LOLPro made it to the finals here in London. As a number 3 seed to lead off the tournament, Team Coast went 4-1 overall. Their only loss, actually, was to Curse Academy in the semi-finals.
And as the 4th seed, Team LoLPro has yet to lose as they went undefeated with a perfect 6-0 record. They did not pre-qualify for the Summer 1 bracket, so they did have to play 2 elimination games before making it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Curse Academy won the battle for 3rd place on Thursday, so they'll automatically be entered into the Series 2 quarterfinals.
Meanwhile, their opponents, Frank Fan Gaming and the rest of the Challenger teams must now re-qualify and play through 2 elimination rounds to return for Summer 2.
And in the Challenger Series, when you win, you're rewarded with points. Everyone loves points. And the teams with the most at the end of the Summer Series 2 will get a chance to compete for an LCS spot. So these scores, pretty crucial.
Yeah, and Team Coast and Team LoLPro are leading the pack with at least 7 points so far. But whoever wins today's match will close out Series 1 with a total of 9 points.
Yeah, Curse Academy has 5 points for their victory in the 3rd place match. Frank Fan Gaming is in 4th with 4. An Area of Effect, Cloud9 Tempest, Team Green Forest and XDG all ended the tournament with just a single point. And remember, of course, you can find all the stats for the Challenger Series as well as the LCS information and schedules, VODs, recaps and much more over at lolesports.com. You'll also be able to let us know which team you think is going to win each of today's games.
Just click on schedule and give a thumbs up to your choice, and we'll of course check in before the games to see who you actually picked.
And that brings us to our first game in the North American Challenger Series finals with LoLPro taking on Team Curse. On the blue side are Team Curse, who are looking to bounce back into the LCS as quickly as possible. Their quarterfinals started nicely as they recorded a 2-0 win over Team Green Forest before battling past Curse Academy to seal their spot here at Wembley Arena. So let's take a peek at their roster. Starting in the top lane with Rooks, a player with a whole heap of experience, best known, of course, for his time on Curse Gaming. The jungler for the team is a player that some here in Europe may be familiar with. Santorin played for Cloud9 Eclipse in the promotion game against Millennium last season and has since moved to the US to pursue that pro career.
And the mid laner is another player who featured briefly in the LCS. Golden Blue was brought into the Dignitas team at the end of this year's spring split to replace Skara, but he was not kept on at the end of the split. The AD carries Mash, or Don't Mash Me, as most people will probably know him. He's the most experienced man on the team as he played in the LCS with the original Coast lineup. He's now back on Team Coast as a key player and a person to really look out for. Sheep is the support for Coast, and he's also featured in the LCS as he stepped in at the end of the spring split for XTG, but he was unable, of course, to stop him from actually getting relegated.
Now, and on the red side is Team LoLPro, who have yet to drop a single game on their way to today's finals after taking down Area of Effect and Frank Fan Gaming with clean 2-0 sweeps. So let's take a look at the players that will play against Coast today. First up in the top lane is Haunter. While he's fairly fresh into the top level of competitive league, he's proven that he can hold his own against some of the superstar players in the challenger scene. The jungler of LoLPro is, of course, Heaventime. Born and raised in Korea, Heaventime actually moved to Canada and managed to get himself noticed in solo queue. He was then brought into the old FXO team, but has made strides and is currently a force to be reckoned with in the challenger scene.
Yeah, and their mid laner is Lord. His Syndra play in the quarterfinal against Team Green Forest earned him bans in the semifinals and will definitely be one of the contested picks, or maybe a ban, in today's final here. Hoodstomp, he's possibly the most known player on the team after his time on CLG Black. He's also known as a very inconsistent AD carry. He can have perfect games where he carries the team, but he can also be punished and just completely shut down early on. And finally the support, it is Low. He's the shot caller of the team, and according to him, then LoLPro is a team that relies on their shot calling to win games, not just individual talent. And he has a wealth of experience playing for a lot of teams over the years.
So while Hoodstomp might be the most well-known player on LoLPro, I'm really looking forward to see what Lord can do in the mid lane.
I agree, Joe, 100%. Lord, he's looked very, very good in the Challenger Series, and it's a player LoLPro can count on to always do well in the laning phase. And he's shown great mechanics and can both play the Assassins, we talked about the Syndra, and also he can play the standard mid laners like Nidalee and Orianna, of course.
So as we get to the game, let's check your predictions. According to LOLesports.com, you've picked LoLPro to win this series by 62%.
A little bit surprised. I actually figured Coast would be the favorite here with so many known players and former LCS players on the same team. But of course, they're still fairly new. They had to play with different people through the Challenger Series here because of the rules, and had to use with Fujin, even at MASH actually in the jungle for a few games here.
Yeah.
So still some synergy probably to be built for Coast.
And that's the interesting thing about this game, that, you know, if you look back to yesterday's European Challenger Finals, everyone was like, ninjas in pajamas are the team for this one. They ended up losing 2-0. I'm expecting that the North American Challenger Final actually is going to be a real close game.
I agree. Kerix, actually, the coach from Coast, said to, I believe it was to Shox actually, that he thinks LoLPro is a team who's really, really good at playing the map. Like, again, the shot calling, Low said himself, you know, we're a team, we build around the shot calling, we need to do good rotations and therefore win games. He said, you know, they're so good at this, which means it's very hard to go in with a plan and say, how are we going to shut these rotations down here? Are they going to go for some early lane bullies and just try and win early game and snowball from the side of Coast? Or will they focus more late game? I mean, it can be very hard to actually go into a game when you are against a team who's so good at moving around the map. So I definitely think it could be 2-1 to either side.
And we can talk about picks and bans here, and one thing that really stood out to us, of course, is the Syndra in the mid lane. That's surely a ban in this game.
I would think so, unless Coast feel like they have a counter pick ready. I mean, we saw Curb yesterday in Syndra. It didn't actually work because he didn't get any pressure in the mid lane, and once he got to team fights, Rocket were just waiting around for him to make a wrong move. Boom, caught him, and he died instantly. So maybe they want to leave it open, build something around it, and just try and kill him every single time.
So what else do we expect from this game? We're going to be moving into picks and bans here in just a little second. 62% of you thinking that LoLPro are going to win this game. We don't even really need to dwell on it because we're going into picks and bans right now for the first game. Of course, don't forget, guys, this is a best of 3, so little bit of time if things go wrong in game number 1 to change things around, but we can see the first ban's coming out here. Kale, the first ban actually out there for Coast.
So Kale basically is just a champion at the moment where a lot of teams think she's just so strong. She can play multiple roles and you just have to ban her away. Bit surprised Coast is actually doing it because they are first picked. They could have first picked it. Nope. Decide to simply ban away. Don't want to risk Haunter or Lot to play it in the mid lane.
So bans actually coming really fast in this one. Cogmore banned out as well by Coast along with Lucian. So focusing really heavily on the AD carries there. for Hoodstomp. On the other side, Twisted Fate taking away Twitch and Yasuo, and that left Jax open, and that was first picked here by Coast.
And Rux is a carry top laner. He's not a supportive top laner here. He loves to play split pushing champions where he gets ahead early on in the laning phase and just becomes a split pushing monster, which you can never one-on-one. Therefore, you have to send multiple members up to this top lane to try and shut him down, and Coast can then capitalize elsewhere on the map here. So I like the first pick up for Coast, and very clear they want Rux on something where he can split push and carry.
So on the other side for LoL Pro, Heaven Time hovering over good old Sejuani there, which is actually his favorite champion, and one champion that he pretty much got known for when he was playing in solo queue. Not going to be the pick for them though. We see them switching over to a definitely more standard jungler in the form of Lee Sin, and also taking Nidalee here in their first round of picks.
So Nidalee here explains the Yasuo ban from them because they don't want to be counterpicked. Even Twisted Fate is actually considered a counterpick to Nidalee, so they banned the two counterpicks simply banned them away and just early pick Nidalee. They feel like they can blind pick it now, and we need to see if Team Coast want to respond with maybe a LeBlanc, maybe some other assassin here to try and shut down the Nidalee in the laning phase.
So on the other side then, with those two AD carry bans, taking away Kog'Maw, taking away Lucian, of course Twitch was taken away by LoL Pro as well. Corki locked in here for Coast, along with Elise.
So I feel like Coast is definitely getting some good value out of the bans here because they hit so many AD carries, and Corki is considered one of the better AD carries at the moment. We always talk about how he's so good in the early mid game, but once you hit the real late game point, he starts falling off. But that's where you have Jax who just starts shining, so therefore you can balance it out. So I like the start from Coast here, and I feel like even though they didn't get Lee Sin for Santorin, Elise is still a very, very strong pick.
So on the other side then, Graves taken here for Hoodstomp, locking in his own champion there with Graves, and on the top lane we will be seeing Shyvana there for LoL Pro. So already locking in pretty quickly as well. It seems like both of these teams pretty much have everything going to plan. Coast in particular locking in very, very quickly here, taking the Ziggs for the mid lane there for Golden Glue, and also Thresh for Sheep.
And Golden Glue was very strong on the Ziggs against Curse Academy in the semifinals. So actually banned away in the second game because he did so well in the first game. Now he locks it in. It's a fantastic lane for him against Nidalee. She's so passive, she won't be able to do anything to you. You can just push the lane down over and over. And here's the issue for LoL Pro. Graves and Nidalee, normally you don't want to pick these two together because first of all, Nidalee, she wants a long-range AD carry so they can start sieging up towers here. Okay, Graves, he can dash away at least, but his wave clear is not ideal. His box shot, he needs to get very close, and it's hard for him to instant clear the wave or clear the wave fast enough. So now LoL Pro is actually missing a lot of wave clear, and when you're against a Ziggs on the side of Coast and a Corki who's just going to poke you and siege down this tower early on, it means Team Coast will have the option early on to group up in this mid lane and just start pushing up and try and take a tower, maybe even going further in if they manage to get the first one down.
And later on as well, I mean, with the Nidalee in there, as you said, Graves very short range. How are you going to defend from any potential sieges, especially if you fall behind to this Curse team? Morgana, of course, was the final pick, the support choice here for LoL Pro as well. So looking, I have to say, pretty strong for Curse. For Coast.
Coast, yeah. Coast are looking very, very strong. I mean, again, just look at the lanes here. Jax does well against Shyvana in lane. Ziggs, of course, is going to destroy Nidalee in this lane here. Corgi is a very strong laner himself. And, of course, you got Elise, strong early game jungler here. So, overall, Coast looking strong in the early game, but also scales well into late game. It's only Corgi who's going to fall off. The rest are very, very strong picks in late game here for Coast. So, definitely looking very good for them.
So now that the lineups are locked in, you guys still think that LoL Pro are going to win this one? Tell us who you think has the advantage by tweeting hashtag CSTWin or hashtag ProWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll check the results as we get into the game. I have to say, looking at the Coast lineup, if they start to pull ahead in this one, it's going to be very, very hard for LoL Pro.
It's going to be very easy for Coast to group up and just poke down these towers here. Of course, if they get a spear in the head, they have to back away a little bit, but still, they should be able to group up as a team, or keep Jax, of course, split pushing, and 4 members go together, push down some towers here. We have to say, though, when there's an Nidalee, everything can happen here. If she gets fed early on, 1 spear, 2 spears, and the game is over.
Well, we're going to find out because we are headed into the game here. It's our first match of the best of 3 for the North American Challenger Series between Coast and LoL Pro. We'll find out which of these teams is going to get off to that dream start in a best of 3 matchup. We'll have to figure things out and see whether anything's going to happen here as well at level 1.
And we do see again Good thing about Elise is that you can start with a pink ward early. You only need 2 health potions. You don't take too much damage because your spiderlings are going to tank most of the camps in the jungle here. So Santorin can start this early pink ward here. We need to see where he places it. Normally you put it fairly defensive in your own jungle and just use it simply to spot if LoLPro moves around and don't really want to put it in a situation where they can easily clear it out.
So let's have a look then. We can see that Coast, I'm gonna call him Curse a few times today.
I noticed.
I'm gonna apologize for that one already, specifically to Coast. They're pushing up with a full 5-man here. As the first spear will in fact land. Good wards down by Santorin there. The lone European player that's managed to make it here to London. Danish, which is obviously a point of pride for Deficio. We'll see if he can make you proud on that one. But Coast definitely up there in the LoLPro jungle right now, but it seems like going to get the wards down. We'll see if they stick around and steal away this blue buff for the start.
And you can see LoLPro on the minimap here. They clearly want to stay bot lane. They don't want to give up the advantage of the dragon early on, and Coast just waiting around here. Let's see if they can land a hook from Sheep. Nope.
Oh. Anticlimactic.
Yeah.
That was.
Well, LoLPro was hocking the wall here,
Exactly.
making sure there was no chance of Sheep actually landing a hook. And now, it seems like Santorin is going to start with Rocks up here just to take away the blue buff. This is very, very well played because, again, look here. LoLPro's down the bottom lane with their duel, but they have no wards up here, so they don't even know it's going to happen. They're jungler. Of course, they have a ward on the enemy blue buff, so they can maybe think, okay, is Santorin starting his own red? Is he going to move to his own blue buff now, or what are we going to do here? So we need to see how Heaven Time, after taking the red buff, he's actually going to move towards his own blue buff. He expected Santorin to start his own red buff and therefore go to the blue.
And that's a big, big change there in the vote. 75% of you thinking that Coast are going to get ahead in this one and pick up the game. Don't forget though, guys, it's a best of 3, but well, I know. We only can see the line from game number 1, of course, so a little bit easier to vote on that one, but definitely a big, big swing from the LOLesports.com vote that we saw earlier. There's a hot coming out from Sheep. Does land, but unfortunately for him, onto a minion.
And here's the thing for LoLPro. Their comp is actually very good in the mid game. Graves becomes very, very strong, has a lot of burst damage, of course. Nidalee wants to get her second blue buff, or second blue buff, sorry, and then start grouping up and just landing spears, try and take a tower here. So the mid game power spike for LoLPro is actually very, very strong. And we might see them start fighting early on or grouping early on to try and force Coast out of these lanes here and not let them farm into late game.
Look at this level 2 gank possibly from Heaven Time. Gonna come around the back, just checking to see if the Wraith camp was there. So knows that Santorin has been around that Wraith camp in the recent times. We are going to see the hook landing on towards low here. Santorin coming in there, but I think basically the opportunity is already gone for them there. They push away from that one. We did see Flash burnt though from low and summon a heal as well from Hoodstomp.
Yeah, so 2 summoners gone. Only Ignite was used by Sheep on the side of Coast here. So good early gank. Heaven Time so far still level 2. Remember, he only had 1 buff at level 1. Now he's actually going to check this blue buff, and he's still up.
Yeah, still up from this one because of Santorin's pressure down the bottom lane. And
surprised he didn't actually go and take his own blue buff.
Yeah, I'm imagining, just guessing that Heaven Time and thought initially, okay, they're taking my blue buff, I'm just going to go straight over there. Didn't quite happen that way, but Heaven Time will either way be getting the blue buff from the Coast side of the map. And it looks like he's going to try and put some pressure down here onto Rooks, who's already up at level 4. Let's see if they can actually make this one work. Counter-Strike comes up, and we can see that LoLPro waiting things out. The Q from Heaven Time had already connected, follows in for a bit of damage.
Good move though by Heaven Time. He activates the Q and then he just waits. Waits for the Counter-Strike to end, and then he jumps in. He doesn't want to get stunned, doesn't want to get a bit damage onto Rocks here. Didn't have to use the flash, however, so he still should be fairly safe and can just keep on farming.
And doing a good job of that as well. He is staying level with Haunter at about 25, 26 CS between the two of them. This bottom lane, 33 to 28, so slight advantage for MASH in the early stages of this one. We've seen a couple of hooks already coming out from Sheep, and look at this Heaven Time again, coming back up to this top lane to have a go at Rooks.
Santorin is nearby. It seems he's walking away though because there's no camps in this top side of the jungle, so he's actually going to walk down towards his own Wraith camp, or no, sneaking back into the river. Let's see if he wants to go towards the mid lane or just going back to jungle. Both junglers waiting around here.
There's an early ward out from Golden Glue as well into the Death Brush on the bottom side of the river, so wanting to keep tracks on Heaven Time and making sure that he can't sneak in around the backside like we've seen him try in there before. Meanwhile, down in this bottom lane, Mash still holding it slightly.
Nice.
There's a hook landing on towards low. The Flay coming out as well, but not quite really in range there to put out the maximum damage that they could.
Just poking away a little bit. The Q from Mash actually missed Morgana here, so managed to get away fairly safe. Centurion, though, once again is in this bottom lane.
Being very, very involved so far in this bottom lane. Obviously wanting to get that duo going as the hook comes out. Sheep actually getting hit by the binding, and that will basically say no. Okay, Santorin can't come in there. Managed to miss the CC, and no real opportunity for Elise to get involved down on this bottom side, and both duos will just get back to farming up normally, which, as I said, Mash doing a decent job of, although Hoodstomp also keeping himself up there. And we see now Heaven Time again moving down towards the enemy jungle. Going to get a ward in position. Actually, the Death Brush ward has already timed out, so Golden Glue, not knowing that Heaven Time is around there as the Q is going to land. Golden Glue here is going to take some damage, but level 6 and managed to get on the right side, really, of Heaven Time there to get away.
And Heaven Time, he did the same thing in the semi-final, where the very first item he builds on Lee Sin is actually a Sight Stone. So he goes like full on just placing down wards for his team. The thing is, you sacrifice a lot of early game damage and pressure by not going Elder Lizard first item, and then normally you go Sightstone as your second item here. But he's just putting full focus on getting some wards down for Lol Pro to try and spot out Centurion and see what Costa doing. And Sheep once again going aggressive.
Does manage to land that one, as we are going to see up in the top lane. Rook's taking a lot of damage from Haunter there. Here comes Leaf. Flash. Q flashed away from there by Rook. Very quick reaction, but look at this. Santorin coming around as well. And I think that will be enough to force Lol Pro away from that top side. Is the binding going to land on some Mash as well? A lot of damage going to come down. Summon a heal going to be used by Mash, and he can Valkyrie away behind his turret.
Very, very nice binding though, and Lol Pro really playing aggressive here early on. We saw again the flash Q from Hematine up in his top lane here. Rox was fast on his flash, however. And then a very smart ward afterwards. They instantly warded the bush because they knew Centurion was nearby this top lane here. So they saw him, didn't risk anything, and backed away here. So smart play by Lol Pro, and doing really well early on here, playing very aggressive.
Almost getting that first blood down in the bottom lane onto Mash. That summoning heal really coming in handy for him. We are going to see Heaven Time again coming to that mid lane. Golden Glue, of course, still has his flash available to him. Meanwhile, Rook's going aggressive here on towards Haunter, but these two trading like mad in that top lane. Of course, almost saw Rooks go down that last time. Does have a Vamp set here, though, so he can keep himself sustained.
Yeah, built for the sustain here. Normally, Shyvana will then go towards some tankiness against the Jax early on, so we could see a Sunfire as the first item from Hanzo, and then maybe later on, if he wants to try and split push, if he gets ahead, go towards the Blade of the Rune King. Otherwise, he can just go full tank and focus on actually team fighting, because he knows he's going to get outscaled by this Jax in the split push here. We also saw Heaven Time being around the mid lane quite often. Only issue is when you gank the Nidalee lane, she doesn't provide anything. Like, she has no CC, her damage is very low at this point here, so therefore, it's basically just Heaven Time going in, poking a little bit, and then backing away every time.
Especially since Lord has not really been back here. Only got that Doran's ring from the start, as does Golden Glue. And we can see that actually Lord ahead there in the CS, so doing a really fine job with that Nidalee.
Yeah, so that's the thing Heaven Time's gank have done, is basically force Ziggs to be a bit more passive, lose some CS, so Lord here could do a good job farming up, and now Blue Buff spawning. Should going over to Lord Pro, will Curse try and do something against it?
Yeah, Lord actually did get his own blue buff here, so see that Heaven Time and Lord trying to put down some pressure. They've got Haunter coming in as well. Ultimate actually coming out there from Golden Glue, trying to force them away from it, but those spears could still be a major factor in this one. Blue buff actually pulled right into the back of the pit, and that is, in the end, actually going to go over to Santorin, so not going to the mid laner.
Yeah, really want this blue buff here on Ziggs so he can just push the wave down and get some damage on the tower as well here. Sheep missing the hook after a good binding once again from low.
Yeah, keeping him in position, and that hook just flying a little bit wide there, so let off the hook a little bit. Haunter again going in towards Rook, starting off with that Giant's Belt, so got a decent amount of health. Golden Glue in the meantime, we see here the problem that he's facing. No mana on him because that blue buff went over to Santorin.
And he should also have recalled earlier. Even before the blue buff could have spawned, he could have recalled, picked up a chalice and gone back to lane to take the blue buff and therefore start putting on a lot of pressure. Hunter though, he's in trouble.
Oh, that's a great max range cocoon as well. Hunter going to get locked up from this one. Can he get away? Flash comes in! And the rappel a little bit slow there from Santorin. Couldn't get himself over the wall. In the meantime though, Lowpro going to seize that opportunity of having the jungler on the top side, going for Dragon, and will take it.
Instantly replying here from Lowpro to see 2 members in the top lane. That's Dragon for them. And also, we're going to Hoodstorm here. Going in.
Oh, going to go in for that one. The play coming down onto a low. And Sheep actually falling real low with this one. But the first blood coming down for Matt. And Sheep managing to survive as well. They're going towards Heaven Time. There's going to be a lot of damage. The knock-up coming in, but not the damage. Hoodstorm is going under the tower. He's managed to kill off Sheep, but now he's a little bit low.
Jax
This could be
here.
dangerous. Jax is going to come across. Heaven Time is low. And we see Hoodstorm is in no man's land right now. Where's he going to go? He's going to try and execute himself. Rook's getting in there close, but I think Hoodstorm got that one. Nicely done.
Beautiful. Even just stops in the very end. Knows, okay, there's no chance you can get me. Managed to get a kill on the tower and then get executed afterwards. A beautiful play by Hoodstorm here.
Really, really well done. Leaves him at 1-1-0, but that execute not costing anything to Lowpro. And that gives him a BF sword and the Vamp Scepter coming back into lane.
And because Rox had to teleport to the bottom lane, didn't get anything for it, he lost a lot of CS in this top lane here, and Hunter could push it all the way down to the tower. Look how low it already is from the very first gank where Rox had to flash away. So Lowpro, with a lot of control in these lanes here and really using the advantage that now, Rox has no teleport, and also as soon as they saw Santorin in the top lane, instantly just took the dragon, started the fight in the bot lane. They knew he wasn't near.
Few hundred gold ahead now are Lowpro, sitting at 1-for-1 in kills. Let's look down some of the CS here. Top lane actually 20 CS ahead, mid lane pretty even, but a slight advantage for Lod. Bottom lane, slight advantage for Mash as well, so quite even on all fronts. We also see that the Cutlass is picked up here for Rooks as well, but Hunter doesn't seem to be phased by that one, going very aggressive.
Because once again, Heaven Time is coming in here, just scanning the bush. Knows there's no ward at the moment, and actually might even try and go for dive here.
Oh, gonna come through. Rooks less than half HP. Nice little sidestep though.
Oh, this is the
from
tower.
the queue.
It's the tower. Lowpro is basically just forcing him away here, denying him even more CS, taking the tower as well. So doing a very good job of shutting down Rox early. We talked about how he's a person who loves to play these carry top laners, split pushes there, so he can have a lot of impact for the team. If you shut him down like this, you delay the Jax power spike by a lot.
See if we can keep on with that one. Bottom lane facing a lot of pressure as well. Lowpro having a bit of trouble on that one. We can also see that Golden Glue's turret is being pressured by Lord. Santorin going to come across. We do have Heaven Time moving in as well. That could actually disrupt them here. Santorin going very low. There is Shyvana from the side, and Golden Glue kicked away. Rooks meanwhile jumping in, will get a kill back. And that is a decent 1-for-1 coming in. Coast will be happy with that one again. A kill for Jax, always a good thing. Meanwhile, the hook landing on towards low in the bottom lane. Not going to get away from that one. Sheep able to pick up the kill, and they don't have the damage to finish off Mash either.
But we do see the burst and the power here. Oh, Rock's actually going for Hunter. Backing away, don't really want to tower dive him yet. But we do see the power of Corki here once he completes the Bloodthirst. There's so much damage. He even missed the Q again onto Morgana, yet he managed to kill him. Graves used everything in return. Easy peasy for Mash to just jump away here. So Coast now joining the game, I would say. Lowpro's been controlling the things the first few minutes. Coast now really showing they also want to play.
See the blue buff also stolen away by Santorin there. And Mash is also going to put down some good pressure on towards this bottom turret. And with Graves low and recalling, I think this tower is going to be going down. Will be the first of the game for Coast. And actually the minions are going to be left to finish off. And
I can go in and
not sure that they've got the damage there. Yep, Low is going to keep a hold of that one, but it's one single auto attack from Corki to take that down.
Oh, waiting around? No? Well, Low is very deep in here. They can actually collapse onto him.
Yep, got the vision around there as well. Low's actually trying to get rid of that pink ward. Suddenly realizes I am a little bit of trouble from this one. The hook land already was shielded up, but he's not going to be able to escape from this one in complete no man's land. Mash is going to get that one. That's his second kill of the game. Bad news when the AD carry's racking up the kills.
Yeah, and Coast were leaving the tower alive simply just to try and bait low to actually move into lane. He thought they just recalled straight away. Now they can push the wave in. Of course, Graves will join in, should be able to pick it up. They can just take the tower if they want. It's like 1 or 2 hits and you can back away, go back to base.
And that tower is going to go down with this push. The minions themselves would actually finish this one off. It's actually Mash that will finish that. And also we did see that Ziggs went and put a ward on his own blue buff. That one was taken away last time around, or contested at least. It was Santorin that actually smited it away to make sure that they actually had that one under control, but Golden Glue knows that he probably needs that one this time around. We also only have 1 minute until the next dragon of the game comes into play.
And both teams so far have been very, very good at responding to what's happening on the map. If there's action in the bot lane, LoLPro moved up to the top side, took a tower, took away the blue buff we just saw here, got it onto the Nidalee in the mid lane. So overall, they've just been very good at seeing, okay, what is Coast doing, what can we do in exchange? Also the Dragon, of course, when Centurion was ganking top lane.
Good hook once again, but it looks like they're going to actually go in for Golden Glue, puts down the jump, and actually Haunter maybe a little bit too deep from this one. Not quite the damage coming out there from Coast. The heal from Lord as well will make sure that Haunter is in fact safe from that one. Leaves Coast 4-2 up kills, and the gold really close to being even.
But this means that Haunter won't have ulti now for the team fight in 12 seconds where Dragon actually spawns. If Coast has the time on it, if they want to try and go and fight, they know now the top laner from LoLPro won't have his ulti, won't be able to just jump in their face, and we can also kill him a bit easier. He won't get the tanky stats from his ulti.
Here we go then, Dragon actually spawning into this one. Are they going to try and challenge for it? Santorin going to be coming around the bottom side with Mash. Actually, Dragon already pretty low from this one, but we are going to see the TP in the backside. The bomb coming through from Ziggs. Santorin going low, but will get around to the side. Mash in the meantime, completely out of position. They will get the kill back on towards Heaven time. Hoodstomp also following low here, will flash away. Haunter up in their face, and Haunter going to get the kill on Turux with a pile of Lord, and they're not following back from this one. Sheik also going to be pressured. There's a double kill coming in. More spears actually landing from Lord, and well, LoLPro going to be happy with this one. They come out with 3 kills, and they're going to get the Dragon.
So either Coast didn't have the timer for Dragon, or they were late for it, because they came in a very bad position. 2 members from the top side, 2 members from the bottom side, and then Rox teleporting inside the Dragon pit here. So they're completely split up. And if we get a replay of this one, we need to notice how Low is playing Morgana here with his ulti onto Mash. We're gonna see there. Notice how Coast come from multiple sides. Now Low gets the ulti on, flashes after him, he just stays with him so he gets the stun. Once Haunter comes in from the backside with teleport, easy pickup. 80 carry is now gone, and they can keep chasing. Blue buff onto Nidalee. No blue buff on the side of Ziggs here, so a lot more poke coming in from Load and just hitting spears left and right, picking up the kills. So Coast a bit too late for the Dragon and completely the wrong position.
That is going to be costing them now 2,000 gold behind that of LoLPro. Still even on turrets and on kills as well. If we look down the CS, I can see a nice advantage for Lord in the mid lane and that top lane as well. Haunter doing a fantastic job here on Shyvana. Got himself a 30 CS lead over Rux on Jax. So everything really going to plan here. Coast, of course, going to be getting stronger specifically from that top lane with Jax.
Yeah.
We all know that he's going to be ramping up.
And of course also Ziggs in the mid lane is very, very strong in the late game, and he's just going to keep farming up here. There's been a lot of pressure on Golden Blue and Rox actually. The solo laners have really been the target for Heaven time. I don't think I've seen him in bot lane once. It's basically been Coast controlling the bot lane when it comes to picking fights and getting a few kills. But then it was Heaven time setting everything up in the solo laners and putting a lot of pressure. And of course, LoLPro winning out on the team fight. And Hoodstomp here, pushing it down to the tower, will back away because Mash is coming in.
Yeah, Mash moving into that one will be able to save that tower from going down as well. Meanwhile, the blue buff spawning in on LoLPro's side of the map, and a spear for Lord will get himself that one. That turret in the mid lane was pressure, but not actually finished off there by Coast. Meanwhile, Rux in his top lane does have that Blade of the Ruined King now finished, so see if that gives him a little bit more confidence. But up against a Shyvana who's already got the Sunfire Cape and a second Giant Spell as well.
Very tanky already. We talked about how Shyvana needs to build some tankiness early on against Jax and then maybe go for Blade later, or just continue the route here and go full tank, focus on teamfights with the rest of the LoLPro team. So we might see them start grouping up here, trying to pick fights maybe around the blue buff from Coast, or just start sieging down a tower if they can. It's pretty hard though against the Ziggs. He's gonna just wave play for days.
I see the blue buff actually has just come up. Haunt's already there. The rest of LoL Pro actually moving in from this one, and Coast starting to back away somewhat. There's the spear going in. Rook's actually going to go aggressive. Managing to get the stun off onto two of them. Lord going low, but he gets himself a big heal. And now Rook's falling low. Masher's going to go down. Haunts are actually on a rampage from that one. And they're going to keep chasing here. Santorin low. Golden Glue down to half HP as the hook will land onto Haunter. He's too tanky already though for them to take him down. It's a 2-for-1 for LoL Pro.
And Coast here, they went all in on killing the Nidalee, but Nidalee just simply jumped away with the black shield, and Mash was completely out of position because he wanted to just get the one last hit. LoL Pro once again responds, wins the team fight, and now taking down a mid tower as well. And I really like the fact they group up for the blue buff, where this minions doesn't matter. It's not about wave playing when you fight for objectives here, so I really like the way they group up early. Rox actually gets a beautiful stun here, and Mash, you see how he just wants this one last hit, even trying with the rocket. Just missing, and then a beautiful ult from Hunter, jumping over the wall, hitting two members. Mash, of course, being the important one, the AD carry. Easy kill once again for LoL Pro, and they can just chase on here.
Almost getting in there for an extra kill right at the end. Santorin very, very low. Leaves LoL Pro 7-6 up. 4,000 gold almost is the total that they currently lead from. And doing a fantastic job of things. We can see their HUD stomp. Itemization for him, Bloodthirster first, of course, with Graves, and going into the Ghostblade second.
Wow, I've never actually seen this particular build on Graves before, but really going heavily in for the 4 seconds of burst here. You can do like use full combo and then just these auto attacks. It's gonna hurt so much more, and he's gonna hit a bit faster as well, of course, for a few seconds, and then try and go full in on this. Get a target down. Once we land a binding, of course, binding is going to be 3 seconds from low. And once the land is binding here, just go all in on killing this target with all the burst possible. And therefore the Ghostblade could help out.
See how that works out for them in the coming moments here as Lod headed up towards his top side. They've already got wards down by Baron here at Have LoL Pro. So keeping a watchful eye on that one. A pink ward inside of the pit. This bottom tower as well. Not really healthy either. So very much a real option for LoL Pros. We are going to see HUD stomp here, throwing down all his damage on towards Mash, and actually his ulti going to come out, but he's locked up and trying for that one-on-one, and suddenly it became a 3-on-1 for him.
Very, very aggressive move. I mean, he did get both summoners away from Mash, but did have to give up his life here now. We need to see what Coast can do. 55 seconds on the Dragon, so Hoodstorm will be up for it, and will be able to come down and join the team. But both AD carries here without any summoners.
See Golden Glue as well coming down towards his bottom lane, really wanting to make sure that they hold on to that turret. Rooks has come to cover the mid lane as well there for a brief second, but he's going to be headed away, and they've got vision of him as well thanks to that Nidalee trap that he's walked over.
Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds. There's no teleport on the side of Rox, and he just went top lane here. Same goes for Hansa actually, so we might see a fight without the top laners, or maybe he just wants to start this slow pushing and then run down to join his team. Seems like the idea for him is now joining in or moving down at least towards the Dragon.
Oh, Mash actually dodging into the spear there. One more will probably kill him. Is a bandit gonna land?
And Dragon.
That makes it a lot easier. The Dragon coming up, as you said, in less than 10 seconds. And that is, well, an easy Dragon now for LoL Pro.
The power of Morgana together with Nidalee. Land one spear or one binding, and it's just easy to set up here. Oh, of course, if you land a binding, it's very easy to set up the next spear. The first one was all Lord here with the first spear. That was full credit to him. Morgana just good binding afterwards.
See that ward's taken down, and we will see the Dragon going to LoL Pro, and also they take finally that turret in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Rox having to go here on towards Haunter, and actually going to get the stun down onto him there. We do have a Randuin's already on Haunter, so not feeling too much pressure really from Rox, able to get away without his life.
Still though, we see he can really fight back against Rox, but that's not his point of the game. It's not his plan. You just want to keep farming. We see how tanky he is already, and simply just go full or be very, very strong in the team fights and very hard to kill for Coast, especially a Corki late game. He's going to have big trouble killing a very, very fed Shyvana.
But at the same time, they have Ziggs as well, so
very
we'll see if they can break through. Lord is obviously going to be instrumental in this one. Spears have to land as they're pushing out those towers. Already got the death cap along with the Athene's Unholy Grail, so those spears already sting quite a lot. And this is a significant gold lead that LoL Pro actually have. We're only 25 minutes into this game and already got a healthy lead. We'll see if they can continue on from this one. Of course, outer turret's down now by LoL Pro in every single lane. So Question is now, how well can they get onto these inner turrets? You'd have to think quite well with the fact that they've got that Nidalee for the siege and being ahead as well. They're also going to be getting down some vision. They're actually grouping up towards the Baron area, but more importantly, I think about the blue buff right now as we see them coming in there. Rook's actually trying to get the damage down, and the blue buff in the end, I think, went over to Nidalee there, if I'm not mistaken. No, I am mistaken.
Ziggs had it.
Ziggs did get it. Lord has his own blue buff.
However, again, we see the idea from LoL Pro. They're not just going to group up and just try and push down a tower when Ziggs is there to wave clear. So they go for the objectives once again. Dragon is down, of course. They had to pick the next one. Blue was coming up. They kept the timer on it for the entire game because Heaven Time could go in late, pick up the blue buff at the level 2 point, I believe it was. It simply meant they had the timer all along and just been going in every single time, fighting for it or picking it up. This Ghostblade, once again, I really want to see how it works in teamfights for Hootstone. Definitely could help him survive against the Jax because you get the speed buff as well, so you dash away, you get speeding up there, and Jax won't be able to catch you as easily, and you just try and hammer away on him if you can.
So let's see then, Ghost pulling back a little bit from this one, facing some pressure on that top side of the map. As Haunter pushing it through. And Low going about his business there, clearing out a few walls, and Haunter also taking away a little bit from the coast jungle at the same time. If you look down the mid lane, as I already mentioned, Nidalee now added in a Void Staff on top of that Death Cap and the Athene's Unholy Grail. Other side, Golden Glue a full item behind.
Full item behind. But of course, there's been a lot of objectives for LoL Pro. Standing away, waiting for the minions to come, clear them out once again. Nice peace steal there. Now, and it's broken.
And it's broken. Also just jumping in there onto Rook, saying, yeah, we can have a dance, but I'm still gonna attack you straight away after that one. Lord, in the meantime, not played super offensive up until now with this Nidalee. Not really tried to push that one out there as the spear comes flying through. Sheep trying to throw out a hook, but basically scores them a goal straight down the middle.
Again, to be fair though, for Lord in here, you don't really want to try and push down Ziggs when you are Nidalee.
That's
so
true.
He's just been farming, waiting for team fights, and it's been working for him. We saw him down the bottom lane as well, where he landed the spear onto Mash, and then we saw the Morgana binding to set up the next very easy spear for him and just pick up a kill. So overall, he's been doing really well together with the rest of LoL Pro, controlling the map. And it was the thing we talked about in the pregame, how LoL Pro is a team who plays really well around the map here. They don't necessarily have like one star player or individual fantastic players. They're all good players, of course, but it's not what they rely on. They rely on the shot calling and moving around the map, and that's why we see them constantly contest the blue buff and also picking up the dragons.
Another hook out there for Sheep, and also sort of using that vision that they have so that Lord could land those spears. First one going in towards Sheep. Also have just under 2 minutes until that dragon will be coming back up, so I'm expecting that to be the next big thing in this game, although LoL Pro really baiting them out towards Baron, actually going to start it out.
Rox is teleporting down this bottom lane. They might just want to bait his teleport and then back away here, but Coast is moving in. We could see a very big team fight coming very soon.
So Baron down to less than half. LoL Pro actually coming away from this one. They're going to go straight up to Sheep. Get that kill as well. Finally, Rooks is going to TP in, but look at this. Low being segregated from the rest of the team. He will go down, and that will be a 1-for-1. Both supports dying. Question now is, can Rooks actually escape from this one? I don't think that LoL Pro necessarily going to chase fully in. Rooks just dodging out on that spear, and it will stay at a 1-for-1 with the supports going down.
But very, very quick turnaround here for LoL Pro. They were in the Baron. As soon as they saw Coast, they just instantly turned. The binding landed onto Sheep from low, and they just went full ham onto him, killed him instantly, and then tried to chase you. Low maybe went a little bit too aggressive in the end, and had to give up a kill, and Rox, of course, managed to escape. So 1-for-1, but Coast managed to bait out the teleport from Rox here. Hunter still has his.
We'll see what he does with that teleport advantage. He's currently headed towards the top lane. Added the cowl there into the rest of the item that he's gone for. Looks like we could be seeing a Blade of the Ruin King coming out next for him. Of course, already has that Sunfire Cape and the Randuin's Omen as well. His opposite number, Rux, gone for a bit of a mixed bag, I think it's safe to say. Phage in there, got himself a Negatron Cloak and a Chain Vest as well.
So because he was so far behind, he couldn't actually go Blade of Ruin King into Trinity Force, which you really want to do on Jax and become so strong. He had, of course, to get some early magic resist to fight against Shyvana, who does a lot of magic damage towards him. And at the same time now he needs some armor for the team fights because he's behind. Again, he needs to be able to tank at least something for his team. So he needed the early armor, delaying his Trinity Force, and once again delaying his power spike.
Alright, Dragon has spawned in here. See, LoLPro already started this one off. Santorin and Sheep waiting off onto the backside. The Dragon down to less than half HP. Is he going to be able to get across from this one? A little bit too late there. And it's going to go over again to LoLPro, having real good Dragon control at this point. And honestly, they're closing in on a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah, now we just need to see if they can actually close it again. Notice how we haven't seen them push down a lane because they know you can't do it against all the wave from the side of Coast. So they're just keeping up objectives, forcing out a teleport. Maybe want to try and set up a Baron once again, land a binding from low, and then just go all in, like we just saw before here. And they are actually moving towards the Baron, starting it instant because they put down the ping. So there was no wards. Coast not moving yet here. They are pinging towards the river, but not exactly on the Baron yet.
Not really in a position to be challenging for this one. They have to go a little bit quicker. I think it's gone too fast here. LoLPro going to take the Baron down. And that brings them to 9,000 gold in the lead. Without a single answer there from Coast. Sorry. Turret did go down though. That's the one, I guess, consolation prize for Coast.
Yeah, at least they got a tower, but still, LoLPro with full control of the map, especially around the Baron side, so they could just start it at full wards to see if Coast were actually moving in to stop them. They weren't moving at all, just took a mid tower instead, and therefore LoLPro could safely pick up the Baron here. And now's the time here, because blue buff is gone, they just picked it up, Baron is gone, Dragon of course is gone. This is a time where they need to decide now, do we actually want to group up and start landing a few spears from Italy, try and force someone back and then take a tower? Or do we want to keep moving around in the jungle of Coast, try and catch someone out of position, once again land a binding, and pick up a kill?
Well, we're going to see. If you look at the mid lane, it's both up at 300 CS already. In fact, Haunter also done a fantastic job when it comes to the farm, and well, he's 502 as well, which
pretty good.
Definitely adds to things. 13,000 gold to the 9,500 of Rooks. That is a massive disparity in favor of LoLPro. We can see already that they're starting to strangle Coast out of this one, get the wards down in the jungle, and really stop them from pushing out. Those inner towers are going to start to be pressured soon.
And again, because they can't really siege, they're just grouping or splitting up, in multiple lanes. Bit of a fight down here in the bottom lane. Haunter just tanking off rocks for now. 4 members instantly moving because Hoodstomp pushed the wave down and Coast way too slow to react. They saw him pushing it down long before here. Haunter going aggressive.
He's going aggressive on this one. The stun is going to come out. Actually missing Haunter there. Tries the flash onto Rooks. He's going to need one more hit. Is going to be able to pick that one up. He's now dominating as Ziggs will throw the ulti in there. Will they tank this one up? The hook from Sheep didn't land. Inhib turret already down to less than half, and Haunter is going to be taking the turret on the bottom lane. TP comes in. Turret is going to go down though. And LoLPro just showing how dominant they are here, how far ahead they are as well. Haunter finally taking a lot of damage that will force him to back away. Will survive from that one though.
Still need to be careful here. Heaven Time taking a lot of damage.
Oh, Sheep actually following through on this one. That actually might be the death of him as well. Trying to get in there. They do get Heaven Time. Low gonna fall as well. Meanwhile, Lord's gonna get locked up there by the Cocoon. Have they got the damage to finish off? Yes, they do. It's Golden Glue that gets that one. And a nice little fight for Coast, but they lose a lot of the map for it.
They did lose a lot on the map here. Lost 2 or actually 3 towers just by LoLPro pushing down multiple lanes. But the teamfight itself, they just managed to land so much poke onto LoLPro, and then the hook coming in from Sheep. First one onto Shyvana, poking him down even further. Next hook, he went in for it and can pick up because we're going to see it again here. We actually have 2 members that just used the heal, but still. Haunter comes in here. It's already been poked down quite a bit. Mash doing a lot of damage to him, even using Ignite, everything. Gets away, but then Sheep lands another hook and they actually decide to go in for it. Just in a second here, there we go. Black Shield ends, goes in, lands the play, and he's going to be the target, but still. Who cares if your support takes a lot of damage here? He even gets out alive. Look at Mash, completely untouched until the very first binding coming in from low, and he can just clean up everything.
Really nicely done, but I have to feel that Coast probably going to have to do that 2 or 3 or maybe even more times here in the near future to get themselves back in this game. 8,000 gold is the difference between the 2 teams. Brooks still not quite getting his second item finish. He obviously Blade of the Rune King familiar, the Phage. He's going to be moving up towards that Randuin's Omen as his next item here, but Can't really compare that with Haunts, who's also now added a Banshee's Veil into the top of what he already had.
And we did see the one-on-one just before here, where Blade of the Ruin King was completed by Hanzo, and he actually went for the fight, managed to win it because he was so far ahead. He was like, you know what, I don't need to go even tanky, I can just pick up a blade and actually start dueling you in this split push because you are so far behind. So very smart move, paid off, got the kill, got the tower, and then teleported into joining the fight on the top side here from the LoLPro side. So overall, things are still looking good, even though Coast managed to get a few kills in the last fight.
LoLPro there, headed towards Dragon there. Slightly off timing with that one, a minute too early.
A minute, yeah.
Yeah, I guess timed that one a little bit wrong, but either way, they've got full control over that area of the map, so once that does actually come up, they should be able to get in there for an easy take. Either way, there's the ultimate out of the it was close, but not going to give them what they wanted. It's actually Hudstomp that will take away the blue off there for LoLPro. No one saw that. He was just dashing to take a look over the edge of the cliff.
Exactly. 100% agree here. Tower didn't actually go down this bottom lane. I said before they actually got the bottom tower. They didn't because he had to teleport in. Should be able to pick it up now fairly easily and still push on. Baron come up in 1 minute and about 50 seconds. LoLPro for now have an open inhibitor in the top side they can go towards if they want to go for a team fight at least. Or maybe try and go and land some poke from the Nidalee. Or the binding from low followed up by the poke. Or they can just wait for the Baron, do the exact same thing where they bait it out once again.
Trying to hook up Heaven time there, but he is already pretty tanky. Almost got himself the Randuin's Omen finished off as well. And LoLPro want this inhibitor right now. A lot of damage back from Coast, and always have to factor in that Ziggs. But here comes Haunter. There we go. Sheep actually going to go deep on this one. Throws down the box, but may end up going down from it. It's actually Golden Glue that will pick up the kill there onto Heaven time. But Haunter right in the middle of the team doing good damage. He's surely going to fall. It's a double kill actually coming in. Mash also getting one there at the end. No, it's a triple kill in the end actually for Golden Glue. And that 4 men down. Nidalee the only one to survive. Able to pounce away, but Coast coming up again with a fight on that top lane.
Again, LoLPro is really getting punished for picking fights here because Coast is so strong in his team fights. Once again, it is Sheep with the engage. He just goes in, pops everything on himself to try and stay alive here. All the shields he have, even the lantern was actually used. Doesn't even die the first time. And then, the Sin went down very early. Hanzo now, I mean, he's already too low. Just have to go back here. Beautiful ult from Golden Blue to just pick up a triple kill as well. And Coast looking very strong in his team fights. LoLPro doesn't really know how they want to handle them. I mean, again, as I just said before, they could have moved down, try to land some poke, and then go for inhibitor, or just wait for the Baron, bait it out, and do the exact same thing and fight with Baron buff at least, where they will be stronger. Decided to just go for straight up team fight, and credit to Sheep for landing a very nice hook again.
It's going to be interesting now. 5 seconds until the Baron comes back onto the map. We can see that Coast already moving in there. Sheep going to get some vision down and into the Baron pit itself. So they'll see that the Baron is now back up, actually pinging into the pit itself. And Coast now moving up that mid lane as well. So let's see if they try to fight LoLPro from this one. After winning those last 2 team fights, probably feeling fairly confident actually about going in for it. Good amounts of damage from Golden Glue. Got the safety as well of that Zhonya's Hourglass should he need it. But LoLPro already starting off the Baron here with 3 men.
There's a ward though inside there. Pit here of Baron. There's no ping. Actually, the ping is outside from LoLPro, so they won't be able to spot the ward inside the Baron pit. Therefore, Coast moving up here to stop them. Oh, nice buy-in.
Oh, Cocoon coming in there. Lot is going to go down from this one. It's actually Rooks that picks up that kill. Santorin going low as well. Haunter trying to take out the AD carry. He's fighting 1 versus 4 here, and he's going to be sacrificed in the end. Actually flashed away, but there is a follow-through from Cheat. Can they actually lock up low? Mash is the one chasing in from it. Going to be getting some health back there thanks to that Bloodthirster. Hook goes wide, flashed away from the binding, and low. Whilst he's going to be able to keep alive for a little bit, he won't actually survive. Heaven time on the other side of the map as well. Golden Glue is chasing him around. Will take the satchel charge over the top, trying to stop him here from executing in. Will he get it? Yes, he will. Nicely done from Heaven time, but in the end, team fight again, going to Coast, and this time they get Baron.
We have hit the late game point here again, where Coast is so strong in these team fights, and LoLPro is not able to do it. It's the Cocoon actually onto Lot here early on in the fight, so he's gonna be the first target. Everyone goes in, instantly just kills him. Rocks teleports inside from the Baron pit, and then he's just one-on-one-ing Hudstomp, and it's a very unfair fight. Jax against your AD carry, even with the help of Heaven time, they can't even take him down. Heaven time needs to just try and run away from here. And Coast overall just looking so strong in these late game team fights. LoLPro might have waited too long.
This flash from Mash was pretty fantastic as well, getting away from the binding. His Q missed straight after.
Missing every rocket though.
Yeah.
Duke.
That's fine though, he flashed away from the binding. That was the impressive part
I agree.
of that fight. That actually leaves Coast 18-12 up in kills, and look at that gold swinging right back. Not in their favor just yet, but certainly a lot less of a difference than it was before. Now Coast with that Baron buff on. What can they do here? And how much is this going to scare LoLPro, to be honest, after losing what is now 3 team fights in a row?
So they still have the advantage of the spears while waiting under that tower here. Unless Coast want to dive onto them here or try and poke someone down and force them wait in. Middle can just sit back, land spear, or try to land the spears left and right. Of course, with the Baron region, it's going to be harder to actually force a target back. But just land 1 or 2 spears on the same target, and Coast will be forced to back away a little bit. And it's definitely the game plan for LoLPro. Just wait out this Baron buff here. You've already lost a few team fights in a row. You definitely don't want to fight the same team with the Baron buff, of course, which actually means Coast should be ahead in gold if you look at the stats the Baron buff will give you.
Yeah, but for Coast on their side, they've got that Ziggs to put down damage behind the tower. They've got Corki hammering away with those rockets as well. A hook or maybe a cocoon that can land from Santorin maybe will be the go sign for Rux with that Jax to just dive in there. Got himself that Randuin's and a Banshee's Veil on top of his Blade of the Ruin King. Still only sat with the Phage if we're looking at how far he is with that Trinity Force, but Coast with that Baron buff on, you have to feel slowly but surely going to be able to take this in the tower.
He's getting some good damage and will be able to pick it up here and then move on towards the next thing. There's still up in the top lane here 2 towers they can go towards if they push the minion wave in. There's no teleport on Rux, that's why he's not up there pushing it. Hansa does have his teleport and he's actually going to go to this top side and be ready in case something should happen.
1 minute and 40 seconds until a dragon comes back up, and it'll be a nice little pickup here for Coast. Would pretty much bring them back level when it comes to the gold total. Now, of course, 42 minutes into this one for LoLPro, doing everything right up until, well, this top lane really not being kind to them, losing 2 fights in a row, and then that fight around the Baron as well. And you see Coast then getting the Baron buff straight away afterwards, and really are now back in this game.
I actually like what Rux is doing. You talked about before how he's delaying his training force even further. Because again, he was behind, he was like, you know what? I just need to go for team fights now. I need to build some tankiness, and I can actually be in these fights instead of going full or 100% just for split pushing. And Sheep once again, landing the hook and the cocoon.
Oh, cocoon will follow through as well. Have they got the damage? I don't think so there.
The kills were used though.
Finish off Heaven time. Mash and the rest of the team here may just be able to take this in a turret. Meanwhile, Rux and Haunts are actually having a bit of a fight up on that top side. Spear actually landing, but we see Golden Glue just spamming away from the side, throwing those bouncing bombs in there, and that's going to force LoLPro away from this turret. Another inner tower going to Coast.
And we really see the lack of wave clear for LoLPro here being a big issue. Just look at the wave coming into the tower before. It didn't even die, because again, they have nobody to clear the waves unless Graves is there, and it's very risky for him because he needs to be so close to the minions to actually clear them. It's just very hard for LoLPro to stop Coast from taking down these towers. Hansa though, he will still want to fight.
And may actually do a good job of this one. Rux is like, not really sure if I can actually fight him. We'll try and dive away. Hansa gonna ulti in there, and Rux just flashing back into the lane. We'll be able to walk away, but probably a little bit annoyed about that one. Trinity Force has done that fight, might have been a little different for him. And the fact is, there's a Thorn Mail as well now on Hansa.
I mean, it's a full item Shyvana here he's fighting. It's not exactly one he's supposed to win at this point here. Now he's actually going to go to try and finish the Trinity Force. So again, we talked about how it's good he built some tankiness so he could actually join in for team fights and not be just this very squishy Jax dying instantly.
So, Dragon then started off this time around by LoLPro. See that Coast just waiting at the back. There's the hook going in. A little bit too slow there though from Sheep. And it will be finished off by Heaven time, which keeps LoLPro, for now at least, ahead in the goal. 44 minutes into this game. It's Coast who had that last Baron, which is now, by the way, timed out for them. So that will be coming up here in just under 2 minutes time. And that's certainly going to be an interesting time in this game. You have to feel that another team fight winning a Baron for Coast will set them pretty far ahead and make them possibly unbeatable at that point.
I mean, from the point, or from what we've just seen the last 10-15 minutes, Lolpro really needs to just land some poke and then try and take the Baron, or try and take inhibitor, or maybe go for the fight if they land multiple spears in a row. Straight up 5v5, they can't fight.
And we see once again, Onsa actually getting a little bit caught out here, but as you said before, full item Shyvana not really in too much danger. And there we see the gold over time between the AD carries. A bit of a swing from that one. We have to say that MASH 7-3-9 at this point.
And it really showed the game actually for the AD carries, because MASH did really well in the laning phase, picked up some kills. Oh, low, taking a lot of damage here. Well, back away. Hoodstorm is pushing his mid lane, while Coast is up in his top side.
And managing to actually take that outer turret finally. I'm not sure how that one managed to really last as long as it had, but that leaves just the one single inner turret left on the top lane for Lolpro. Still an inner turret on the mid lane as well from Coast side of things, and the Baron less than 1 minute away.
And still this gold graph we saw before. It showed for the AD carries again. MASH got a few kills in the laning phase, therefore he was ahead in gold. But then they started losing these fights here. All the dragons went in favor of Lolpro. So Hoodstorm all of a sudden got ahead in gold. But then now, because the team fights have been turning around, MASH is back on top and definitely far ahead in gold. 7 kills to 2 as well.
So, Lolpro gonna risk moving towards this Baron area right now. We can see the ward's already been cleared out by Coast. And only 10 seconds until this one comes down. Those bouncing bombs at this stage really going to be quite painful. Lichbane actually added in 4 golden glue on his last pickup. Haunting guys on the other side. For Lord as a hook, it's going to land. Haunts not the target that you want to go for though.
And we did actually see Hoodstorm now sell his Ghost Blade. He didn't want it anymore, needed a Banshee, some defensive items here. Of course you want to try and dodge around the Cocoon from Elise. Even the hook coming in from Sheep, we've seen it hitting pretty well actually in these fights here. And of course Jax jumping in. If Jax doesn't target him at first, he won't pop the Banshee, and therefore he can use it against a Counter-Strike and won't get stunned by rocks, at least when the fight starts. Overall though, again we talked about the goal between AD carries. They're all full item at this point, except for MASH just need to upgrade his Quicksilver Sash, and then he's perfectly fine in full items.
So Baron is now live. We saw Scrying Orb actually picked up 4 MASH, just use it to scan around the Baron just to check out exactly what was going on there. Blue Buff actually going over to Haunter in the end. Nice cheeky little pickup for him. But will Coast come out strong once again here when we get towards those team fights? You have to feel that Lord got to hit some damage here as Rook's going very, very deep, pretty much on his own from this one. Gonna lose half of his life, and they're gonna go deep onto him, going very, very low. Hoodstorm moving into the front as well. Haunter now very low as well. He has to back away from things as the spears come through, and Sheep almost taken down. I think Lord will be able to get this one. Yes, he will. Just about finishes off, and that's the support down. A minute spawn time. Lolpro going for Baron.
That was such a weird engage by Roxy. He just went in all by himself. I mean, Sheep was far away. MASH was in the mid lane as well. Couldn't even join in with him. He just went in, took so much damage. And then Lolpro just managed to respond back, keep getting multiple targets low, pick up 1 kill, and now the Baron. So I'm not really sure what the idea was from Coast here, but very aggressive engage from Rox, and it really didn't pay off.
Not even remotely.
I mean, he just went in by himself.
Yeah, completely on his own there. Outside of the Baron, and that may just be enough to cost Coast the game as MASH is all the way on that bottom side. And actually, this is going to be the inhibitor. You have to feel going over towards Lolpro. Definitely got the damage to finish that one off, and that's going to mean super minions start to stream into the base. That may be the tipping point here for Lolpro. This inner turret can't even be defended by Coast.
Just a bomb coming in from Golden Blue to try and do some poke, but at this point they can just back away. Already picked up inhibitor. Baron, of course, got a tower, so things now for Lolpro. Quickly turned around. I mean, they lost a few fights to Coast. We're like, okay, Coast are looking very strong now. They've been winning the straight-up 5v5 team fights. And then we see missed engage, or some miscommunication from Coast, and Lolpro just instantly turned around, win the fight, get the Baron as well. Now all of a sudden, they have the buff and are in the driving seat.
Ton of gold there as well for Lolpro to spend. We actually saw the Guardian Angel being bought by Haunter, so if he wasn't hard enough to take down earlier on, he certainly now is becoming a bit of a problem. We also see Phantom Dancer for Graves. A couple of other different items picked up. The Sonya's Hourglass, for example, for low here on Morgana.
Why not? I mean, If you want to go in aggressive with your ulti here, you can use the Hourglass and actually get the second proc. Or you can just stay back, peel for Nidalee and Graves in these team fights here. So overall, it's a good item on Morgana. It always helps. And if you can get your second proc of your ulti and you get the stun, it's perfect. That's simply why you want to have this Hourglass.
So let's see then if Lolpro can get in and finally crack this middle inhibitor. Let's see if those spears can land. Sheep actually landing the hook onto Heaven Time, but again, not really the target that you want to go for. It's already taken a bit of a beating. It's all going to be about those spears, whether Lord can land them and really force Coast to back away from their defensive positions.
Smart move here by Lolpro, putting the Black Shield onto Hootstomp. He goes in, hits the tower a few times and then dashes away. So there's no chance, even if the hook lands or if a cocoon should land onto him, it won't really stop him and he can just back away. So smart enough to get a bit of damage on the tower. Because again, we've talked about it multiple times how the siege for him is not ideal and they have to do it this way.
Oh, bomb coming out from Ziggs, but it's a little bit too late. They're hooking Haunter as well, but this is going to be the second inhib of the game coming down. We've got super minions as well streaming into the Coast base. And Lolpro with only one more inhibitor left to take down. I think they're actually going to go and take the dragon here by the looks of things. That has now spawned into it. The minion wave on this bottom lane is also a little bit further behind. And in fact, just leaving the dragon. Don't really feel like they need that extra gold, it seems.
No, most of the members are already with full items. Unless, of course, Hootstomp wants to sell his boots here. Pick up a damage item more. But for now, he's keeping the boots and also actually just check you on it like 500 gold. So quite a long way to you can actually afford something.
So, minefield put down by Golden Glue, trying to keep that minion wave as far back as possible. Really holding on to that one, and I like the idea from Rux here as a spear lands onto Sheep. Rux actually making sure that that top lane is kept as far away from the base as possible. They've landed the binding on towards Sheep. Rux actually diving in there, and Haunter going decently low from this one. Morgana, but not really giving him too much. Hoodstomp's going to be caught out, finished off as well by Rux, and there's a couple more low HP players as Rux flashes in, gets the counter-strike across. Can he get himself any more? Heaven Time is going to die, and that is a double kill for Rux. And Coast showing they're not giving this one up without a fight.
Coast, they managed to actually push out the lanes before the fight even started, so no super minions down towards the Nexus here, so no towers gone down. Managed to get the fight. There's a nice hook on to Hootstomp here. Taken down, sorry, we're gonna see the replay again here. Fight starts, Haunter's taking all the damage, he has gotten in though, so no issue for him, and Rock's actually going in and then jumping out, and the hook onto Hootstomp is everything. That's the reason they win this fight here. Rox comes in, picks up the kill, and now they can just chase on. And as soon as they carry, it's dead. You have such a strong Jax now, still very healthy, you can just keep chasing, pick up 2 kills. And again, notice the lanes here, both the top and mid lane. No minions even close to the Nexus, so not giving up any Nexus towers.
So, Coast continue to lead the kills. Still behind and still facing a lot of pressure here from Lolpro with the both top and middle inhibs down. Actually, the top one has now respawned in there, so gives them a brief respite on that front. But Lolpro, we've seen time and time again that when it comes to actually fighting, they are not too far ahead in this game for Coast. And if they manage to get 4, maybe an ace, that's actually really bad for Lolpro, because those spawn timers now are long enough for them to be pushing up and doing some serious base damage.
Yeah, and if you look at the champions for Coast, I mean, both Ziggs and Jax do a lot of damage to towers here, especially Jax, who just destroyed Ziggs with his passive late game as well, doing a lot of damage, even the Lich Bane. So if Coast get the chance to get onto the base of Lolpro, they can destroy the towers here. It's a very scary point for Lolpro. And here's the thing, I mean, Nidalee is a very, very good champion, but when it comes to just a straight-up team fight, she won't do the same damage as a Ziggs. He needs time to land the spears, kite backwards, poke a bit more. And of course, Hootstomp here before, his auto-attack range is very low, so he got very close to the whole fight, and therefore Sheep landed the hook, which of course was the main thing. It wasn't a Nidalee, it was the hook onto Hootstomp.
Well, that was another hook coming out, almost catching onto Lolpro.
Oh, nice spear.
Yeah, and that's the problem there, you know, the counter argument then for Nidalee. If you do land those spears, it's going to mean that someone has to back away. In this scenario, the AD carry, which allows Lolpro to step a little bit further forward. There is the hook, but onto Heaven Time.
Jax as well now.
Yeah, that's where it becomes a little bit of a problem. We've already seen that Rook's not scared of jumping in, possibly to his detriment in that last fight around the Baron area. He was kind of on his own for that one, but also, we know that he's got enough damage, enough survivability now to be right in the middle of those team fights, locking people up, and more importantly, taking them down afterwards. And LoLPro, you can see playing with a lot more caution now as it comes to moving towards these inhibs.
And now they're actually waiting for the spears to land before they try and do anything. That's why they stay so far back. Baron is spawning. This is the thing that went wrong for them with the last Baron, where they moved in for the inhibitor, felt strong enough to take a fight, lost it, didn't try and poke beforehand, didn't want to bait out Baron, just went straight in, lost the fight, gave away Baron. This time around, they're doing it now. They're going in, starting the Baron already. They had a better position, they had full control of this side of the jungle, and also landed a few spears, so they can now pick up the Baron unless Coast moves in very, very fast to stop them. Backing away.
Yeah, too early there on the bomb, and actually LoLPro will get that one uncontested, really. Coast not quite quick enough.
They need to get back to base.
To get around from that. Yeah, they're going to push straight through the jungle, although they've got no minions moving in there, which doesn't particularly matter since the towers are anyway down in both that mid and top lane, but still need to be careful. We feel that this is their time to shine now, LoLPro, but again, we're going to rely on those spears landing for maximum damage, push someone from Coast away.
They still have the Guardian Angel onto Hanzo, so he can really jump into the back line of Coast, just tank up a lot of damage, buy a lot of time for both Graves and Nidalee to do the damage from the backside here. And some spears still landing from low, hitting them. Oh, sorry, from Lord, of course, not low, he's the support, he's landing binding instead.
Basically work together. They offer you the same thing, is that Inhib did take a lot of damage, but you see the caution on LoLPro. There's a scrying orb coming out. It's actually Hudstomp that will move forward. There we go. One more hit will do it, but Hunter may pay for it here. We see Rux diving right in there, kicked away instantly by Lee Sin. Santorin trying to get through as well, but he'll take spear damage. They got that inhibitor finally. Just see one final hit. Hunter almost paid for it, maybe not with his life, but at least possibly with that GA. Meanwhile, the bottom lane is actually pushing up with minions from Coast side.
Seems like the minions will
they're gonna get it,
save it. Can I get it? A few minutes. There it is. Got the tower at least still. Need the inhibitor, of course, but good help from the minions here.
Minions taking that one down. We're approaching the 1 hour point of this game. LoLPro definitely in the driving seat. Baron buff on, of course, taking down that top inhibitor once again. But we see the caution that's really come into their play here. Coast actually pushing out, going to set up a bit of a trap. They're going to have to be very patient, though, if they want anything from this.
Let's see here. They're expecting LoLPro to just push down towards this mid lane and then try and move in behind them. Flank, get onto Nidalee, get onto Graves, and just try and destroy them instantly. And Hudstomp actually keeps changing his items. Oh, spotted by Pink. Tactic is a failure.
Not quite working out as expected.
And that
yeah, that could cost them the inhibitor. On's already on it. Eventime going to move in, but look at Rux off to the side, getting ready to dive in on top of LoLPro. Once those minions go down, they got to dodge these spears. One from Lord will take a ton of damage into one of these defending champions, but they got to poke back themselves, and with Ziggs always there to throw in those bouncy bombs. There we go. Finally, minions going to be taken down. Onsa actually getting locked up by the cocoon. Black Shield does come around. Ultimate coming out of Ziggs. He's not really going to have the damage that they would have wished from that one, but seems to have done enough to force LoLPro away a little bit. But then they realize super minions are coming in from the top lane. They have to back away from middle. LoLPro sees the opportunity and take down the inhib again.
And Hudstomp actually sold his Bloodthirster as well now and picked up a Blade of the Rune King simply so he can try and survive the fight against Rux one-on-one here. So he's going full survivability on this Graves here, full one-on-one potential. Selling the Bloodthirster though, you're giving up a lot of burst damage.
Let's see if that affects them here in the coming moments. We're gonna have the super minions coming down again. Rux doing exactly what he did before, almost a mirror image of what we saw about 20 minutes ago, I think, by now, where Rux pushes out that top lane to make sure that super minions aren't going to come in, whilst LoLPro try for something down in this bottom lane. Let's not forget that ended in a little bit of disaster for them. Ended up losing, I think it was 3 men in that fight, so we'll see if they can hold on. There's the big spear. Mash actually going very low, having to use some of the heal. Now they're going in towards Golden Glue. He's going to get knocked out, uses the Sonias, but as he comes back up, finished off there. Rux actually picking up a kill, and they're going to keep pushing through. Golden Glue didn't actually die, and now they're going on towards low. He gets hooked in from that one, flashes away. Can Coast keep pushing? Rux trying to dive in there, didn't quite have the range. They get the the 2 kills,
spear.
And that's going to keep them in this one and keep them holding on to that tower.
And as you just pointed out before, Rux was up in his top lane, pushing out the minion wave. So again, one There's no super minions hitting the Nexus, and they can take the fight, they can keep fighting, and now they can go back, clear the wave, not even gonna lose anything from it. So overall, Coast holding on to both towers once again, but Lowpro, they're not done yet. They really want this low tower.
Really want to take that one. Actually, Hotstomp, that's going to be the man in this scenario, but that might actually cost him. Is GA going to get popped here?
He's dead.
Do see the spear coming in onto Rook, but Hotstomp going to go down, and he didn't quite get the tower for it either.
So close though, and again, Coast keeping on to the base, but still, it's just a matter of time here. I mean, Coast is so... the fact is, in their own base, they have super minions they need to deal with all the time. Makes it so hard, even if they win fights, to actually push out and get up to the base of Lowpro and then get something. So there are some towers and inhibitors they have to go through before they can get into the Nexus. So they need some time to travel from their own base and actually finish the game. Next Baron though, 1 minute and 40 seconds. Lowpro at the last 2, if I remember correctly. Let's see if they can get another one. I believe so, yeah. Last 2, same thing, where they landed a spear, went over, took the Baron, yada yada yada.
Push straight through that. Well, Inhib's not going to be too far away from coming up. In fact, the top one has already respawned, so Lowpro going to be waiting out for that. We also see Zephyr picked up 4 Rooks there on Jax as well. He is a bit of a beast at this point. Trinity Force, Blade of the Rune King, Rando and Zephyr, GA, and that Banshee's Veil as well. Hotstomp got no GA right now. That was popped and then he was killed straight after in that last fight, which makes it a bit more dangerous for Lowpro to be fighting.
And he's actually 1 item behind now because he keeps selling his items and buying different ones. He had a Banshee, sold it, got a Guardian Angel, had the Ghost Blade, sold it as well. Also had the Bloodthirster, sold it, picked up the Blade of the Rune King instead, so he's actually slightly behind in items at the moment compared to Mash. And we can even say compared to Rox now, who also picked up the Zephyr instead of his boots.
So, longest game of the North American
We're gonna beat
Challenge
it.
Series. 62 minutes, 38 seconds. It was Lowpro against Frank Fine Gaming.
And they were actually in this situation here just on the side of Coast, because they had lost all inhibitors, they were pushed all the way down to the base, but they had like a very strong late game teamfight come, and they managed to turn around and wow, Mash going very aggressive here.
Going man mode there. And look at this Haunter waiting on the backside of them. Coast, I don't think we've seen them in this far pushed up the map in, well, maybe half an hour.
True.
If something like that, but that's because this Baron is coming up. Got themselves vision down, gonna start off the Baron. Obviously Lowpro not gonna let them go with this one, but look how fast that Baron's actually going down there. Already at less than half HP. Heaventime gonna have to be a hero for this one, but he gets hooked in. The Baron goes over to Coast with a dive in there from Haunter as well. Mash going low. He will Valkyrie away from the side, but look at the Savage 06. Heaventime goes down. Low gonna get locked up and finish off. Haunter now may even go down as well. They don't really need to care about him, but they're going to finish him off.
Wow.
Golden Glue gets that one, and it's now all on load. 5 men still alive for Coast. With the Baron, they're going to push through and win.
Finally, Coast could actually push out before the Baron even was spawned. They started, get the Baron, win the team fight, like we've seen time and time again, them winning the team fights, and now they're also going to get the game.
Whoa. Cocoon almost connecting. Doesn't really matter, I think, at this point. They've got 5 men rushing straight up towards the Nexus. Turret's going to go down. Nexus football as well. Mash actually going for the kill here right at the end. Not going to get it. The Nexus goes down. And Coast pick up game number 1 after weathering the storm for what felt like 40 minutes in that game. Coming out there, winning another fight. Picking up Baron, pushing through for the win.
They were over 10,000 gold behind. Still managed to win the team fights here. Lowpro, they had the chance to finish out the game, but they could never do it. They never knew exactly what to do. They picked some team fights for no reason. They were just a poke, stay back, take a Baron, go in again. But no, they wanted to take the fights when they thought they were so far ahead. And it just backfired completely. Coast picks up the win now. And wow, this is like, again, Lowpro versus Frank Fine Gaming in the semi-final. Opposite way around.
In reverse, that game was a very, very similar scenario as well. Constant pressure, Baron after Baron after Baron. Couldn't quite break through those final defenses, and credit to Coast. You were saying it's just a matter of time from this one. Obviously you meant it's just a matter of time until Coast push out, win a team fight, take the Baron, and win the game.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Exactly.
I mean, makes sense, Joe. Everyone knows.
Really, really great win, but of course it is a best of 3, so time here for LawPro to go back and say what went right for us in that game and obviously what went wrong.
Time for Coast to do the exact same thing. I mean, you're behind 10,000 gold here in the mid game or just going into the late game point. You can't do that again and expect to win the game. So Coast as well really need to see, okay, what went wrong here early on? They lost so many dragons. They blew up as well, kept going over to LawPro. They knew exactly when to group up, when to go for it. And we talked about how they had this mid game power spike with Nidalee and Graves, and they used it really to just take the right fights early on here, take the blue buffs, and take the dragons, and then get this lead here. But still, Coast, they really need to step up their early mid-game.
Small fact, just 18 seconds shy that game of the longest EU LCS game so far this year. It was definitely a long one, and it's a best of 3, so we've got at least one more game to come in this one. We'll see if LawPro can actually get back into things now. Well, for now, we're going to check in with Shox, Demon, and Quickshot to break down the game.
Thank you very much. I'm Eva, Shox supporter, along with Lee D-Man-Smith and Trevor Quickshot Henry to break down that win from Team Coast. And well, there's a lot to break down because honestly, we didn't see a lot of Team Coast in the beginning of the game. A lot of pressure coming down from the side of LawPro.
Oh yes, I do have to give some props to Heaventime. I think his Lee Sin ganks was fantastic. He picked up that early sidestone, which Deficio pointed out he's done in the Challenger Series previously. And he was omnipresent. He was in every lane multiple times. You could argue the effectiveness of the ganks, but you can't deny the presence and the pressure that he applied. It also helped in shutting down Jax in that top lane.
Yeah, I mean, the top lane, Haunter, dominant performance on Shyvana, way ahead of Jax and Rooks for so long in that game. Also looking towards the mid lane, the spears from Lord were so strong, and you literally didn't even know Golden Glue was in the game at the start of that match.
No, you really didn't. We've seen Shyvana into Jax matchups in the past going quite ghastly, but it looks like Heaventime is able to evolve and perform very well, as his namesake implies.
Well, we're actually going to take a look at a replay to illustrate what we've been talking about, and also what you touched on, the fact that normally if you're a Nidalee versus a Ziggs, you shouldn't be able to put down that kind of pressure and not be as dominant in team fights, but that did happen. So let's pull the first replay up on the screen where we see that LawPro gets the upper hand.
Yeah, so in this particular replay, it's very early on. You can actually see that LawPro are quite even on gold with Team Coast. So let's roll this clip out. And the most important thing is how Santorin and Mashme are just miles away from the rest of their team. They get completely singled out in a 2v4, which eventually is a 2v5 thanks to teleports. And Coast just weren't on the same page. They were forced to react to a dragon play, they were out of position, and LawPro punished them. I also feel that up until 25-30 minutes, Golden Glue's Mega Inferno Bombs were not particularly impactful. And if you notice Golden Glue on this full retreat, yes, cooldowns are a thing, but he's offered very little in the way of resistance and damage on the way in and on the way out. So I do feel it took a long time for Golden Glue to scale up.
Yeah, but as happens when you have a Ziggs on your team and a Jax, when the other team does give you time, you can turn the tides by throwing out those mega inferno bombs all over the map and grabbing some CS. And as we've seen in a team fight that we're going to bring up on the screen right now, later in the game, it does show that a scale team does a lot better. We're going to take a look at that in a second, but it feels like Coast got going and they were just waiting for that moment to get back in the game.
Yeah, they scaled very well. All the time for Rux on Jax.
Absolutely, and it's like you said about Jax, Rooks on Jax. He had a few misplays, let's face it. He went in 1v5 for some god-awful reason. I don't know what he was thinking now. The rest of his team may be thinking the same thing. He actually got out alive, by the way, in that one. It was only the support that died. But honestly, overall, it's always the classic. You can't let a Jax go late game. He will become a problem. And he was getting on towards the AD carry hood stomp every single time.
Yeah, I also feel like LawPro, their composition, as Deficio pointed out in picks and bans, was somewhat confusing. Lee Sin and Shyvana wanted to jump in, that's fine. Nidalee wants to throw spears from the back. Morgana's good for peel, but you have this like sort of 2-1-2 line where you've got two people that can go forward, two people that go sit in the back line. And it didn't allow LawPro to create opportunities. They hit 35 minutes, they got to Inhibitor, and they couldn't get further because they couldn't deal with Ziggs, Jax, Elise, and Thresh at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're actually going to take a look at one of those late game team fights where Coast was able to get the upper hand. Let's get that up on the screen where it was, well, too late for LawPro to fight back.
Yeah, so let's roll this clip out. Now, this was the first Baron that Coast were able to secure after a very successful team fight. They group up very effectively after catching Lod, and he's instantly in the fight. And thanks, of course, to Coast having the superior positioning, they just focus down the targets, they stay tightly knit, they end up getting, if memory calls, 3 kills in this scenario, and then grab the Baron. And this was the moment where Coast began stalling out. They slowed the game down, and they began to dictate the pace.
Yeah, and it's just fantastic played. You know, Santorin as well didn't even die in a 65-minute game or something like that. Crazy stats. However, he also didn't have much of an impact on the start of the game, so that's definitely something he needs to step up. And it's something we saw when he played for Coast back in Europe.
Or stands for Cloud9 Eclipse, of course. But what do we take of this going into the next game? I kind of feel like for a team like Team Coast, as you said, with players on there that have so much experience, they can take this, they can maybe mediate this with their coach immediately, and if the other team comes out with a comp again that doesn't really glue together, this might be the starting point for Coast.
Personally, I think they dodged a bullet in that game. They should have lost that game. Absolutely. LOLPro should have closed that game out a lot earlier. They waited so many times on those Nidalee Spears to land. If they didn't land, they didn't attack.
Yeah, I would dare say both teams could probably come out of that one with fairly high mental states because of the fact that LOLPro, they had a great early game, they had a great mid game. They even held out in late against a Jax and a Ziggs. But unfortunately, their composition, I feel, let them down. So with proper picks and bans, they may have the tools they need to get over that final hurdle and pick up a win.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have to take a quick break, but when we return, it is Game 2 between Team Coast and Team LOLPro. We'll be right back.
Let's go. Focus on the game. Let's do this.
Focus. Trying to get in there, they do get heaven time. Low gonna fall as well. Meanwhile, Lodge gonna get locked up there by the cocoon. Have they got the damage to finish off? Yes, they do.
I'm going great.
Nice.
Who's down?
Watch Shyvana. Shift. I'm dead. You guys might be able to get him. Nice.
Yeah, let's go! Go! Mash going low. He will Valkyrie away from the side, but look at the savage out takes. Heaven time goes down. Low gonna get locked up.
They should
and finish off. Haunter now may even go down as well. They don't really need to care about him.
Give me a fat beat!
welcome back, everybody, as I am joined here by, well, someone, guys, some face. I'm sorry. There he goes, just introduces himself because I couldn't do it. Chaos, of course, a very known face here in the scene and currently the coach for Team Coast. Now, Chaos, give me your take on that game because obviously your team took a while to wake up in it.
Yeah, just a bit of history. LoL Pro is actually known for very long extended games where they close it out after a team fight when they scaled up with Kog'Maw and like Jax. And for us, we're actually known to control blues, really snowball the early game, and close out the game in 20 minutes. So they kind of beat us at our own game, then we beat them at theirs, and it worked out.
So what did you tell the team here? Because obviously they did struggle in an early game, and if it happens again, maybe LoL Pro can just close it out next time.
Well, I've been telling them to have timers and communicate the entire, I don't even know, for the past month, and they really didn't do that. So I don't know what the hell's going on, but I don't know. I have absolute confidence in my team, and this game too will be much cleaner, I'm sure.
It looks like you have a hard hand in that team as well. So tell us, is this what you're going to be doing for the next while? Is this the coach job, or do you still want to go back to playing? I mean, if you see a venue like this, I bet you want to be up there as well.
I actually really wanted to be a coach even when I played for TSM, and oh boy. Yeah, and now I have the opportunity to be one. I think North America, even Europe, really needs infrastructure, and coaching is a part of that. And I'm happy to take the first step in that direction.
Well, we're happy to see you in the scene, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we're going to see how Coast is going to do in that second game versus LoL Pro. So let's go back to the guys at the desk, Joe and Fisho.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American Challenger Series Finals live from Wembley Arena here in London, England. It's 1-0 to Coast. And apparently they weren't doing what Chaos has told them. So maybe if they listen to him after that first game, then things are going to get better for them.
It was pretty clear, at least, when it comes down to timers of dragons, blue buffs, they were slacking a little bit. I mean, he just said it himself. They clearly didn't time things properly. We saw it. The very first dragon fight, actually, was Coast coming in very, very late from multiple sides and just ended up dying 2 or 3 members, giving over the dragon as well, and started the whole snowballing for LoL Pro. So definitely need to step it up. I like the way he gives the history here with LoL Pro being the team normally, picking the late game comp, going these 60 minutes in, and then winning the game. And they did it this time around, where LoL Pro had more of a mid-game comp. We need to see if they want to pick late game now and try and maybe extend the game towards the late game, and then we can see if Coast can clear out or win the game early on.
So that was basically my next question to you anyway. Are we going to see a change in composition here and the way that these teams are focusing on game number 2 after that first one?
I mean, I would think so, looking at what the teams normally do, what their normal play style is. But if you look at Coast comp here, they don't have to change too many things because they actually had a very good early comp as well. With the Ziggs, we talk about their Corgi very strong in lane as well. So they had a comp where they could actually have one early game in the lanes and then just snowball the game. They didn't have to go late game with the Jax. I mean, they had good enough comp to win in the mid game as well. So they don't necessarily need to change anything. I wouldn't say LoL Pro have to do it either. They just need to be able to close out the game and not take the wrong team fights.
And that was the problem, that they weren't really dictating any of those team fights. They'd push up to the turret. We saw it in the bottom lane. We saw it in the top lane 2 or 3 times as well, that they'd get to the tower, as you would expect them to do, and Italy starts throwing in the spears, and then Rux would just say, okay, we're going to fight now. Hook comes in, Rux dives in on top of him as well. We'll see if anything changes, though, here as we move into champion select for game number 2 between Coast and LoL Pro. LoL Pro, of course, switching over now onto the blue team. And we see the bans coming out here. Twisted Fate, the first ban from LoL Pro. On the other side, Kale. So up until now, not much changing.
Nothing at all so far. You even see Italy just been instant locked here from LoL Pro. They had it the last game. It worked out pretty well for them up until the very late game team fights, where, of course, Coast were the stronger team and could often actually catch out Lord on this Nidalee here and kill him very easily, which was a big issue, and of course his position needs to change.
So let's have a look then. We saw in game number 1 that AD carries will focus somewhat from champion select. We're going to see Lucian getting through this one. Elise picked up for Santorin and actually didn't die somehow. I'm not sure how he managed to not die throughout that entire last game.
Well, to be fair, he didn't have too much impact in the game itself. Even the team fights, it wasn't built around him doing too much. Even his cocoons, it was more the hooks from Sheep actually starting the fights. And it was all about Rocks jumping in, Mash doing the damage with Golden Blue from the backside here. So he never actually had to go very deep in. He never had to try and sacrifice himself. And therefore he didn't have to die. And overall, you can turn around and say it was also great positioning, great performance. Personally, I want to see more early game pressure from him, especially compared to how much Heaven Time actually did on this Lee Sin early on.
Yeah, and we're also going to see Jax again in this game, but swapped around. Going to be with LOL Pro this time. Hauntzer can't take anything away from him. Had a fantastic game on that Shyvana. Was on a rampage at one point. Will be playing the Jax this time around. On the other side, though, Renekton picked up here for Rux.
Yeah, so we do actually see teams switching up a little bit now. Jax, the late game monster for LOL Pro this time around. They want to go late game now. And we have Renekton, early game powerhouse from Team Coast. So now they're actually looking to close out the game within the 30-35 minute mark. Maybe we can put it up to 40. But from there on, once Jax really starts hitting his items, he's just going to destroy Renekton in these one-on-ones here and will force Team Coast then to find other ways of trying to close out the game, because they won't be able to do it by killing Jax one-on-one.
And while we're on the topic of late game, Ogmore, possible AD carry choice here for LOL Pro. That may, of course, change here. Just switching around there. Solution Walls picked up on the other side for Mash, who played Corki in that last matchup. So we are going to see Cogmore and Morgana. So late game again, they're coming out from the AD carry. And that's what we heard earlier on, that late game is something that LOL Pro have done time and time again. On the other side though, Coast, with their final choice here for the mid lane, going to take LeBlanc for Golden Blue.
So with the Syndra ban, which is one of the soft counters to LeBlanc in lane, you can lock it in safely. Of course, you already saw the mid lane pick was the first pick in Italy, but didn't want to risk anything from LOL Pro picking Syndra early on, so they couldn't go LeBlanc against it. But now, look here, Coast. I mean, they're just looking to be so strong in the early mid game here. While late game, of course, is going to be all about LOL Pro. I mean, Bootstomp and Haunts are going to scale so well into late game point. You have Nidalee with the spears, Morgana to disengage, to peel. So we're basically just turning things around here. Coast now looking to close out the game. We need to see if they can do it. They definitely need to have more control of the Dragon. They need to have more control of the blue buffs if they want to get this early lead. Unless they just want to straight up try and win in the laning phase. But it will require some aggressive play from Centauran and some good ganks.
Well, we did see how Coast won in game number 1, but do you guys think that LOL Pro will be able to come back here and force a game number 3? Tell us who you think will win this match by tweeting hashtag CSTWin or hashtag ProWin to @LOL Esports. We'll take a look at your results soon. Of course, the previous vote, lolesports.com, you guys voted actually all for LOL Pro, but that switched as we came into the match, and I think it was about 75% for Coast in game number 1, so you were right on that front. Question is now, can they do it here in the early game against a late game comp from LOL Pro?
LOL Pro definitely want to lane swap this one. They don't want to put Jax against Renekton. You don't really want to have the Thresh Lucian lane against you as well. And the bottom lane is such a strong lane. So they want to lane swap around here. They might also have to go in towards the mid lane and give some help to the Nidalee, because against LeBlanc, I mean, it's such a hard lane.
Well, we're going to find out exactly if those swaps are going to be coming in as we get into game number 2 between LOL Pro and Coast, with Coast leading this best of 3, 1-0. And 2 games in a row is what LOL Pro need to win here to pick themselves up a victory overall in this best of 3 in the first Challenger Series of the summer split. We'll see how that one all goes for them. Of course, they had a good start in that last game, just not quite able to finish things off. And this time around, though, the later things go, the more you're going to fancy them. Oh, don't face check low.
Don't face checks. Still, he's under 2 minutes, of course. He doesn't give too much goal for the first part, but it's never a good start. And we actually see Coast doing the same thing they did the last game. They group as 5 and move into the enemy jungle here, put up some wards, try and spot out what's going to happen here. If they can maybe see the lane swap and then swap up to top lane themselves and punish the lane swap and get the standard lane. So maybe they just want to allow the lane swap from LOL Pro and instead take the Dragon early on and try and get the lead this way.
Well, Coast are headed down bottom. There is that ward. And on the other side of the map, LOL Pro up by red, but they're spotted out by that ward. So Coast actually have vision of that one. But do they want to try anything here? There's another ward going down. Pretty much mirror image on the other side of the map.
And look here, instantly on your minimap, Sheep and Mash are recalling because they want to go to this top lane. They saw Kog'Maw move from the ward up to the top side, so they really want to go for these 2v2 lanes. Hoodstomp actually, is he going to recall and go down this bottom lane? That might be tricking them. Spamming recall for now.
Well, either way, we are going to
No, he's staying. Yeah, it would be too late for him to move anyway now. Of course, the top laner can always teleport down. Never mind, they actually spotted with the ward from Lolpro here. As soon as they saw Mash run by it or Sheep run by it, they know, okay, now they're going to be top lane. So now they are recalling to the bottom side. And it pretty much explains why you put this very deep ward in here. And Hoodstomp, why he was waiting in the bush, recalling, stop recalling, just waiting to see if he could see anyone. So Lolpro, they dodged the lane swap, or sorry, they dodged the standard lanes and get the lane swap.
So, Blue Buff here taken by Heaventime with the help of Haunter on Jax. And that's going to leave Mash and Sheep alone for now in this top lane. We already have Rooks actually down in the bottom lane here, but Hoodstomp and Low going to be moving in there in just a few moments. So, Rooks' time going to be going a bit harder. And again, 75% vote in favor of Coast.
Still though, we simply need to see a better early mid-game for Coast this game here, otherwise they won't get a lead, they won't be able to close out the game before Hansa and Hoodstomp become absolute monsters, and it can really be a big issue. And in the start here again, Lolpro, it's great for them to get the lane swap, they can get a few levels, get some farm onto Hoodstomp here, get some dodge around this Renekton as well early on, won't have all the pressure onto Jax, so it's a good start for them. Still need to see how they want to play out this lane swap. In the semi-finals, Coast were really good at playing the lane swaps, but it was actually always the other way around, where they were bot lane with their own dual lane. This time around, they're top, so now the dragon control is actually for Lolpro, and they should be able to pick up a dragon early on, unless Sheep he decides to roam around, and there we go.
There we go, going straight in here for Dragon. 3 minutes and 20 seconds into the game. That's a level 1 low though, and it takes a lot of damage here from that Dragon. You have to juggle the damage from that one quite effectively here if you're going to be able to take that Dragon down and not embarrassingly, I think, lose a member, as we are going to see Safeguards coming in there, doing a decent job of juggling. It's Honsu who's got to have that one. He is going to be able to tank that one up, and there we go. Dragon taken down, 3 minutes 45 into the game. Nice little start for Lolpro.
Yeah, great stuff for Lolpro here, playing the lane swap really well. It's actually something we don't see very often in Europe. When you have this lane swap here, you don't really take advantage of the dual lane being up top. Definitely something NA has picked up on and doing it pretty much every single game there is a lane swap. Rockstar putting down the ward, spotting 2 members waiting for him.
Should probably maybe back away from them. Actually, got Santorin coming in. That's a lot of damage to Heaventime already. And he will safeguard away. There was actually a flash used there by Rooks, trying to get in to lock up that kill.
So use the flash here, of course, means in case they want to try and go for a dive, later on here it won't be up, they can maybe try and pick up a kill, but we do actually just see Centaurin staying with Roxy, making sure he gets a lot of farm in his lane here. They're not running together and jumping like we see the Jax and the Lee Sin doing, they're just making sure that Rox can actually farm in the lane because he's Renekton and he is so strong early on.
Centaurin staying in there as well. Made those double buffs on. Mid lane actually, we've not really seen all that much of that one. They're pretty much level on CS. Slight advantage for Golden Glue, level 5 to the level 4 of Lord's Nidalee there, but that should level itself up here pretty soonish. In terms of the AD carries, Hoodstomp the one with the slight early advantage. You can see there making sure that lane, of course, as I say that, it just kills them off straight away.
So they push it out here. Maybe they're expecting actually Coast to swap around and get the dual lane down towards them. So they want to push out the lane, could recall and then go towards top lane and continue this 2v1 situation. And they now do spot Mash and Sheep. Obviously return to lane now. Hoodstomp can go back and shop. We need to see if he wants to go to top lane or if he want to return to this bottom lane and start playing standard lanes from now on. Could still be a very big issue for Hansa here. He's only level 2. Rox is very fired and also has a very big minion wave, so big trouble for Jax if they keep these standard lanes.
Oh, Santorin actually going to be faced off here by Heaventime. We saw the spear coming around. That's a good cocoon note to stop Heaventime pushing in. Golden Glue actually going aggressive there onto Lord as well, but with Heaventime hanging around, he needs to get away.
Oh,
Q going to land on the minion, not quite. Could have been dangerous there for Golden Glue.
And Lord is doing a very good job farming in this mid lane. He did the same thing last game on Nidalee. He's very good at farming early on, where all the pressure should actually be on him, because again, the only thing he can respond with is trying to throw a spear and then start auto-attacking, heal himself a few times trying to sustain, but he doesn't do any damage in return. But still, farming really well here. Now he hit the level 6 point, which really is where Nidalee can start doing something.
Well, That is a strange haul. So, that 2v2 down bottom. That completely threw me off my game. Not gonna lie. Go on, Deficio, talk for a bit.
Well, let's see. Santorin actually in this top lane here. Heaventime doing the exact same thing, so Joe Miller, I might need you very soon.
May do, or possibly not. Let's have a look. Hansa, level 4 in there, and Santorin actually just backing away from this one. Actually, there's a ward there, spotting him by the backside of that red buff, and actually we're going to see Hansa going aggressive here a little bit on Rux, but he just sidesteps away from the counter-strike with Heaventime around there. That
They just want to push it out.
make things a little bit more dangerous.
They want to push the wave out so it resets, bounce it off the tower here so you can actually start picking up some farm. And oh, nice hook from Sheep!
Oh, going on towards Hudstomp. This is going to be a lot of damage coming in there. Hudstomp is going to go low. No kill for them here though, Coast. And either way, that will force Hudstomp to back off. Didn't use any of his summoner spells though there.
Such a great play to Santorin. Lands the cocoon.
Lands the cocoon. Have they got the damage to follow up? Heaventime was still hanging around. Santorin actually pushing in a little bit more aggressive on this one. Just going to check exactly what's going on. That blue buff has respawned onto the map. Golden Glue going to come around. We've got Nidalee there already. And going to try and pull that one into the brush. Deny the vision from Santorin's side of things, but it's down to half HP. It's going to actually go over to Lod in the end, but Hansa going to be focused here. He will actually get away. Heaventime, the next focus as he gets locked up by the chains. Can they finish him off? Repel, not really going to bring anything there for Santorin. Comes back down. Blue buff did in the end go over to Lod, I do believe.
Yeah, it did.
And no kills.
And that's a very big thing for LoLPro here. You want to have this blue buff on Nidalee so he can start really sustaining himself and just farm away. Hansa now, teleport top lane, down this bottom lane. Once again, some action. Another hook.
Hook going in on towards low. There is a good binding though onto Mash. And actually going to return a decent amount of damage here is Hudstomp. That's going to force Coast to back away from things. So pretty tense start here from both sides. And we've seen a couple of players going low, but still no first blood. 8.5 minutes in.
Sheep is playing very well, however. He's constantly baiting out the Black Shield and then going for the opposite target. Gets the hook there, gets some damage in. Hansa now, applying back with some damage, and then Renekton is Renekton, and he just sustains.
Oh, down on this bottom lane.
Oh,
he's going to get binded in there. They're going to go for this one. First blood coming down for low. He's going to fall here, though, and that's a kill back for Mash. Meanwhile, Rux diving in on that top lane. Level 7 will take down Hansa without any problems. Leaves Coast, after all that said and done, 2-1 up in kills.
Hansa is so far behind after the lane swap where he was forced to jungle with Heaventime and also did the dragon, so didn't get any farm at this point here, while Rux was farming the bottom lane with help from Santorin. And once he got up to this top lane and the wave was pushing towards Rux, he could just keep picking up farm and denying so much from Hansa. I mean, he's 2 levels behind and he just got doped 1v1.
Not good news. That pickaxe start for Rux.
He's gonna go straight into Tiamat and just try and bully him out.
Just try and destroy him in that lane. We see Golden Glue also getting himself the blue buff there in that mid lane. We've actually got Dragon coming up in just a couple of seconds time as well. That turret actually is going to go down here to the minion, so Hansa losing himself out on the kill. He has to freeze it here. He's so far behind that he can't afford to push that straight out.
So normally you would think, why does he let his own tower dive? But it's simply because he wants the minion wave to stay. He doesn't want it to die to the tower so he can now freeze it and hopefully pick up some farm before Rox returns to lane, or hope that Rox is going somewhere else on the map to make a play while he just farms up, because again, he is so far behind. Manchester looks pretty good. Actually, calling and then starts recalling. Pretty badass. Pretty badass.
They're going to get this dragon. Nothing that LoLPro can do about this one, and that gives them now a 1,500 goal lead. Healthy start, and we see there, Hansa's like, Renekton's back. I'm not going to fight him with that one. Got himself double Doran's blade, pickaxe, and a longsword in there with boots as well. So doing a lot of damage. He's 3 levels above him. 3 levels there. That's not good news for Hansa.
Luckily for him, Santorin was busy doing the dragon, so he couldn't be around his top lane here. When Renekton is so far ahead, what you can do is send your jungler up to the side where your Renekton is, and then as soon as the big wave hits the tower, you just dive onto the Jax, kill him or force him away and deny him everything. It's also why Heaventime is staying around. It's not to try and kill Rux, it's simply to make sure that Hansa can actually pick up this farm here, and he won't get killed again by Rux and lose even more CS and more XP.
So here we go then, Golden Glue going to go in on towards Lord. Actually a lot of damage, Chain's not proccing though, so not going to get locked up in that mid lane and risk a little bit more damage. Ultimate from Golden Blue was actually used as Mash going to go offensive there on towards Hudstomp. Is Sheep going to be able to get in? Goes for the flake. Good Black Shield though from low.
A lot of action here. Sheep keeps looking for the hook every single time he has the chance. It did backfire a little bit before, where he actually died, gave up the first, but luckily for Coast, it actually went to low on Morgana, where Mash would then reply. Actually, no, Sheep also picked up a kill for him, so both supports getting kills in his bottom lane.
Good trade there for Haunter actually in his top lane, although pulling back at the right time.
There's still the ulti
Elise
from
coming in. Yeah, and of course he's just going to bring all that back there. We just see him gaining a load more health. Eventime waiting off to the side. Santorin is actually still here, so they may bait them out, although there is that ward there as well on the white spawn, so that's going to mean that Pro not going to be forced into a fight. There was a ward there as well off to the side, so both teams realizing that they're spotted.
But we did see the thing for Centurion to move to the lane with the Renekton and stay around and see if they can get up another kill for Haunter, deny him even more. Eventime still staying around. Sheep going aggressive again. It's teleport.
Teleport coming down low, going to be the target from this one. He gets his ultimate running, the flashing over the side. Hoodstop going to be hit by the Cullen. He's going down. Ruxa's going to get himself another kill from this one. We did actually see Low getting the kill in the end onto Sheep. Meanwhile, Santorin going low here. Eventime going to be chasing him through. Gotta land a Q here over the wall. And it's wide. Santorin will get away.
So actually getting a kill for each down this bottom lane here. Rux teleported down, but Sheep still ended up dying. He went very aggressive, and Mash also had to flash away actually and finish up Hoodstone with his calling. Still, again, 2 assists for Mash. They're not getting the kills onto Eddie Carry. Instead, Rux picked up this one.
Well, it's going to mean that Renekton so much stronger than Jax, almost double the CS, and we're talking about 100 to 50 CS here. Say a lot of extra gold, almost double the amount of gold really for Rux. Currently sat on 1700 as well, so he's going to go back. We also saw DFG, that Deathfire Grass, picked up 4 Golden Glues LeBlanc. That's going to give him more burst potential, and we'll see with that item added in there if he's going to go aggressive onto Nidalee.
So really building towards snowballing with Rux here and just try and pick a target. Rux stuns it and just blow them over the land, the cocoon or the hook here, and just first target they see in a fight where they land some CC, instantly destroy this target here and therefore win the fight and take objectives or just keep pushing pushing forward. Because again, we keep talking about how the late game point from Pro is very scary, but Coast, they really want to finish it early on, and so far they're building towards it and they're doing a good job.
Tower going down, actually the second one of the game here for Coast. Leaves them 1600 gold in the lead, and now look at this, Rux waiting off to the side. Actually, Haunter got the levels back on him, but Santorin also coming around from this one. They're going to have to try and lock him up. Counter-strike going down. Meanwhile, Eventime's going to be burst down! Golden Glue! Easy kill for him there. DFG straight in, and he didn't even need the CS, the CC that you were talking about earlier.
No, could just do it by himself here. Eventime, of course, only has an Elder Lizard, so no tankiness on him. Jax on his top lane, he was forced to flash away. Once again, Coast, they keep putting pressure on this Renekton lane. They want to make sure Rux can keep snowballing it, do some damage onto the tower now. Nidalee is around though, taking quite some spears.
Yeah, got spears coming out. I might actually protect the turret from them as Hawk comes out, but not quite landed for Sheep. But this turret, either way, is very, very low. There's a double auto attack, and that tower is going to go down here. Mash will be able to finish this one off with these next couple of shots, and actually that leaves Low all alone. There's a binding flashing wide. Here comes Golden Glue from the side. Low going to go down. Golden Glue gets another one. However, Lonnie's going to be there. Good land away. Great hook onto Haunter with the play as well. That is Golden Glue's mimic. They might actually give Sheep up here. That will actually end them in a 1-for-1. It's Lod as well that gets the kill, so both the mid laners getting killed. Back spear. He wasn't expecting that.
No, he was standing there, recalling and just get the spear right in his back. This should be the tower as well for Lolbro. They're definitely responding.
Tower goes down. First one of the game for Lolpro. Look at this, Rux waiting off to the side. They've got Santorin and Mash there as well. Lolpro, though, not going to be pushing through. So Coast, because Curse aren't even playing. Coast are 5-4 up in kills, still holding that gold lead as well. And the 3-1 tower count going their way. But don't forget, we have the Kog'Maw, we have the Jax that are going to be getting stronger and stronger as things go on.
And 2 early kills on the Nidalee can definitely slow you down as well. Once he picks up the death cap now, he's already building towards it. The spears are just going to hurt so much. Again, we're still fairly early in the game. He's already going towards the death cap now. Good reply from Lolpro. Coast needs to keep the pressure up though. They've been playing well. Applying pressure to the right lanes here, picked up some kills in the bottom lane. Of course, Rox in this top lane here was a big deal, him shutting down the Jax. After a very good lane swap for Rox and a very bad lane swap for Haunter. And now Dragon here. Lowpro is pretty out of position here. Should be able to do anything, unless maybe Heaventime can steal it. That's why they pull it out.
Heaventime.
He needs to now dash over the wall or hit the
side. Hits the Q there
onto
on
a
Sheep.
Yeah.
Are they going to try and challenge this one? Binding comes flying through there as well, but this Dragon's gone. That's going to go over to Coast. And actually in the top lane we have a fight between Rux and Haunter once again. Rux going to get his ultimate running, but we see that Haunter winning out on this one for now and actually dives in there. Rux going low, but not quite. One more auto attack there, could have done it.
Rox had the flash as well. He didn't actually use it. He was like, yeah, no, I'm going to survive. He's not going to jump onto me. That's a kill.
Oh! You mean that flash?
Yes,
that's the flash. There we go. Stun coming down onto Lord. Gets the life steal back. But a spear. Point blank range. Lord now behind enemy lines, but he's got the damage back onto Santorin. LeBlanc's going to come up from this one. This is a kill for Golden Glue. And the shutdown as well.
A lot of action here, but the big thing was Jax actually fighting against Rox and winning out here. Hunter did a very, very good job. Almost killed him under the tower. Bottom lane though, they're gonna lose the spot, so they can take mid tower instead.
Gonna take the middle outer turret, but they lose the bottom inner turret as well for that one. That keeps Coast 4-2 up in towers. And Golden Glue gonna be an important factor in these next few minutes. 3-1-0 with that LeBlanc coming up there and just mopping up that kill onto Lauren. Rook's doing a god job. We have to give him that for actually surviving as long as he did. That flash that you were talking about before wasn't used and kept him alive for a little bit longer. Either way, Coast still leading this game. 3,000 gold, almost a lead. And now, where are they going? They're going to try and catch out Haunter here, who's actually recalling in the middle of the lane. It's going to be up to Sheep to land the CS, and he tries to jump away, and there we see the chains coming in. Haunter's going to go down from this one. It's Mash that actually picks up the kill. There is the hook as well, on towards Heaventime. Is he going to get away? Mash going a little bit too close, gets slowed down, but there's no binding just yet. There'll be a 1-for-0.
So managed to pick up at least one kill. Again, denies some farm here on Haunter, and it was a big issue for them up in this top lane. Haunter actually won against Rox in his one-on-one. Just see one more time here. Denies the jump with the play. Beautiful play by Sheep. Overall, his fresh play has been brilliant so far.
Looking real good. And so there, the culling coming out. Mash just finishing that one off. Leaves him at 1-0-3. Finally picking up the kills as Coast here. Trying to steal away the blue buff. Will steal it as well. It goes over to Golden Glue. So nice little pickup when we heard from Chaox in that little interview. He said, we'd like to time blue. We'd like to deny that from them. Doing it this time around.
So the few minutes they had between the games here to actually talk about things, I'm sure he's been telling them, you know what, we need to step it up here, and they're definitely doing a very good job in this game. Also controlling the Dragon, they picked up the Dragons, got the objective goal. Really been putting a lot of pressure here. Backfired a little bit, especially because they gave up some kills over to LoLPro and maybe went a little bit too aggressive, but also, of course, very nice play by Lord on Nidalee.
Coast probably getting to that point now, approaching 20 minutes where they're thinking, we should be fighting now. We need to push this advantage forward. On the other side, though, LoLPro probably just going to try and kite away from do as much damage as they can. Land a few spears as Golden Glue goes it up towards Heaventime, and he's going to die. It's actually Rux that gets it in the end as he was kicked away. And now Coast may be able to get in onto this inner turret. We'll see if they can hold them off with this next minion wave coming down.
Golden Glue is really using this DFG on LeBlanc to just constantly pick out targets, either kill them or get them so low they have to back so they can now go toward the tower. And one thing we didn't actually talk about in Champ Select is when you look on the side of LoLPro, when you have Nidalee, you don't have much wave clear. Kog'Maw himself, he won't be able to instant clear waves either, so it means Coast, whenever they get a kill, whenever they get someone low, can easily come down to the tower with the minion wave and get a lot of damage, or the tower, because LoLPro won't be able to clear it out fast enough. They actually had the same issue in the last game where they also played with Nidalee.
Looks like LoLPro here going to go for that top turret. And actually Rook's already recalling from this one and does have home guards as well, so he's going to be powering on back to that inner tower. Try and stop that one from going down as Mash going to go forward here towards Low, actually throwing the culling out, and he's going to try and dodge away, but Golden Glue coming in flash from Low over onto the guns. A big heal from Nidalee as well, and look at this, they're trying to put down kills here, trying to chase in onto him. Here's Golden Glue, going to take that down Haunter. It's another one, his fourth of the game, and they're going to keep chasing.
Nice.
There is Mash coming in with a lantern. Here is Golden Glue again from the side. He's going to chain up low. The hook coming in. Not going to matter here as the plays come round. Hunt Stomp goes down. Low's going to die as well. And this is some nice kills coming the way of Coast.
Very, very nice chase from Coast first. They took the mid tower here. They saw multiple members from LoLPro on this top side of the map because Jax was pushing it down. They rotated to the top lane. Coast was like, okay, we're just gonna follow you. Managed to get the fight here. First kill, or first flash come in actually from low, and they could just chase the in from Coast with, of course, Golden Glue and Sheep being the two members catching on targets, or catching targets.
So, more items coming in then as well after that one. Void Staff picked up by Golden Glue. Well, that was a couple of minutes ago, just before that fight. Got a blasting one now as well. Of course, Mash starting off with the Bloodthirster. Forget my words out. We'll be moving up towards the Trinity Force as well. And of course, for Rook, some Fire Cape added in after that Tiamat start. He's currently 5-1-2, having a big game from this top lane.
And Dragon up here in about 25 seconds. Coast already staying around it. They have the pink ward to deny vision from LoLPro, of course. And now just waiting around this area here. Because the outer turrets are gone, they can move into the jungle of LoLPro very easily, very safely. And just put up some wards and wait. And every time you might be dead.
Oh, yeah. All we need to say. All we need to say. DFG going to be thrown out there by Golden Glue. And not good news inside of your own jungle. Actually, Golden Glue stood on top of a ward here, which could be a bit more of a problem for him, but not going to hang around. Dragon, as you mentioned before, comes up. Lantern will bring Mash into the fray, and they're going to finish that one off without any interference from LoLPro. They've got a big gold lead now.
And they got very, very good wards on the map. We just mentioned it before here how they can move in the jungle, put down all these wards here, and just spot people for LoLPro moving around. So unless LoLPro stays together as a group, they can always be just caught out of position. And it's what Coast's been doing. Issue for LoLPro is they still want to farm. They're not even close to the late game point here. So if they stay as a group, it's going to be even easier for Coast to just pick teammates. And now who's done with it?
Oh, is he? Yes, he is. Rampage coming out there from Golden Glue. And the surprise is not going to be much of a surprise. Can't keep up with him. And Golden Glue makes it 6-1-4 now. And just showing that LoLPro can't really venture into their own jungle anymore.
No, not at all. They can't even push out the lanes because, again, Coast can just move them. Now you got me saying cursed. Damn you, Joe.
There's a pink ward taken out. Much to the delight of everyone. Heaven Time going to try and get some vision control back. Coast actually sat around the Baron area. Possibly just trying to bait them in at this point. They don't have Golden Glue with them, so waiting out for what is a very Fed LeBlanc would be rather beneficial, I think. Maybe a bit of an understatement. As a ward cleared out, or not quite cleared out, 2 auto attacks coming in. So LoLPro do have vision down there on that front side, and as I say, that's taken away as well. Coast again looking for the kills, and Hudstomp again will be caught out. Not quite the damage to finish off this time around though, and Hudstomp can think himself lucky for not going down there.
Golden Glue, he didn't manage to proc the second Q there because he missed his E, but there's nobody from LoLPro to defend this tower here. Now Hook.
Heaven Time gonna be hooked into it. We do see the culling coming through. Rook's actually got his ultimate running in this one. It's quite a lot of damage that he's taking underneath that tower as well. Inhibitor itself did take a good bit of damage. Max range binding. There's a spear going in. Golden Glue though going to take down Morgana. There's a lot of damage from Mash coming as well. Will LoLPro chase this one out? Not sure that they really can, but we can see this Jax getting stronger and stronger now. Got himself that Blade of the Ruined King. Giant's Belt in there as well. Kog'Maw also doing good amounts of damage. Hudstomp with the Trinity Force, and also got the Cutlass in there as well. So starting to do a bit more damage back to Coast.
And everything started with Coast actually staying around Baron here, setting up some wards, maybe baiting LoLPro to try and face check them, and then he just went straight for this mid lane here because Golden Glue went aggressive onto Hudstomp. Nobody from LoLPro was there to defend it, but teleport in, and once Coast actually decided to go aggressive, they caught them with the first binding. Rox was standing with his ulti, and then the second binding from low meant the kill, but still they trade 1 for 1 because Golden Glue is so strong. He could just go in and instantly kill low.
More wards being swept away, pink ward as well for LoLPro, so they're trying to get some vision back over by the Baron. Starting with those 2 pink wards, one on the corner, one by the pit itself. Are they going to start things out? They need to be careful still LeBlanc will be joining back in on the party. 7-1-4 for Golden Glue at this point. Got himself the Rabadon's Death Cap now added into that Void Staff and the Deathfire Grasp from earlier.
Nice little detail from LoLPro here when it comes to the wards around Baron. They put one in the Baron pit, and they put one just outside around the corner here. So it means if you put your pink ward inside the Baron pit, you're going to see one of the wards, but you're not going to see the second one. It could actually mean, if Coast decides to start a still fairly early Baron, LoLPro will know and can come in and try and kill them and maybe turn the whole game around.
Oh, Heaven Time going to be focused there. See though, Lord's Heals, definitely a big player in this one. There is the pink ward down, and there is exactly that ward that you were talking about on the outside. So they've got vision. Golden Glue's going to go to Heaven Time. He's dead. Not going to get away from that one. And that is your smite gone. That makes his Baron now a lot safer for Coast. Rook's going to get that ultimate up and running as they go in, trying to get on towards Hunts. A big spear on towards Sheep, but they've not got the follow-up damage for it. Mash coming through, he takes a spear as well, and they've managed to keep Coast away from the Baron.
Very, very hard. Even though your jungler is dead, you can still poke with Nidalee here. You can poke with everything you have, and it's very hard for Coast to actually take the Baron this early on without taking some damage. So as long as they have some wards in there, I can at least see them started. They can always move in, poke from the side of LoLPro, and force Coast away, even though they had to give up the jungler's life.
No DFG there for Golden Glue, meant no kill onto Lod. Taunter is going to wait. Is he going to dive over for Mash? No, he's not. Just waiting for him to get away so he can get a bit more farm. 185 CS he's currently sat on. Not all the workings of that Randuin's. That'll be finished off probably on his next journey home from this.
Both top laners here, I mean, looking at last game, it was Rocks on Jax. He had issues early on. He was shut down. He had to build Blade, Phage, and then go tank, because he couldn't go straight for 24s. He would be too squishy in these team fights. This time around, Taunter now on Jax, being behind. He has to do the exact same thing, delaying his 24s, building some tankiness. It's very, very smart, so he can actually be joining in for these fights and won't just jump in and die instantly. I mean, Golden Glue would just pop him. Should get some magic resist next, other than just his boots. Otherwise, yeah, Golden Glue can see him as a very easy target.
Pretty much the same story for everyone, though. I think is the real problem here for LoLPro. We see them again setting up a bit of a trap, and I think realizing they're not actually going to get that one as Mash waits for Dragon. Still got 30 seconds, though, until that actually comes into play, so not readily available for them. Also, should take a look at the overall picture. We're almost 30 minutes into this game, and a very solid lead for Coast. But will it be enough of a lead as this game goes later?
Only time will tell. I mean, they're focused on trying to get the Baron here instead of actually using their very, very strong LeBlanc to spread out in multiple lanes and just push multiple lanes down. And if LoLPro tries to do anything against any of the split pushes, Golden will just move out, one-shot a target. Instead, they've been focusing around Baron for the last few minutes, and it's actually buying time for LoLPro, and they're doing the exact same thing once again with the wards. So they know they have one inside and one outside. We've required 2 pink wards now from Coast to clip them, or of course the sweeping lens. However, because Coast is so focused on this Baron here, they're giving time to LoLPro to farm, and they have been using it. I mean, look, Hootstomp just completed his 24 Blazerdruin King, so while he's slowly building up, he's at least building up here. We do actually see Coast now just abandoning the Baron and deciding to do the split push, so I like this move from them.
Oh, Hootstomp might be in a little bit of trouble. There's a ward over right on top of Golden Glue, but this turret now needs to be dealt with as Heaven Time going to be focused on, taking a lot of damage as the culling comes through. They need to hit the tower. They will finish that one off. Not going to be able to push through further, though, on towards the inhibitor. More damage coming out as the binding flashes by the rest of the Coast team, and there is a jump in again from Golden Glue, using the double with his ultimate, but wasn't able to pick up another kill. But they've got that inhibitor turret down now.
It's a very big deal for Coast. It means if Golden Glue picks up a target by himself, he can move down towards the inhibitor and force LoLPro to send people back to defend the mid lane, and then opens up simply for the 2 side lanes where the rest of Coast can then just push in, pick up a tower, open some more inhibitors for them.
Monster.
Well, yeah.
Not much to say about that one. That's without the Deathfire Grasp as well.
And this is why you don't care about Baron, because you're so strong. I mean, just split it on the map, get kills left and right. I mean, Golden Glue have been doing it pretty much the entire game. Now the rest of the team can just go down, punish LoLPro, take a tower, take an inhibitor, or go 4 members up to Baron now, and just leave Golden Glue to jump around by himself.
Oh, actually jumping away from this one. Did catch the spear from Lod. Will decide to back away. Going to be some more ward clearing going on from Coast's side there, up by Baron. Swapstorm trying his best to get things farming. He got himself a pickaxe now added in. See whether he goes up towards that last Whisper next. And a big spear onto Santorin as well. He'll still yet to die across both of these games.
Bit of a passive role for Santorin. I mean, he's not exactly a jungler, at least not in these games, to just jump in your face, setting up kills all the time, or being the guy to tank for everyone else. I mean, he's playing this Elise very passive, and he's just looking to land cocoons, and once he lands one, he goes in, does some damage, backs away here. And it's been working for him. I mean, okay, this game's only been part of a few kills, but you're dead.
Oh, that's a lot of damage, actually getting a big heal off there as well, but the Baron was already started here by Coast. They've got vision, that ward will be timing out soon. There comes the TP, they've actually brought themselves away. Is Heaven Tide going to go down? They do get one back though with Jax. Haunter, however, is all alone as he pops that Randuin. Is he going to be able to back away? Yes, he will. Leap strike to the rest of his team. That leaves them in a 1-for-1, but the jungler down for LoLPro here.
Once again, they trade 1-for-1. The jungler goes down, but LoLPro, they manage to stop the Baron again. They buy more time where they can farm up here. Coast, they keep going for this Baron here, and LoLPro, because they keep putting a ward just outside the Baron pit, they have vision. This time around though, we did see a Hunter teleport to the ward, so Sheep should know. Next time he puts down the pink, he needs to sweep the lens as well, just make sure there isn't a ward just around the corner.
Check the inside and the outside of that pit, and something that LoLPro have done really well of so far, making sure that they keep vision. However, Coast decide to place that pink ward there, and we can see again they're already up on the Baron pit, getting more vision away from Coast side of things. Coast themselves going a little bit more back into farming mode as he Rook's going down bottom. TP available to him, and knowing that Haunter used his TP for that last Baron actually has the advantage there.
It could really open up if Coast wants to go split pushing once again. He's in the bottom lane now. Rest of the members just go down towards the mid lane. Golden Duo look for a target. If Haunter joins Rox in his bottom lane, he won't be able to join for a team fight. Or the Baron, if Coast then rotates after picking a kill to the Baron, Rox joins in. 5 members, easy Baron for Coast here. They're just pushing up. Just keep an eye on Golden Blue. I mean, he's the guy who's going to look for the kill.
Right, and dive in there onto one of them, and could be anyone as well with that Deathfire Graph. Certainly got the ability to pop every single man on the map there as the binding comes through, doesn't quite land. Golden Blue continuing to keep that vision war on the side of Coast. That's really not exactly super healthy here. They need to be a little bit careful. They managed to catch out Hot Stomp though. They're going to focus straight in. He will actually flash away from it, and they turn around the damage onto Santorin. He takes the Lantern away to safety. Rooks did walk up from that bottom lane as well. You've got minions coming in now, so LoLPro going to be faced with a choice.
And they force the flash from Hootstomp here. Also the barrier is on cooldown. Golden Blue, it's a very easy target for him if he gets close to him.
Oh. Him going very low, but needing the final hit. There we go. Oh, spear comes through, but the Spiderlings saving Santorin's life. Still yet to die throughout this game, and they're going to back away now on towards the Baron area. Still a few wards down there from LoLPro, so they're not going to be completely blind.
They will have super minions pushing down the mid lane now. Teleport from Hunter is still not up yet. Should be up though for when it actually becomes relevant, and he can then stay in this bottom lane or the mid lane to clear the waves, while the rest of LoLPro can try and move a more safe way through their own blue buff towards this Dragon pit, or Baron pit here. For now, they're actually just pushing up this mid lane because Coast took all the way up to the blue buff and all the way up to the top lane, so they're not even in position to try and defend.
Nowhere near in position to defend this one.
No minions though, so...
Yeah, one single is not going to really help them out there, and they back away. Not really getting too much damage. I think 1 or maybe 2 auto attacks it was that came in there in the end. We've also seen a couple more items coming out. Locket of the Iron Solari finished for Elise. We've got Quicksilver Sash as well for Mash, so really feeling a little bit more confident to avoid that CC, and obviously they do have the Mikhail's Crucible as well with a support, so kind of double get you out of jail cards there for Coast.
Same wards this time around though. Actually not spotted yet, but now Coast are pinging on the ward placement, so they know this time around where the wards are going to be around this Baron, so they can now clear them fully and therefore take the Baron or start the Baron without any vision. You actually see ping ward is right on the spot, making sure we can see everything now.
Are they going to kick it off? They've just taken themselves the Dragon, and they are in a commanding lead. If you look at the gold as well, really, really big lead for Coast. And again, they're going to back away on towards the Baron area.
One ward here is spotting them, at least going towards the Baron, so they know it started. Can now move up here. No teleport on Hunter yet though, not sure why he was staying in bot lane.
I was going to say he's miles away from that one. Kog'Maw's not anywhere near it really either, and they're going to hook him. Oh, that's an easy kill for them. That's probably going to cost them this Baron in the end, and we can see already that they've started to back away from this one of LoLPro. So a couple of spears coming through from Nidalee, but a 5 versus 4 fight is not what they want. And it's Coast that take the first Baron of the game.
So finally they managed to clear all the wards around it, and also because Hansa was in his bottom lane without teleport. I said earlier, teleport should be ready before it became relevant. I was wrong, it was actually not ready yet, and he was in this bottom lane farming, so Coast with a very quick decision, straight for the Baron, and just managed to pick up a kill as well. Now they can push down towards the second inhibitor.
Which you always have to wonder, your teleport's not, why are you in the bottom lane? When Coast have obviously been showing attention over towards that Baron, as we are going to see Golden Glue going in again. It's going to force them to back off it, and that gives them the inhibitory and the inhibitor now finished off. But Stomp actually doing good amounts of damage from the side. We see Haunter going to get his counter-strike. Oh, he will dive in there, but not really the damage to finish off. There's a repel. He's going to come right back down on top of him. Takes the Lantern though, and Mash doing great damage back. Time has to flash away. Haunter in the middle of them. Surely he will be finished off. Mash gets one onto Time. Santorin going to go low, but still not finished off. Super Minions are in the base, are on the Nexus turrets already. LoLPro have to look at this one. I don't think they can do it. They've got 3 men down. Nexus turret's going to be finished off. Lord and Hunstop trying to hold on to it. Sheep will fall there. Will they go around the backside? There's Golden Glue getting another one. Are they going to go for Lord, or will they focus down the turret and the Nexus? It's Golden Glue that gets the double in the end. Nexus goes down, and Coast going to pick up the 2-0 victory.
So it didn't take 20 minutes like Derek said. However, they picked a very strong early mid-game comp here, and they really used it well. They got far ahead. Golden Glue just kept picking up targets left and right here. Rox was very, very strong on Renekton as well, and just managed to get the lead here. But while this used some time around this Baron here, because there constantly was a ward on them to see they actually started, so they took a lot of poke from it. It bought some time for LoLPro, but not enough here, and Coast was simply too strong.
And really incredible play from them. We saw in that last game holding on for so long. LoLPro pushing down on the inhibitors. They managed to hold it out, win a fight, get Baron, win the game. In this one, going for that more early game-based composition, and Golden Glue have to take your hat off to him. 12-1-6 he finishes there by the end, and not really anyone was safe from him.
It was just a perfect setup for him because they got all these outer turrets down so early. So he just went into the jungle with his support, with the rest of his team, warded everything, and then he just stood there and he just waited. Often it was Heaven time, poor guy, moving in, face-checking him, and he just died again and again. There's nothing he could do because his entire jungle was warded up. And we talked about how LoLPro, they couldn't just group up early because they needed time to ramp up. Jax, of course, needs a lot of time here. Hoostop needed to farm even more to get into his late game point as well. So they couldn't group up early and start fighting. They had to just stay and farm, and it was so risky for them. And therefore, Golden Glue could just take kills left and right.
And Hansa just couldn't get going in that one. Completely shut down out of the game. We actually saw him in game number 1. Honestly, was pretty fantastic. Had a really strong game. Went for the Jax this time around, obviously fitting more into what LoLPro were going for here with a comp. But
he swapped plays with Rox, pretty much.
Pretty much.
I mean, shut down early, had to go for some tankiness, couldn't become the split-pushing monster, had to just try and farm up, and it was just too late. Rox instead, he got to the 62-minute point at like 6 items and was a monster on Jax. In the end, not in the start or mid of the game.
And how do you hold off a team like that where you've got the LeBlanc who's picking you off constantly inside your own jungle? There were 2, 3, 4 kills maybe where people were just walking through round about the red buff mostly. I mean, how do you stop a LeBlanc like that?
Well, the thing is, once you hit this point, there's pretty much nothing you can do other than sit in your own base and just try and hold them off Baron as long as possible. Because once LeBlanc gets going, and they have this very strong early combat, and you lose all your outer turrets, so you lose all the vision control on the map. It's just very hard to do anything, so you need to make sure you don't give LeBlanc the kills early on. I know it's easy to say here, I mean, but it's basically the thing. I mean, you can't fall this far behind against the LeBlanc and then open up the map like they did. They tried to just deny around the Baron here. Wasn't enough.
Well, fantastic 2-0 win there for Coast. We're going to send it over to Shox, who's on the stage with the victorious Golden Glue and Mash from Team Coast. Take it away, Shox.
Thank you very much, Joe. And indeed, joined here by Golden Glue and Mash. rightful applause after that victory for you guys. Mash, take me through game one because it seemed like you guys took a little time to get started in the game.
At the beginning, we didn't get any blues for our zigs, so the game became very troublesome. But I said to our team that we can still win, and just gotta keep going through it all the time. And we just stuck it all the way.
You absolutely did, and Golden Glue, you didn't have the best time in that game one in the mid lane versus Nidalee.
No, I did not. I got denied blue buff multiple times, and I basically just got shoved on over and over and just like stayed in the base and just pressed Q. It was pretty boring.
But you guys did make it, and especially you had a great showing on LeBlanc in game two. Tell us a little bit about how you mediated going into game two and, well, putting through that early game aggression.
Well, we knew their spirits were going to be crushed from game one because they nearly took our base and they lost. So we picked an early game comp just to dominate them in the early game, and it worked out.
Well, Kaok said in the interview, well, they didn't listen to me. Normally they play fast and then we push through. Did you listen to the almighty Kaok then, or did you just come up with it yourself?
I always try to take it like his opinion, and I try to mix it with our team's opinions. So that's how we do our picks and bans. Sometimes it doesn't feel right, but it's always good to listen to everybody's opinions. But yeah, always try to listen to Kaok's.
Take the best of both worlds. Now, final question, of course. This is a next step into getting into the LCS for your team. How big do you think your chances are? If you look at the challenger scene right now, how good are you?
I think we have the best chance out of any challenger team to make it into the LCS. And I think if we just keep practicing and playing how we are, we will get into the LCS.
Mash, how big is the hunger to get back in there?
I don't know, it's still a big step because we're still a new team. We only played a total of 3 days with Santorin, so I think we have a lot to work on, but I think we definitely have the chance.
Absolutely great showing from you guys. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
And as for us, we're going to take a closer look at that last game together at the analyst desk with D-Man and Trevor.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And I think we just saw Golden Glue talk about pretty much what we wanted to start off with, and that was the pick and ban phase. And we were talking about it. LoL Pro basically went all late game, and as we just saw Golden Glue say, we went early game, and basically it worked out.
Yeah, it really did. When you look at LoL Pro's composition, they really had a collection of champions that needed a lot of time to scale. Nidalee needs items. It's a mid-game power spike. Jax, late game. Kog'Maw, late game. But there was not enough protection. Lee Sin's got one kickback. Morgana can maybe stun some people. And whenever you've got these late scaling champions, you need heal, you need protection, like a Thresh, like a Zarya, even like a Nami, just to disengage and buy time for your team to actually get ahead. All of the champions on the side of Coast, early game, lots of damage, and they could dash and dive. Renekton, Elise, LeBlanc, they could move all over the map, and they did.
And speaking about that damage, of course, we harped on about Golden Glue, how he didn't really have any impact in the start of the game. In game one, absolutely had impact in this game. Played a fantastic LeBlanc, probably the best we've seen Golden Glue play.
Yeah, that is actually, in my mind, the strongest performance you've seen him play, and that's taking into account his games in the LCS. One of the highlights we want to pull up onto your screen right now is just how Coast were forcing objectives very early on. Their composition needed to get objectives, needed to get ahead, and needed to stay ahead. Keep your eyes on how quickly Hood Stomp is going to get blown up in a moment or two. As we roll this clip out, you can see that Golden Glue is already roaming. He's coming in from the sideline, it's low, sorry, and he's going to jump in, get a lot of damage down. The problem that Coast had is they overcommitted several times for these objectives. And even though they're trading somewhat evenly, 1 for 1, 1 for 2 in certain fights, their team comp had to make those plays. Their team comp had to get the towers and had to push. If they had been maybe a little more aware of the response from opponents, they could have got out cleaner. But nevertheless, they got the tower, they got the kills, and they kept doing that for the rest of the game.
And that was also one of the problems LoL Pro had, is they overcommitted a few too many times, which is where they got caught out, really.
Yeah, it is. And this is actually the second replay that we're going to pull up onto your screen. LoL Pro were under pressure. They needed to make plays, or they felt like they needed to pull themselves back in the game. If you roll this clip out, what you're really going to see is just how little protection LoL Pro has for their carries. LoL gets forced away. You'll notice that Lod is on the full retreat. Hood Stomp in a moment or two. He's on retreat, but there's nothing to protect them. There's nothing to stop the members of Coast just chasing them down. And Coast are going to run literally halfway across the map and continue putting pressure. Lod's going to get chased around from the side. Hood Stomp gets blown up. And this is the problem that LoL Pro had in their team comp. No protection for the carries, and of course, they fell behind early, which allowed Coast to make these plays happen.
And just so much chase for Coast. So Coast are victorious. Another 2-0 for the Challenger Series. What do we see going forward? Are they going to continue to go through? Obviously, they're going to be trying to challenge the LCS teams eventually. in the next split.
Something that we kept talking about during this series was just how the individual ability was actually very high. There were some really good moments from a lot of players involved. Sheep got his strongest champion in Thresh and landed some phenomenal hooks. There is still some work that can be done if these teams want to challenge the LCS squads, but it's definitely very exciting. First Challenger Series of Summer locked in, and we'll see who's going to go to the playoffs later in the year.
Yeah, some definite skill play on show there. That, of course, wraps up the North American Challenger Finals. Congratulations again to Team Coast for taking the series in 2 wins. And a special thank you to our friends at Coca-Cola, of course, as well for sponsoring that event. Right now, though, we have to take a very short break, but when we return, the European LCS will kick off its second day of games here in London, as Roccat will be taking on Gambit Gaming right after this.
Extra dope. I mean, this is just for fun, dude. We made it to the finals. We made it to London. Like, do your best. Like, whatever. It is what it is, man.
That will actually end them in a 1-for-1. It's Lod as well that gets the kill, so both the mid laners getting killed. Oh my God. Spear. The hook coming in. Not going to matter here as the plays come around. Hunt stuff goes down. Low's going to die as well. And Mash doing great damage back. Heaven Time has to flash away. Haunter in the middle of them. Surely he will be finished off. Mash gets one onto Heaven Time. Santorin going to go low.
It has been a while since I've been in such a huge crowd.
The crowd is obviously amazing.
Show me what you got.
Impala going in though. That's a good tidal wave coming in, but it's 2 coming out now. Make that 3 for Mima.
We're playing in London, so if we don't win, like, we're not eating.
Overpower actually catching Kevin here, waiting for those cooldowns to come back. Oh, there's the dive in.
I've never been to a place where the fans are so enthusiastic about the players.
Wembley Arena is huge. The crowd was amazing so far. It's really nice.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for day 2 of the European League of Legends Championship Series, coming to you live from London, England. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and alongside me is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and we are here to bring you 4 more games from the SSC Arena at Wembley.
Yeah, and I have to say that as impressive as this venue is, the crowd out there just blew me away yesterday, and I'm sure we're in for more excitement from them as our teams do battle today.
But before we get into today's matches, let's take a quick look at the LCS big play that had you guys fired up on Twitter yesterday. This one comes in from the Super Hot Crew versus Copenhagen Wolves match and features some aquatic acrobatics courtesy of Yero's Nami. It came in from Kanias at lol_lol, whatever you'd like to call him. He said the perfect tidal wave from Yero to defend the inhib and single-handedly win that team fight for Super Hot Crew. This was your most talked about play.
Impala going in though. Impala going more towards the front. He wants the Cataclysm down. That's a good tidal wave coming in. And Mima absolutely crapping on them from the back. We'll see the Destiny use. Are they going to be able to finish off? Kauton dodges a bit of damage, but it's 2 coming out now. Make that 3 for Mima.
What more can I say? I
think Joe said it all.
Absolutely did. Anyways, guys, remember you can always send your big plays our way on Twitter at LOL Esports. Use that hashtag LCS Big Plays.
Now, as we begin our final day of the Week 5, let's see where the teams currently stand. At the top of the table, it is Alliance. They are sitting pretty right now with 9 wins and 2 losses. And behind them are SK Gaming at 7 wins and 4 losses.
Yeah, the rest of the table is full of ties, starting with 3 teams tied for 3rd, as Fnatic, Millennium, and the Super Hot Crew all have 6 wins and 5 losses.
If you need more information about the schedule, the teams, the players, head over to lolesports.com where you can find all of that and much more.
Yeah, you can track how the teams are performing on the road to the Summoners Cup. You can even vote on today's matches. Just visit the schedule and give a thumbs up to the team that you think will win. We will be checking in before each game to see how all of you guys voted.
And to find out how you can join us back in our Cologne studio to watch us live for the LCS, just click on the tickets link at the top of the page. And turning from seats to tweets, we'd like you guys on Twitter, no matter where you are, to let us know. Which position in the European LCS do you think has the deepest talent pool and why?
This was a tough question to answer, but I think it's mid lane and AD carry. Because it doesn't matter how many good mid laners and ADCs we generate, there's always someone else that can challenge the top guys. So just like yesterday, anyone who has their tweets shown on the air today will receive a skin code for Primetime Draven. So be sure to send your answers to us at LOL Esports and use that hashtag LCS. We'll check out your responses and read some of them on air later today.
Well, since we are here in London, it seems only fitting that we talk to 2 British players on the teams. So let's send it over to my fellow Englishman, Joe Miller, who is standing by with Freddie and Impala.
Thank you very much, guys, and welcome to the even more English corner here at Wembley Arena. First of all, Freddie, if I had told you 2 years ago that you were going to be playing at the Wembley Arena in front of an awesome crowd like this, would you have laughed at me?
I never expected to play on a stage like this, especially at Wembley, especially in England, in front of such a big crowd. So yeah, I'm kind of shocked.
And definitely an amazing audience that we got in here. Impala, I want to ask you a little bit more about Super Hot Crew because, of course, you've got another Brit on the team for this week only. how's Yero doing? How does his style fit in with the Super Hot crew?
Yero's doing amazing. Honestly, he came here really nervous, but as soon as the crowd got behind him, he's now performing really well, and he's going to kick SK's ass later today.
So guys, you kind of set me up for that one now. So Freddie, you're going to be taking on the Super Hot crew and, of course, Impaler later on. It's all about British pride here. Any words for the Super Hot crew before we get into it?
Well, I was the first British player in LCS, so I'm going to have to crush Impaler. And we have something to prove after our game against Alliance yesterday because I went horribly. So, yeah, we're looking for revenge.
Any final words then, Impaler? You got to give him something back now, right?
I don't know. We've got something special planned, and he's really going to feel it later on.
Well, we'll find out in a little while. Super Hot crew versus SK Gaming will be coming up in our second match of the day. Thank you very much, guys. And we're going to send it back over to Demon and Quickshot to get the games underway.
Thank you very much, Joe. I think technically Snoopy was the first British player.
Is Scotland part of Britain?
We try not to think so. Let's get into the first LCS match, guys. Over to Roccat and Gambit. Roccat have already beaten Gambit, but that was all the way back in day one of the summer split, and until last week, it was their only victory. However, last week, of course, Roccat managed to pick up 2 wins. One of them was by forfeit, the other was by convincingly beating Super Hot crew. Rockat's coach Veggie is now staying in the gaming house with the team, and it appears to have helped. Yesterday, Roccat took down Millennium in a fairly one-sided game, and while it was slow, it resulted in Roccat securing a much-needed win.
Yeah, so in yesterday's game against Millennium, Roccat really took their time to finish that game. They were led by Overpower on LeBlanc and Celiva on Corky, and together they kept destroying Millennium in the very few fights that did happen. But it took a super long time to really force objectives. That was Rocket's main problem. Even though they did secure the win, it was far from being convincing, as it seemed like a very difficult game to close out. 5 Dragons, 3 Barons, a 47-minute game. Roccat need to be much more decisive if they plan on beating anyone else in the league.
Well, so far this season, Gambit have struggled to find any sort of steady form, and unfortunately, the team was controlled by Fnatic yesterday. Gambit struggled against the coordinated invades, actually, a map-based play from Fnatic yesterday, and while Nick landed some fantastic spears on Nidalee, it wasn't quite enough.
No, it really wasn't. I felt Gambit had a little bit of a weird team composition that in my mind struggled to find a lot of natural synergy. I'd like to see them picking something a little more fluid in their composition today, and they should look to punish Rockat's indecisive play style if the game runs long. But I do want to say that Gambit actually really surprised me because they made Fnatic work very hard to close the game out. It was only their early game that will need to be better to really make this game work against Roccat.
Possibly the youngest looking Gambit side I've seen as well, that's for sure. So, we're going to get the starting lineups on your screens. It is blue side for Roccat today. Zazas will be in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower is the mid lane, Celiva the AD carry, and Vander on support.
And on the red side, it is Gambit with Cabochard in the top lane, Lolex in the jungle, Nick playing mid, Fury in AD carry, and Hiva playing the support role.
Well, before we hit the rift, let's take a look at the voting from LOLesports.com, where it looks like 55% of you actually think Gambit will win this game.
50-50 game. Roccat have been somewhat questionable in recent weeks, and Gambit, you know, they put up a decent mid to late game effort against Fnatic yesterday, so we'll see how this match plays out. I definitely think the jungle role is going to be very important for both of these teams. Lolex's Evelyn was good once he got going, but it took him a little while to get going yesterday.
Well, as we mentioned yesterday as well, the pressure is very much on Roccat because Gambit, last time they had to use substitutes, they went 1-on-1. Yeah. So it's possible they could take down Roccat. Roccat have been shaky themselves. Champ Select will be getting underway in a moment. What are we expecting from these guys? Of course, we saw Nick had to secure that Nidalee yesterday.
I also think, besides the Nidalee and the jungle focus, is that Lolex is a Lee Sin main. He's got hundreds and hundreds of games played in Challenger with Lee Sin as a champion. And yes, Jankos can play Lee Sin, but I do think he's slightly more effective on other champions. His Lee Sin is Evelyn at a higher tier. So for Roccat, I think it could be a very strategic game to ban out a jungler like Lee Sin, take that away from Gambit, see if they reply with an Evelyn or an Elise. And if Gambit focus on those jungle bans, it allows Overpower to maybe get his hands on Ziggs. That's another big, very important champion for Roccat, and is very effective in them when they've picked up wins in the past.
I was also interested to see how the AD carry works out, because Sullivan's generally very picky about which AD carry he plays. Here we go, picks and bans underway for the first LCS game of the day. Aurelia being taken away from Cabochard. I believe that was also banned away from him yesterday by Fnatic. Second ban is Kassadin, red side ban, standard ban there. Honestly, nothing surprisingly coming out there. Ziggs being taken away from Nick.
That does surprise me. That makes me think Rocket have got something else that they want to pick as a first pick champion, and they don't want to run the risk of losing that Ziggs away. Overpower is still one of my favorite Ziggs players, probably just behind Kerp, I think, at the moment. But unfortunately, not going to see it. No focus on those jungle champions lane. Yeah, Lisa and Elise, Evelyn are still up and available if Jankos or Lolex want to play it, and we do know they play all three of those.
Top lane focus at the moment with that. Jack's gone. Kale still out there as well from a ban. There is the Lee Sin ban that's going to get taken away from Lolex. Will Kale get banned out? Or I think if it sneaks through, it's going to get first pick by Rocket.
Oh, it's a consideration. The problem is then, what do they lose in reply? If they do go for the likes of a first pick Kale, they run the risk of losing the likes of Thresh, losing the likes of the premier jungler that's left open. In my head, I think Elise or Evelyn maybe is a ban, and then the alternative first pick, but there's still two junglers available.
Well, they go for Braum. Not something we've seen Vander playing. He's a big Thresh player. What will they go with? Zazas on your screen now is the man to make the choice for his team. Big discussion over this one. They know there's a lot available.
Yeah, Rocket as a team have also put a lot of emphasis in the past in like first picking and early picking AD carries because of how reliant Celaver is in specific champions. At the beginning of the split and the end of last split, we've seen target bans towards Celaver and Rocket to put him on an uncomfortable champion. But yesterday, he played very, very well with Corki. He had a good performance. I believe he went unkilled 9-0-3 if memory serves. So Celaver's going to have that in his back pocket. We also know Rocket as a team to run that Lulu top lane. Zazas has run Lulu top lane a number of times and is continuing to do so. It is a trend that is slowly dwindling away, but we do still see it, and I think maybe a little more in Europe than most other regions, comparatively speaking.
Well, Evelyn or Elise, Jankos will be certainly comfortable. It's down to Lolex to make the choice which way is going to force his hand. Evelyn currently being hovered over and obviously discussing what is available. Do you think there's the likes of Twitch out there? Lucian would be the focused one for Celaver. That's his favorite AD carry.
I'm happy you bring Twitch up because Twitch is a champion that Rocket have banned. In the first 6 games that they played at the Summer Split, they banned Twitch away regardless of which side they were on. And considering how popular and how prevalent Twitch was in the opening of the Summer Split rather, it was a strategy that was interesting to see. So Twitch definitely not going to be on the cards for Gambit. And if Celaver locks it in, it will be a surprise pick because as a team, Rocket have not necessarily shown much interest in that particular direction.
I'm just noticing how serious Rocket are in picks and bans. Normally we see them joking around at this stage. You know, Jankos was all laughing away. But there was a lot of focus on their faces. I know they've got a lot to lose, but they are trying to work their way back up that table, and they've actually been handed quite a few opportunities by the fact that everybody's beating everybody else, and they're quietly going away their win. They actually have the highest win streak in the LCS right now, which is 3 wins.
3 games on the trot. They're climbing their way back up the ladder just a little bit, and it's something that Rocket may want to continue doing. They don't want to lose the momentum that they've built up, regardless of the fact that it's 2 wins and that forfeit victory. You have predicted and talked about the Kale pick. It is something that is very, very effective at this level of play. And what I like about Rocket's composition is they have got 2, in case of emergency, press R, save teammate buttons. You've got Lulu that can save teammates, you've got Kale that will save teammates, you've even got Thresh that in the right positioning can pull somebody out of a bad position. So whatever Celaver wants to lock in terms of his AD carry, he could go something risky like Twitch. He's got save buttons. I'd like to see some more protection from Gambit. They've got a Cogmore built in, so late game scaling is going to be very effective. And also, whatever Gambit want to run in this top lane, are they going to go with a Shyvana? Do they want to run a Trundle? You know, buy some time, mitigate and slow down the rest of the enemies, or are they going to go aggressive? I mean, there's a number of options they can go for.
Looks like aggression will be the choice. It's going to be Aatrox in that top lane, and Hiva, who played Zyra yesterday, worked out pretty well, held out, stalled out Fnatic for a long period of time. It wasn't quite to be for him in that game, but not a bad choice. This is the last time we saw support Zyra. Oh, I'm trying to think. NYM, we used to run it a hell of a lot. Yeah, I'm thinking of anyone this season.
We've seen it a few fringe cases this split, but not frequently. I remember N-Rated actually played it in week 1 or week 2. The thing that I liked about Hiva Zyra yesterday is the threat of Stranglethorns under turrets is what stalled the game out. Fnatic were not willing to overcommit to fights or push through the Zyra because they would have to invest a whole lot. And if it went a little bit awry, they would have been in a lot of trouble. And this is a similar situation. Aatrox can jump in with the support of Evelyn. You put a Stranglethorns down, and that's a lot of threat and protection for Cogmore, assuming they're up and alive.
Yeah, it's going to be a Nidalee, I think, for Gambit as well. We can see Lucian and Elise, no surprises, falling back to what they know, Rocket here, and they actually have a very good team comp. My impression, Gambit, will they fall to...
Let's see. Let's touch on Rocket very quickly.
It's going to be that. Eva's just having fun.
Touch on Rocket very quickly. Look at that smug.
Look at the right smile.
Yeah, that was very smug. So Elise locked in for Vanda, rather for Jankos, by Vanda. That is what we expected. It is the sort of holy trinity of junglers. The one thing that I think Rocket are...
Not doing themselves any favors with the crowd, these guys.
The one thing that I think Rocket are lacking a little in this particular composition is safe engage. They're going to be relying on single target skill shots from Thresher, from Elise, or alternatively Kayle just running all the way in and getting that wild growth down. For Gambit, there is a clear initiation with Aatrox on the front line, with Evelyn flanking, and with the potential and the threat of that Stranglethorns. But again, the key for Gambit is making sure they don't fall behind early. If Aatrox or Cog don't hit their power spike in the right time, and if they're not on the same page with their flanking engagements, it can go backwards very quickly because of all of the saves that Rocket have on their team.
Nidalee locked in, so no surprises there. Gambit going with fairly similar comp to what they ran yesterday. But as you mentioned, Rocket, they have a very strong composition. I had a feeling if that KO was allowed available, but Xaxus on Lulu as well. A lot of damage, a lot of range poke, and actually a lot to deal with those spears.
Yes, that's the truth. You've got shields, you've got heals, you've got movement speed, so there is a lot of abilities to dodge, dip, duck, dive, whatever's required to get away from those javelin tosses. But again, for me, it's all about the flanks and the timing on Gambit's engages, because if they do get a good Evelyn Agony's Embrace into a knock-up from Aatrox, which could theoretically lead to a knock-up from Zyra, there's the potential of completely zoning out multiple members of Rocket. You can kill them before they even land, if you time it correctly. But this is a group of solo queue players. Whether or not they have that level of cohesion and coordination needs to be seen in game.
Well, now that the lineups are locked in, do you guys at home still think Gambit will win? Tell us who has the advantage by tweeting hashtag ROCWin or hashtag GMBWin to LOL Esports, and we'll, of course, check the results once the game is underway. What do you feel overall? Where's your heart tugging you on this one?
I think both teams have got a lot of things going for them. This isn't a clear-cut, I prefer X composition. The only concern that I have for Gambit is how do they deal with wild growth and intervention? And can they make use of their mid-game power that Aatrox and Nidalee will afford them to circumnavigate the Lulu and Kayle late-game power? Because if Lulu gets to that very late-game point where she's got all of that utility, all the movement speed, and Kayle has got the ability to maybe go full Mimer,
We
and
saw it
destroy
from Mimer,
people,
yeah, exactly.
and beat the crap out of people.
Yeah.
It is definitely a scary potential.
13-5 yesterday, Mimer on Kayle. Let's see if Overpower can match that. As game one of the European LCS gets underway here in London. And it is Rocket starting out as the blue team, up against Gambit playing as the red team. So, let's see if they have any level 1 play, any tricks in their bag. Gambit are grouping here, and they did actually go fairly aggressive. They went together deep wards against Fnatic yesterday, and it seems they're going to try and do the same against Rocket.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to highlight is how effective NACS spears were yesterday against Fnatic. If Rocket take another 45, 47 minutes to try and push for a victory, NACS spears will be doing even more. So we need to keep a close eye on Nick. He does have the ability to change the flow and change the outcome of games. And Gambit with a very heavy engage, not necessarily finding anyone yet, but here they come from the sidelines. They jumped in.
Oh, they pile on, and he flashed out Xaxus there. So that's one flash down. Can they get on towards Vanda? Vanda, no. Instead, Rocket are going to try and turn this one back around. They're going aggressive in towards them. Dead Center's thrown out, does not land. Lolek's taking some damage around the back there. Salavar in between them, and Rocket in between a Rocket and a hard place. Vanda flashes away. Kabashar diving in again. Ignite being used on them. It's back and forth. Salavar trying to pull some damage around the side. Gambit not really sure which way they're going here. Kabashar with that Bloodwell available. Ignite down. It's going to get forced out. Bloodwell will pop.
He can jump. He can jump.
He's going to try and jump across the side, but he's going to jump straight across the Rocket. And Salavar is there. Lands himself first blood.
So Gambit overcommit to the invade. They got completely surrounded, and yes, Rocket got first blood, but look at all of the summoner spells. Flash on Xaxus down, Flash Ignite down for Overpower, Flash Ignite down for Vanda. If Lowlex can punish the laning phase for the next few minutes, there are enough summoner spells blown on Rocket's side to potentially even out that kill score. The only thing I didn't like about Rocket's, sort of counter invade was the fact that they were so indecisive. Zazas flashed and ran away. Then Vando got caught in the red pit. Then he had to flash away early. It felt like the team decision was somewhat delayed. They end up coming out ahead in terms of kill and gold, but it's the summoner spells that could dictate the next 5 minutes of gameplay.
I've had a lane switch around here, and also Zaza's been given the blue buff. So Jankos with that red as well, so trading buffs between the two. So we'll see whether Zazas goes down towards that bottom. Of course, Zazas with the blue buff probably could keep Fury and Heaver at bay quite simply in that 2v1.
Yeah, I think so too. With the glitter lances and the wave control that he has, he could dictate the tempo of the lane. But because Rocket have initiated the lane swap, you see how aggressive they're playing. They're going to have the support of their mid laner and AD carry if they need to. And that's a good hook.
Death Sentence comes in. Jankos was not ready to follow that through, though. Didn't have Cocoon leveled up. They went for the Spider early on. Overpowering this mid lane up against Nick. We'll see how this one works out. And then Nick's going to have his work cut out here. He's going to have to farm hard and fast up against the Kayle.
So there's two things that Rocket are doing against an Evelynn which I like. Number one, they've initiated the lane swap. So they can force Lowlex's hand to either defend the tower or obviously go for the opposite tower dive on Zazas. In addition to that, because of the numbers advantage, Jankos is declaring ownership of the top half of the jungle. So he's put some deep wards down, he's got the support of his top lane, and he's trying to move around. Notice how Lowlex and Kabashan are looking for the dive, because this is one of the only options available. They've jumped on Zazas.
He's going to jump on him, but he can just walk away from that one. Good timing by Zazas. His Spider Sense is tingling, manages to put the ward down the try, but just as they come around, it does mean that the Dragon's going to get started off very early on for Gambit in here. Would be a 4-minute Dragon if they can take it down, and there's no reaction from Rocket.
No, there can't be. They simply don't have the numbers to contest this. So this is obviously the risk of going blue side. Oh, this is so brave for Zazas.
He could cause some serious problems.
If he gets caught by any CC, he's going to go down.
Glitterlance on towards him potentially. Spears coming across the side there. There is a Glitterlance. Lowlex tanking it up, and Zazas now in trouble. Remember, he has that blue buff. He's got nowhere to run. And that was a gift for Fury, honestly. Not too sure what he was hoping to achieve.
Yeah, there was not enough support. Even if Overpower had made it in, they maybe could have traded 1-for-1, but they still would have lost the Dragon at the end of the day. So Gambit going to secure themselves a kill. Note, it was Zazas that burned his flash on the invade early. Not having that flash means he gets caught out, but he was very overextended anyway, and probably should have been a little more cautious in that role. So Gambit with an immediate reply.
And he teleported onto a ward there, not the tower, so that's a 300-second instead of 200-second cooldown. So, and it got spotted out, and of course, the moment he came in, so he got literally nothing from it. So Rocket, a little bit shaky despite getting that first blood locked in. Top lane, of course, we saw Kabashad teleporting to top there to make sure he could clear out that wave. Goes straight back, gets himself a second Doran's Blade now. Makes his way back towards the top lane. So Gambit, we mentioned it yesterday against Fnatic. If they can do well in the lane phase, essentially they are a solo queue team right now. They can cause problems for a team. We saw it against Fnatic. Fnatic struggled to close the game out despite dominating the first 20 minutes. That game went on for 48 minutes.
Yeah, it really did. And it's all on Gambit, to make positive plays. That Dragon is one, and diving on Sullivan Vander looks like another.
He's got his Bloodwell back available, feeling very confident on Aatrox here. Kabashad, Zazas caught out, grasping root, good slow from Fury as well, but he chooses not to follow it up instead. He wants to get out CS, but Zazas, he's having a lot of problems down this bottom lane.
That's such good damage from Hiva and Fury. Just very good positioning from Hiva to allow the grasping roots to lock Zazas down. And it was Hiva that I believe was, in my opinion, was very instrumental in yesterday's delay. His threat. Oh, Lowlex is fun Vander.
Oh, he just walked in. I think he did an attack move on towards him. He gets the flay down. Is the Ignite's going to be enough to take him down? Vander gets a return kill.
So close. That Ignite had just become available a few seconds prior, and I thought it was Lowlex finding Vander, and it was the crowd control from Vander that actually allowed him to get the kill. So Rocket, another very quick reply, and it looks like it's tower defense for both of the respective junglers. Lowlex was trying to just hold out in that top lane, and unfortunately got caught out. These are level 6 mid laners, keep that in mind.
Oh, Nick going straight in towards Overpower. Overpower does have intervention, remember, he could have turned his damage back around on Nick. Nick tries to heal himself up. Is the spear going to land? It's very close range. Ignite goes down. Overpower chooses not to follow, but Nick definitely coming out behind in that trade.
Yeah, very smart play from Overpower. He didn't waste that intervention because, of course, he's looking for that last spear, that last tick of damage that would kill him. before he ends up using it, but he did burn his Ignite. Summoner Heal still available for Nick, so if they get caught out again, Overpower is one combat summoner down and may not be able to secure the kill. Alex on the pink ward, we'll have to get back to that later. As promised.
Well, Gambit were the ones that started it technically yesterday, so we'll see how this one progresses throughout the day. So, blue buff. Can Nick get this one? He needs it, that's for sure. Lolex should gift him across, but we saw this one actually messed up by Fnatic yesterday.
Yes, Cyanide accidentally getting that blue buff. He was an Elise, actually. I think it was a Spiderling that took that last tick of damage. For me, I think with this tower going down in the top lane, Roccat should consider swapping Sullivan Vander to the bottom lane to primarily get presence for the next Dragon. Remember, Dragon was picked up around 3.5, 4 minutes, and if Rocket have got a superior numbers in that area of the map, then they could obviously contest for that objective. We'll see if they agree, and Xaxus again. All of that damage from Hiva, but Hiva's got no mana. He's burning through his whole mana pool to try and deny Xaxus. Xaxus is not that far behind in CS. He's only 200 gold down, which is the difference of that assist and the Dragon. So he hasn't been shut out quite as much as it may look if you look at his HP bar.
So Overpower back in that mid lane, clearing out the wave, and Nick once again doing a fantastic job keeping up that CS alongside Overpower, so both fairly even. And if I look across all the lanes, it's really just the AD carries that have the lead. Fury ahead of Salavar. Salavar pretty much had his own time in this top lane up against Cabochard for a long period of game. You can see he's just holding out, keeping that wave. Fury doing exactly the same, but he's making sure the tower does not take the CS, which he just did right there. Right on cue. Triple Doran's ring for Xaxus. Really is struggling in that bottom lane.
Yeah, he is, but it's also not uncommon for top lane Lulus. I know Soaz in particular, who was one of the biggest players of top lane Lulu, always went triple Dorans into the likes of an Athenes. I think Athenes would be a very smart pickup for Xaxus because of all the magic damage from Eve, from Nidalee, from Cog, and from Zyra. Yesterday we seen Fnatic going to Morella Nomicons and foregoing the Athenes because they didn't need the MR. They just needed the cooldown reduction, the mana regen, etc. But we'll have to see how Xaxus decides to itemize Vander. He wants Lolex.
He's going to come across. Deathsentence is so close. He's going to defend his ground here. He wants that ward.
He got it.
Gets that ward.
He got it. Counters Frost.
You know what's worrying for me is the fact that they allowed for a ward going down in the tower. Because the tower's an objective in this game.
Well, D-Man's calling you guys out.
About that.
D-Man is calling you guys out.
It's not even the English crowd, it's like every crowd. It's just a thing.
So I just want to say, Hiba has landed every single grasping moves we've seen in this laning phase. Jankos tries to come in for a gank and instantly gets shut down, instantly gets rooted in place. So Hiba's he's off to a good start.
Cancelled the attack animation first time.
Hiba does not have Stranglethorns. He's not level 6. So take a look at Roccat. They have repositioned themselves. They do have Sullivan Vander available in the bottom lane. They also have Jankos available, so they may look to challenge this Dragon. But I think they're going to be too late. This is getting melted. Yeah, it's gone.
I can only imagine the anger and fury on Reddit right now with you guys.
Well,
oh my God.
Stop sparking it. Let them be.
They love the wards. They love the wards. It's all good.
Roccat, good theory. They had the right members in the right area of the map. Too slow to react. It's what we seen yesterday. It's why they took so long to beat Millennium. They were just too indecisive in actually starting engages or starting objective fights, and that's why they lost that second Dragon. Celevo doing well in this 1v2.
Yeah, they're suddenly realizing he's got a little bit more teeth than Xaxus has. He turned that straight back around, put the Culling onto Fury, and Hiva putting some damage down again, just dodging out of that, and quite happily to take the 5 gold every time the plants get thrown in front of him, give himself an extra CS. Not that really counts too much for the gold. As it stands at the moment, lanes very even across the board. CS-wise, it's not too big of an advantage across the board. Xaxus has actually stepped ahead of Cabochard briefly. So we'll see whether that one sticks around. Jankos will get spotted out. There is a ward in that bush, so he's not exactly sneaking in here, which is why we're also seeing Lolex making his way down towards the tower.
So what I like from Roccat is their vision game is very good. They do have a number of wards on both the top and bottom half of the map, whereas Gambit, their vision is centralized around Dragon. The fact that they went for such an early Dragon, and from knowing the regular Gambit plays, they put a lot of emphasis on the objective, and their vision tells the same story. Roccat, however, have got the top lane unlocked for a moment or two. Ooh, Celeba's taking a lot of poke from Fury.
It's the range advantage you do have on Cogmore. We also saw a little attempt at a gank in that mid lane. Rockat's starting to start roaming the lanes here. They want to start looking to try and open up Gambit a little bit.
And what I like about them is they're sniffing out opportunities. They are using their numbers advantage because they gave up some top lane presence. Xaxus was moving with the team in the middle and the bottom, and they were looking for towers. They haven't taken an objective yet, but they have created some opportunities, they have created some damage, and they are playing the pressure game. You know, they're trying to force Gambit to react and then looking for weakness in their armor.
We're going to see if they can create an opening in this mid lane, but Salavar's been given a gift in the bottom. He's got himself a free lane. Look out towards the sweeping lenses being picked up all across. And of course, Roccat trying to get full vision here over Gambit. We saw Fnatic doing the same yesterday.
Exactly what I wanted to say. Yesterday, Fnatic, when they played the heavy invade game, they went for 4 sweeping lenses and a scrying orb. We see the same strategy from Roccat, however, they are not as committed to the heavy invade. They're not as committed to the full pressure. You see in the little picture-in-picture, just a little bit of war just around the corner. Line of sight is not there, so unfortunately Pink Ward doesn't spot Gambit's ward and has timed out.
Summoner's Rift upgrade coming to your game soon.
Caution, caution.
It's on beta test already.
It is.
It's out there. You guys can test it right now. Out at the moment though, Fury going aggressive. Salavar trying to get some aggression. Didn't expect the 2 tower hits to do quite so much damage though. Heal was used by Fury though.
Yeah, summon spell blown. So again, same story, just Salavar's doing pretty good. He is falling behind in CS to Fury, which is not good because Cogmore will eventually outscale him in terms of sheer damage and of course range and poke. So it's something that Roccat needs to be a little careful of. But as we said, Roccat with all of the shenanigans, all of the movement from 3-4 minutes ago, they got some vision down and they have found Gambit a little bit out of position. Celebar forced Fury away. Nick was out of position in the mid lane and Roccat picked up 2 quick towers. They did the same yesterday against Millennium. This is where they struggle, getting past those inner towers.
We'll see whether they manage to actually rotate and get into position this time around. Roccat keeping that pressure on. Nick was briefly making his way down south, but already you can see Roccat are backing away from that one. Xaxus in the top lane, he should be able to motor through this wave of minions in the top. No problems for him with that Glitter Lance, although nearly missed it on that one.
Well, Xaxus hasn't gone back to shop in an extended period of time. He's a small CS behind Cabochard, and he's sitting on nearly 2,000 gold. So he's been landing, if you look at Overpower, he's got 3,600 gold. He hasn't gone left the mid lane since picking up those Berserker's Greaves. So we're finally going to see what he's actually going to shop, what he's going to itemize towards, and we're obviously going to assume it's going to be towards that Nash's tooth. So we'll take a look at the items and see what they've caught out, and he has a 2v2.
We'll see whether Panda can catch anyone out here. Salavar giving chase, and that spear will stop him dead in his tracks. And this is what we're expecting to see. Nick has to be on point with his spears. That was very close, Salavar.
That was very close indeed. Salavar may not have been killed by, but that would have been within inches of his life. And Nick's Nidalee is very good. You know, he landed some good spears against Fnatic. He's already landed some good ones against Roccat. And I would dare say those spears are going to put a hesitation on Rockat's deeper play, because if they do go under towers and take too many spears, the shields from Lulu and the heals from Kayle can be overrun by back-to-back javelin tosses.
Sweeping lenses being found out all across the board. This is happening. It's carnage, ladies and gentlemen. It's to go through.
I'm not sure whether or not to
I think the camera guys, they're feeling pretty safe back there right now, but I don't think they're going to come out of here, that's for sure.
Yeah, let's not point out their location. Let's not point out their location. Roccat obviously playing the vision game. 10 seconds till Dragon comes up. The very important thing to note is Roccat are now finally in a position to actually challenge. They were far too late to the second attempt, and they will be relying on Xaxus' teleport if the fight breaks out soon, but he has actually left that top lane. So we may see Roccat coming with a little bit of a pincer move. And as long as Salavar doesn't go in too early, they do have the potential to, you know, have a fight go their way, but they can't afford to get caught out of position. They're going to go in on Gambit.
Oh, they didn't manage to land the lockup, but Lolex has been found out. Oh, he flashed it just at the right time. Overpower caught them all, though. Intervention going down very early. Jankos has gone in, and again, a little bit disjointed Roccat here. Jankos gets bounced in the air by Cabochard, but they just don't have enough damage back and forth. Their spears could lock him up. Death sentence on Nick. He's got next to no mana either. back and forth action, nobody going down. Vander though has been singled out, the spear catches on, Cabashard gets a slowdown on him, he's going to go down, the flash is not enough to get away, Cabashard picks up the kill.
So another kill to Gambit that should allow them to secure the Dragon uncontested. We talked about Rocket and how their initiation power is reliant on a Cocoon, a Glitter Lancer, a Death Sentence, and they didn't hold Gambit in place for long enough. A good flank by Overpower, but he simply doesn't have the items or the damage to shred through multiple Gambit members yet. So at the end of it, Gambit come out ahead and extend their gold lead ever so slightly.
Yeah, a couple of thousand gold on the two support and AD carry. Check this out though.
So I like Overpower's positioning. He not only avoids the Stranglethorns, but he's got a lot of auto attacks down, but he doesn't have the items to commit to the rest of the fight. Not the greatest of boxes from Vander from an aggressive standpoint, but it did reduce the aggression play from Gambit. They didn't want to chase through that. But I do think that if Rocket want to go for those plays, they need to wait for a Death Sentence for a Cocoon to land. They can't simply open up with culling and hope that Gambit will stick around long enough to take all the damage.
Yeah, that's just not going to work out for them, and that's another Dragon, actually, for Gambit, which is keeping them very much in this game, keeping them ahead in gold. Pink Ward shows out that ward placement. It's going to be blue buff given across to Nick. Question is, though, will Rocket try and intervene? Overpower finds himself another one. He's going to come around the side there. They're going to try and steal this away. He didn't quite have vision. Well, he did, actually, a ton of light. Yeah. He's the Scrying Orb to get vision of that one, but wasn't close enough to land the skill shot.
Yeah, I think Rocket need to find some slightly better dancing shoes this game, because they have taken a lot of spears already, and Nick hasn't even hit...
They've taken lessons from Yellowstar.
A big... hasn't hit a big power spike. He's still working himself towards that death cap. Only 1,000 gold with Nick at the moment, so he's still a while away from having those very high impact spears. But he's hit multiple targets onto the likes of Selva, Vander, etc. And that's allowing them to reduce the threat of Rocket. Rocket haven't pushed past that front tower for the last 5 or 6 minutes, and considering how active they were in the first 15 minutes, it is quite a change. It's Gambit regaining some control of the tempo.
Okay, so let's talk about late game, because these guys are in 20 minutes. Obviously moving into the mid game, late game. Of course we know KO's going to be a beast. Cogmore's going to be a beast as well, though. He can counteract it quite well if he can stay away. But what protection has he got? Not a lot.
It all comes down to positioning. If Gambit are going to engage a fight, they need to ensure that Lolex has a good flank, and the Stranglethorns and Grasping Roots from Hiva Zyra are going to be imperative to keeping Nidalee and Cogmore alive. If Rocket are able to be mobile, use Repel, use the Whimsy from Lulu, use the Speed Boost from Kayle, and get over that Stranglethorns, that's when Gambit gets into trouble. So for me, it's all about positioning. Both teams have the damage and the ability to completely deal with their opponents, but only if Gambit can actually flank correctly and delay Rocket from hitting the carries.
Rocket seem to have hit a bit of a hard rock right now. They're doing the same thing. 3 times running, pushed in towards that mid lane, realize they're up against Gambit, can't push through, everybody backs away again.
On the same token, it's not the end of the world for Rocket, because they want Lulu and Kayle both to scale.
Yeah.
They want both of them to get more items, ideally looking for Jankos to get even more tanky, maybe get himself towards a Randy Omen or something similar to stick to the backline more. And I think both teams have got very good late game scaling. And it's just going to come down to who can outposition their opponents. For now, it's Cabashard making the plays.
Yeah, nobody dealing with Cabashard, nobody reacting to it. Zazas had gone down the bottom to push that wave in. That's already been cleared out by Fury. That's a simple tower for Gambit. The first one of the game, I might add, they've picked up.
And, with the Dragon Gold they've already got, and the control they've got of the Dragon area, it's actually a very positive position for Gambit to be in. And Rocket, I think Rocket needs to just look for more proactive picks. If you get Elise or Thresh onto single targets of Gambit, they will go down. And the key is just encouraging Gambit to be in lanes where Rocket can dive, where Rocket can find those picks. Lulu, we seen yesterday playing somewhat of a split push role, can do fairly well in that role because of the movement speed and the safety that Wild Growth gives you. So you play a little bit of a bait, let Zazas push a lane out. As somebody comes to deal with Zazas, Jankos, Overpower, or Vander are then there to help out, try to secure a kill, and try to mitigate the map control that Gambit currently have.
Spears continuing to flow through as Nick switches into Cougar, clears out the wave. Lolex looking to start trying to make some inroads into the Roccat base. They haven't really touched this middle tower. That's maybe the next focus that they want to get towards that bottom turret as well, standing still. But a lot of Gambit members coming around here. If Fury gets some free time on towards it, he certainly will do a lot of damage.
Yeah, he certainly will. And I think Gambit are quite well aware of their reduced wave clear than Roccat. So if Roccat do eventually begin sieging, with proper vision around the flanks, so to deny a Lolex fight start, I think Roccat could probably force Gambit's hands, you know, try playing through the jungle, rotate from mid-inner to bottom inner. And that might be a way for Roccat to encourage mistakes from Gambit. Dragon's respawning, and I think Gambit, they're too split up to have the superior positioning. And it looks like Roccat definitely want to contest.
So while this has been happening, while they've been pushing, dilly-dallying, doing nothing for 10 minutes basically, every single time, Fury gets to the bottom, gets himself an entire wave. Dragon's going to be up in 20 seconds. He's actually gained a big CS advantage over Sullivan in this time. He was behind at one point. Now, Gambit moving back in. Dragon up in 14 seconds. They've got to be careful they don't give up the mid tower here, though, because Overpower's pushing the mid.
Yeah, it looks like Roccat are playing the lane game. Trading a tower for a Dragon, I think, is very smart for Roccat, because it opens up access to the jungle and the inner turret. The Gambit have peeled away. They've come to defend. Let's see if Roccat stick around after the minion wave dies.
Well, the spear doesn't land. They do get a big chunk of damage onto that tower. Gambit slow to react on that one, and they ping back straight on towards the tower. Minion wave has been pushed out. I've got a feeling if they go back towards that Dragon, Roccat is just going to go straight back in there and take that tower down.
Yeah, they really can. And of course, if Jankos is the one that starts off tanking the turret, he can just drop the aggro thanks to his repel. Their centers, they've caught Lolex. He's gone in!
He's gone in towards it. Lolex is going to take all that front-loading damage, but he's actually safe for now, and he gets that big shield going off towards him. Overpower, intervention saves his life. Hiva's being focused on with Sullivan. Sullivan's got to be careful he doesn't get singled out of the side. He's away from his team, and everybody again steps away. But this time, Roccat are in a much stronger position.
So important for Gambit that Stranglethorns is able to stop every single member of Roccat. Selva ran around the left-hand side of the lane because he didn't want to get caught by that Stranglethorns, and we talked about how difficult it is for Gambit to kill people through the wild growth and the intervention. Roccat get away. I actually think if Roccat had stuck around, Gambit had the damage to still finish that out. Nick was untouched, Fury was untouched, and they'd force Zazas and Overpower low and to blow all of their ultimates. Gambit has started Dragon. There's not a lot of ultimates available. It has to be a pick for Roccat to contest.
Very risky, but they get the Dragon down very quickly. Nick, no mess in there. You could tell who was making the calls, instantly ran towards it, but it may well have lost in this middle turret. Overpower, he's managed to heal himself back up there. Hiva comes around. Oh, he's caught by a cocoon. Deathlet just misses the cocoon. I don't know how the hell he missed that, but nevertheless, the tower goes down.
Yeah, unfortunately, not going to connect. They're not over yet. Fury wants Vander.
He's going to try and catch on towards him. Nick's coming through. Spear is going to be ready in a moment. He's going to switch out of Cougar form. That's not Jankos. There's minions. The spiders are just about holding him on there. The Culling coming through as well. Spear doesn't land again. Cabochard giving chase on towards Jankos. He goes towards that Baron pit. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, the Spear dodged out there. Fury's been caught out. Overpower's going to lock him down. He gets him down. Meanwhile, Jankos did get taken out by Cabochard. It's a 1-for-1 trade. And they're going to keep on pushing.
1-for-1 at the end of the day. It was Overpower with a very aggressive Flash Ignite that got... Oh, there's another one. Nick with the homing spears. Gambit going to keep chasing.
Oh, he dumpsters on towards him, but it's not enough there. Good play from Vander. Dodges out of the spear. Salavar's going to get caught with the slow. Nick's going to look to land another spear. That minion wave is just defending him for now. Can he throw it towards him? He's going to dodge out in the tower. Can they push on this mid turret? They've got the minions with them.
Gambit do have the minion wave. Selva's still fairly healthy with Flash and heal, so he may stick around. If he gets caught by the knockup of Cabochard, he's in trouble.
He's going to get caught out. He's going to get towards it. Intervention goes down from Overpower. Locks on towards him. Lolex gets on towards Salavar's not going to be focused. Overpower will. Wow! And Cabochard. Oh my god! Overpower gets 2 down. Salavar clears it out. Wow!
They
really should have gone for the tower.
If Overpower had not gone for the Runon's Hurricane and his second item before finishing that, rather, if he had got the Runon's Hurricane as quickly as he did, he wouldn't have been able to get all of that AoE damage. He was hitting so many targets and shredding them down. Gambit overcommit to the dive, and the intervention was massive. Roccat get the kills. They're going to secure this Baron uncontested and have a very solid stranglehold on the game.
You can see here, that's just how close it's got.
Just take a look at how many auto attacks Overpower is hitting. So we're in slow-mo. Where are the Runon's Hurricane bolts? And the backline Salavar. That's just a double auto attack. Melting through them. And very, very well played. Baited from Overpower. He waited for Gambit to dive onto Salavar and threw that intervention down.
So first Baron of the game goes to Rocket. Despite the fact they've lost 4 of those dragons, it does mean that the gold is still incredibly close. Gambit not out of this one by a long shot. Just over-committing, as you mentioned there, for a little too long. They need to get themselves some vision down though. Rocket have good ward control in and around that Baron pit area, and they could push forward now they have this buff on.
And this is something that happened yesterday when Mima got multiple kills. He got a few kills at the early to mid-game stage of the game, got an item crescendo, and then just began to dominate the game. Overpower's already had a good flank on Gambit's positioning and was unable to kill anybody because he didn't have the items. Now he has the items. He just picked up a Void Staff after that last back, and with the regen and the stats from Baron, you see how quickly he heals that spear, the Javelin toss-up. So Rocket now should look to siege.
Oh dear.
Back on topic, Rocket didn't siege yesterday, and they've got all of the tools they need to deal with Nidalee. They need to just ensure they have the vision to deal with Lolex and don't overcommit for Stranglethorns of Kiva. Those are the big worries, the big concerns for them, because Cabochard has only got a Spirit Visage. He's not super tanky at this stage in time. He will get melted by all of the damage sources of Rocket.
Absolutely need to make sure they don't get picked off as well. It's a dangerous move in the jungle area as Rocket make their way towards this bottom inner turret. They could siege it out if they wanted, I feel. They're not too risky though. Good wave clear from Gambit. They should be able to keep these minions at bay. Rocket are going to have to make a concerted effort. You can see Selavar trying to push in there, but kind of on his own.
As Selavar has been doing a few times this game. He's definitely been going a little bit Rambo, but it's working for him. You know, he played aggressive on Corki yesterday. He's playing aggressive on his Lucian, and he's doing well. Even that small CS deficit he had behind Fury is now obviously mitigated. And look at the positioning. Rocket are pushing mid lane and bottom lane. They're playing the minion waves, and they're trying to force Gambit. Oh, they've caught Nick!
Oh, they've hooked him in. He's going to have to bounce away from this one. Stranglethorn's forced out. That's going to bounce Banner in the air. They've got no follow through. The spear does land on him, though. Rocket, they could push on towards the tower here. They've got a good minion wave.
It has to be a push now for Rocket. They should know the cooldown of that Stranglethorns, and this window of opportunity is very juicy for them. There's minions middle, there's minions top, and Rocket can have their pick of the litter in which lane they want to push next.
Yeah, Overpower heads straight up towards the top. The rest of the team go towards the middle. They can clear the waves out and keep it pushing with this Baron buff around about 80 seconds left on it, still counting down. Gambit actually going to look. They're going to try and single out Overpower. They can see if they can 3v on him.
This is going to be scary. He does have intervention available. Let's see how early he uses it.
Cabochard Bloodwell came up just at the right time. Pops the ultimate down. Intervention goes down. Can he take him all out before? He may be able to. Cabochard's low, but it's not going to be enough. The tower damage is there. Cabochard takes him out. The rest of the Rocket, though, they're closing in towards this one. Gambit have to back away from the tower.
Yeah, they really do. If Rocket managed to secure the tower, it will be worth it. A kill, or a death rather, for the objective is a trade they should take any day of the week. Unfortunately for Overpower, he just took too much tower damage, and that was a good spear from Nick once again to defend a objective for Gambit.
Yeah, that's one spear. Well, stop that attack in its tracks. Baron buff about to wear out. Dragon will be up in 18 seconds. Let's see whether Gambit make the move. They look like they're going to try and push out here.
So for Gambit, they need to make sure they catch Rocket and kill somebody maybe before Overpower can get on them. Overpower was in a 1v3 eventually, but he melted through Cabochard's HP and Lolex's HP.
Look at this.
While under pressure.
They've noticed it. They've just walked straight past 2 pink wards. Nobody noticed it. Immediately, Rocket responding, going straight back towards that top lane. They're going to get it.
Yeah, it should just be a trade. Hiva needs to be very careful. He shouldn't stick around. The tower killers, Salvo is there as well. So objective for objective. 5 out of 5 dragons for Gambit, and it's still keeping them minutely in the lead as far as gold is concerned. They are 4 towers down. If Gambit ever gets some map presence past their own river, they can actually pull ahead in terms of total gold. But for the time being, it's really been Rocket. They have actually played a lot more decisively and a lot more aggressively than we've seen yesterday at the same stage of the game.
And the problem was you saw 3 members, 3v1 on Overpower, just how much damage he turned around while tanking the turret. He nearly took 2 of those down, which is going to be a problem. That Rabadon's death cap is not too far away, and he's almost hit level 18. Highest level on the map by some way, 2 levels ahead of everyone else.
So for Rocket, the difficulty now actually becomes even greater. To break through an inhibitor turret while dealing with the Zyra, as well as you know, the Voidoos from Kog'Maw and the Nidalee spears is very difficult. Rocket need to force Gambit's hands, maybe playing the Baron dance, maybe trying to pull Gambit towards them. If they can bait out a Evelynn ultimate or a Zyra ultimate, that's the key to going for a potential tower dive or going to push a tower down. While all of Gambit's abilities are available, it's very risky to get through that line. And in order for Rocket to do that, they need to play exactly as they did for those last 2 inner turrets. Vision in the jungle and force Gambit's hand. It looks like Rocket are trying to set that up with a couple of deep wards around the Baron pit as it's a minute away from spawning.
Screen orb used there, and actually Jankos has been separated. Shield way too late on that one. Zazas there gets heal off from Overpower though. And Jankos trying to catch on towards Lolex. Will clear out that vision again. Jankos trying to get in towards it. Cocoon will land on Fury, won't get followed up by Roccat, but this is a tense moment. Remember, both these teams equal on gold right now. No buff bonuses. This is a straight-up brawl.
Yeah, and Gambit can continue to stall this out because the minions are working in their favor. Both top and bottom are pushing against Roccat until Overpower just moved to deal with that top lane. So Gambit were, for the time being, happy to stall that one out. And again, they're not looking to have a straight-up, like, dive onto Overpower. They either have to pop Overpower instantly, or they're just going to sneak a tower because Roccat are out of position stealing a red buff. That's not a great trade.
Yeah, they went for red buff for a tower. They may be looking to try and get around them, but Gambit actually pretty clear in their decision-making there. Just pushing straight through that mid lane, gets himself the 3rd tower of the game. They're now 6-3 in turrets. Baron, though, that's going to be up in 12 seconds' time, and that's almost certainly a focus objective for Roccat. Let's see if Gambit can get some vision in there. You can see Zazas keeping that pit clear.
And of course,
Baron is up.
Region. So Gambit have got vision on it, and well aware of that one. And I do think the Baron bait is the safest call for Roccat. The threat of Gambit's team comp is very great. They're even on gold at 33 minutes. They're down in towers, but thanks to the fantastic dragon control that Gambit have had, they're keeping themselves relevant. I do still think Cabochard needs to get more tanky. He's currently just sitting on that Giant's belt, and he's got a mixture of stats, but you contrast that to Zazas, who's got his Morellan Omicron and Death Cap. Those shields and Wild Growth are very, very effective at this early stage in the game.
He's got 172 magic resist. It's not too bad.
Not at all.
Consider most of the damage will become from Zazas and Overpower, but of course Salavar can just rip him apart.
The key problem is that Overpower's going to be shredding all of his resistances, and with the damage amplification Kale can also have, through shredding those resistances, it means Cabochard needs all of the support of Lolex as well. And just look at Roccat, they keep trying to play this vision game. They keep trying to get superiority around the Baron pit, and they're not forcing Gambit's hands until now. Zazas is split pushing in the bottom lane. He's going to try and make Gambit decide. Defend bottom tower, or go for Baron, and Roccat have to be very decisive in this 4v5.
Cabochard fancied his chances with Overpower there. He pushed straight up into his face. Has stepped away this time. He's going to have to hold out, and they may try and flank around here. Jankos was coming up the side there. Nick is out of position, landing the spears still, though, onto Jankos. And Roccat do force Gambit to go back into defensive position.
Yeah, and Nidalee with that pounce is so difficult to lock down. And unfortunately for Roccat, they keep eating spears. Every time we look at them, it's just dink, dink, dink. And Nick keeps connecting. And I do think it's going to come down to wards. I would argue at this stage in the game, it would be worthwhile for Zazas to sell one of those Dawn Rings, stock up on 4 or 5 wards, and just keep playing this vision game.
Gambit had vision there. They saw Roccat back away. They could quickly try and rush this Baron here. They've got teleport up on Cabochard. They're actually just going to use it to try and flank in and clear vision. They could have started that Baron quickly.
They could have, but I think without Cabochard there, it may have taken a little longer. He does have teleport, of course, but you don't want to use teleport to start a Baron unless you're 100% certain. Kog'Maw and Cabochard probably could have shredded that very, very quickly. But again, it's just a vision game. It is all about wards. It is all about who can spot their opponents more. Than yesterday, we did actually see more wards placed, more wards killed than an average LCS day of 4 games. And ironically, it's Gambit and Cabochard with a successful split push because Zazas, he didn't extend past the inner turret line.
That tower's going down, and it's going to be another one. Kabashar taking this, and Roccat doing 0 to react to this. Lolex stepping off the side there. You can see they're going to start off the Baron. They're getting good vision from the Cogmore ultimate. Kabashar continuing to push. They're just going to keep throwing these spears. They're going to force Kabashar to teleport in here. They're going to have to go for this.
He can teleport to the plant if he wants to, and he's doing it.
He's coming into the plant. Vander's going to be the man at the front there. Lolex flashes out. Intervention used on Vander. Gambit are going to force him out of the pit. The spear comes through, catches on Vander once again. So Gambit take themselves a turret and defend the Baron.
Intervention and Wild Growth on the same target, which was the support. Gambit did not commit further past that Stranglethorns, so it was able to zone Roccat out, and because of Gambit's positioning, they're going to get the mid-inner turret as well.
Rushing straight in the mid there, Kabashard happy to tank this one through. Heal coming in, the minions will join this one. Fury putting as much damage down as he can. Roccat finally react to this one, but Gambit are slowly but surely clawing an advantage in this game.
Fast reaction. It was interesting to see Kabashard tanking the tower up and not actually going to auto-attack it. He had his dash and his slow if he wanted to escape, but instead only relied on Fury. So 50% of that HP down. Dragon is respawned. Gambit have got better positioning for it, and it looks like Roccat are toying with the idea of Baron. They don't have a massive amount of vision, and ultimates are still missing on some key members of Gambit, whereas Roccat have got all except for the box available.
Nick needs to tank this one out. Lolex is very low. He's not getting any regen. Roccat are going to start this one up again. Nicky's not there. There's no spears following through on this one. Gambit may well have given it up. You can see they're trying to desperately to keep them away. Getting vision. Fury again. Overpower waiting in the pounce on towards Kabashard again. They tried to peel off. They've not finished yet. Baron taken down to 2,000, 3,000 hit points just off the side there. Death Sentence does not land. 4,000 hit points. Roccat peel away once again. And Gambit, defensive duties, hold strong.
Yeah, the poke from Gambit is very, very high. Blades of Torment from Aatrox, the spears from Nick eventually, and the poke from Fury was working in their favor. And if Hiva had had Stranglethorns, I think they would have looked to engage. Roccat trying to force the objective, knowing that Zyra's Stranglethorns is not there, was the smart move. They predicted the dragon. They responded with Baron, but they simply don't have enough damage. And of course, Overpower was running defensive duty. Because Overpower was not on Baron, you could argue if he was hitting it, they may have been able to rush it down. Instead, Roccat played a little safe, and nothing gained, nothing lost.
Infinity Edge picked up by Fury there. Big upgrade there. Had a lot of gold stacked on there. That's a lot of damage. Now that Fury will put out. And honestly, he's been untouched in the majority of these fights. He's been sitting off the side because Kabashar's been getting in their faces, as well as Lolex. And they've kind of been the focus targets. So Gambit, honestly, for me right now, I'm looking pretty strong in this game.
Completely agree. And in our pregame, we said if Gambit can be more decisive in the late game than Roccat, they legitimately can win this. Roccat did not look convincing yesterday. They didn't look concerted in their decision-making. And we're seeing the same things. Yeah, there's hesitation, there's a little bit of mixed calls, and it feels like Roccat aren't sure how to get onto those inhibitor turrets. They've done a good job of getting all of the inner turrets. They've had pretty good jungle camp vision and control, but they haven't touched the dragon. And it looks like Roccat have said we don't want dragons, because they haven't contested at all.
Salivar once again goes in, pink ward down, clear the wards. But Baron not touched. Nick not landing the spear this time. Overpower clears out that top wave, gives his position away, and Gambit try and take advantage. Remember, they took a lot of hit points off this mid turret already. Vander's going to come around. Salivar going to try and get that whip clear. Kabashard can tank it if they want.
So I've been talking about how Roccat can push past inhibitor turrets. For Gambit to do it, they need to get Lolex and Kabashard to flank and engage. You know, once Lolex and Kabashard start a fight, Hiva's Stranglethorns can be the tool that ends it. That can knock Roccat up. We do see all of the ultimates available for Gambit, and they're trying to, again, it's just vision. They've denied it from Roccat, trying to force Rocket's hands, but Zaz has made no movement of leaving the bottom lane, so I think calculated decision from Gambit that they weren't going to commit for the objective.
You know, despite the fact that they keep clearing, there's visions, there's wards are rattling through, and they have to keep vision because they have to see where those wards are going. Zazas is getting a good job on this bottom wave, though. He's going to keep on pushing. Gambit are trying to call his bluff here, pushing down towards the inner turret of their own. They can get this turret down, but Zazas, he's going to get a lot of damage on this.
Yes, he's got a Lich Bane built up. He could have also teleported behind the members of Gambit. Gambit now peel away. They've not decided to commit in a turret, and Zazas, he's sticking to that turret. He's going to get this one for absolutely nothing.
Zazas takes down the inhibitor turret. Gambit slow to react. Kabashard finally back there. It's going to stop the inhibitor going down. but they have opened up Gambit's base, and that was a little bit of sloppy play. Somebody needed to go back a little bit earlier. Of course, no teleport for Kawashard, which is why he was reluctant to go there. Trying to call Zaz's bluff did not work out for them. You can see right now, Fury has got a lot of damage once he needs it, once he gets it, once he can load on them, but Overpower is becoming a scary beast right now. Once we see him actually get involved in the next fight, which has been a while, by the way, we haven't seen these guys fight for a long time. There's going to be a lot more damage picked up by both teams.
The scary thing for Fury is his positioning just has to be so immaculate. If Lulu gets a Glitter Lance on him or a Cocoon or a Death Sentence from Release the Thresh, there's no, save me buttons. You're going to have a big heal from Nick, of course, if he's in range. But outside of that, no intervention, no wild growth. So Fury needs to make sure he avoids getting caught and uses that Bioarcane Barrage range to its absolute maximum. In order for Gambit to win those fights, it really is dependent on him to stay alive and to keep attacking after the wild growth and after the intervention have worn out. Hourglass picked up by Nick, that's also relevant because it can afford him all of that safety. He can mitigate some of the time on those Righteous Fury swings. Kawashard, it's going to be an interesting duel. He's got a lot of MR, he's got Randuins, and we'll see if he can stick to Zaz. I think that's going to be the key. He needs to make sure the slow from wild growth and Little Lance don't negate him. Do not want, I believe, is the terminology.
I think only in England you hear fight, fight, fight. It's a playground term that's managed to find its way into League of Legends Wembley Arena, which is impressive in itself.
We'll see how this works out. Again, vision. It's all vision from Roccat. They simply haven't got deep enough wards, and they're running very, very scared.
So, what are they going to do? That's the question. 43 minutes I've been asking myself that.
Something
I'm
would be
hoping
good.
they're going to do something sooner or later. 6-5. High kill game after that challenger match, that's for sure.
It's just indecisiveness. Gambit haven't tried to flank. I don't know if they fully understand how even they are. Maybe they feel like they're further behind thanks to the map play that Rocket's had. And for Roccat, they're simply too scared of Gambit's comp to push into their territory. Rocket's vision has been suffering. They've spent more time in denying Gambit's wards in Baron Pit than they have in gaining a foothold in Gambit's jungle. So both teams have just said, this is my half of the map. You stay on yours, I'll stay on mine, and maybe one day we'll let this tug of war actually become a real fight.
Nobody wants to lose the tug of war, that's the problem. Overpower is going to wait in the bush. He may find Heaver actually. He's going to take a peek. No, just going to use a plant. And back away.
So I would dare say it's at this point in the game that Rockat's mindset shifts from only focusing on the game to thinking about how long it took them to close out yesterday and how important it is to beat a solo queue team. Gambit are miles away, and this is getting shredded.
Yeah, this is sneaky. There's only going to be Heaver nearby. He's going to get vision now. It's too late. That's Roccat getting the Baron.
Yes, Stranglethorns maybe? No. Now, if Overpower had been on the Baron earlier... If Overpower had been on the Baron earlier instead of trying to zone out Gambit, that could have happened about 6, 7, 8 minutes ago. But because Overpower had decided to play the zoning game when they were pulling Gambit towards them, it means the Baron wasn't there. Roccat secure their second Baron of the game. They did a decent siege on the last Baron they had, but now they have to overcome Gambit. They know Stranglethorns is down. They know it's not available, and it's not going to be available for at least another minute and a half. So please, Roccat, try to siege up these either bottom lane inhibitor or inhibitor turrets because you've got openings available to you.
Well, gold continues to be fairly even. This dragon will even things up. Give me another chunk for Gambit. That's another dragon secured. They've been on point with dragons, that's for sure. Fancy points secured, 7 out of 7 now. This game is reaching the 46-minute mark, and no sign of aggression from either team just yet.
None whatsoever. Rockat's victory yesterday was 47 minutes. They look to extend this match, and it does look to be a push. Roccat have grouped up. There is an exposed inhibitor, which of course makes life a little easier in dealing with Zyra. And finally, they've moved up. Also look, Overpower is pushing middle. Overpower's pushing middle, so Gambit are going to be able to play multiple lanes if they go that route.
Roccat finally going to push the open exposed inhibitor in the bottom lane.
How long till they back away?
No tower there. Can they get on towards it?
In theory they can. how many spears does Nick need to land to push Rockout back? That's the real question. There is regen from Baron, there is heals from Kale. Ooh, that's a big spear. The heal is not necessarily evening it up. And Rocket have to get in range of this turret, but the minion waves are being killed very, very quickly. So look, Rocket's playing it super safe.
The cleave clear that Capuchon has. Fight! I'm with you guys. Come on, fight! Finally, hopefully we're going to get a fight here. Jankos has to land one of those cocoons. That will start everything off. There's the cocoon.
Are they going in?
No, that's the hook. But it's Capuchon. They don't want Capuchon. That's not the target they were looking for. Vander takes damage from Fury. He's going to take another spear as well. And that's Rockout going to back out of the base.
So the question was, how many spears did it need to connect? 2, I believe, was the number. Unfortunately, Vander not able to lock down Nick. And that means Rockout are not going to commit. And you can't blame them. You really can't. You don't want to jump into a fight against Stranglethorns. It's just that simple. Joe said it yesterday. You don't get points for finishing flashy or finishing fast. You only get a win for winning.
I'm glad you clarified that, Trevor.
Yeah, I realized, I'm like,
where am I going? Don't know, do not know. Jankos lands the cocoons. Cabochard again, not the man you're looking for. And again, Fury, a single shot there, shredding almost 1,000 hit points off Jankos.
So, interesting story with hashtag cool story bro moments. There are more dragons secured in this game than any other game in the summer split here in the LCS, and all of them have been secured by Gambit.
Oh, that middle turret almost down. Overpower's been sneaking in every time, heals himself up. There's buying time for the rest of Rocket down the bottom to get more damage on the inhibitor. Finally, they get on towards it. Gambit have to start reacting. The middle turret is now also very, very low. Rocket are going to roll on round in towards this middle turret. It only takes another hit. Spear lands on Salavar, may slow him down briefly. Gambit now, they have 5 men defending the mid. Look at this top turret though, you can see minions doing the job for Gambit.
That is a massive amount of minions. That's going to secure the tower, and Gambit are going to reply. Rockout have got a lot of damage on that mid inhibitor turret, and with super minions bottom after 4 waves of minions pushing in, that will give them the tools to continue the siege once Baron wears off. It doesn't have the longest of times, and actually I think it did just time out a moment ago.
They used the entirety of Baron to take down an undefended inhibitor.
Hey, but it worked. That's what matters.
It did work.
Objective secured.
That's true. 49 minutes now in this game.
No one's dealt with that top lane minion wave. For Gambit, it's going to continue pushing to that inhibitor. And Rocket just keep eating spears. Veggie, get these guys some dancing lessons.
How confident do they feel? Cabochard can teleport to that wave. Take that inhibitor down in seconds.
Without a team fight victory, I don't know if he will. It's a risky play. If Cabochard were to make that, it would cost them the middle inhibitor. But look at the damage.
He's not doing it.
There's siege minions there. It's only just gone down.
Come on, Cabochard. You can do it, buddy.
Oh, Rocket finally recalling. It's a little late. I mean, 50-60% of that tower's HP is already shredded.
They're pushing down the mid. They're going to take the inner turret. Lowlex and Fury, they're going to push on towards this one. They should be able to get across, but they don't feel confident enough to do it. And they back away.
Indecisive play from both of these teams. Rocket had no idea really what they were doing in that middle lane. They backed away so late. They ended up losing the inner turret. They ended up losing 60-70% HP on that inhibitor turret. Baron's worn off. Cabochard's done a good job of controlling these super minions bottom lane, and it's just going to be a matter of who makes the biggest mistake in the next few minutes, because neither team is forcing their opponents to lose. It's going to be who gets caught out or who makes a mistake, because teams are playing to lose, they're not playing to win.
Super minions are still pushing down that bottom lane, don't forget. Rockat are reacting, they're going to move in, they're going to get their positional advantage. Baron will be up in a minute's time along with the Dragon.
Let me deliver that line correctly. They're playing to not lose, not playing to win. That's the correct thing I wanted to say.
That's good.
Yeah.
Glad you cleared that up.
Yeah, I had to. I was like, hang on a second. I'm confused.
It's still even in gold.
The 377,243rd ward killed today between Rocket and Gambit. Please cry for them. Many awards has been manufactured. It's good business for the ward makers.
That is for sure.
It's literally the only thing that's happened for 30 minutes.
Everybody hitting max items, even the supports are starting to stack out. You can see that Leandros was picked up a while ago for Hiva.
Oh, go Overpower, go. He's found Lowlex.
Lowlex is dead. He's not getting out of that one. He flashed away and he thinks it'll help him. No. Nick's now going to get caught out here. Salavar goes closed in. That was all they required. Just a little bit of vision in the jungle. It wasn't to be, and Roccat push on in.
So the middle inhibitor turret is low on HP, but there are minions in the top lane. So keep in mind, if Roccat get this one, they can roll down to the middle lane and try set up another objective. Super minions are pouring in the bottom lane. Roccat, they're going to commit. Can they get caught out?
Fury catching on towards Vander, putting a lot of damage down towards him, but that is only the support. Meanwhile, Salavar putting the damage back on Cabashard. They're going to push in towards this inhibitor turret. Now super minions on the Nexus area as well. They keep on pushing through. Roccat, can they close the game out, or will they step away again?
That's a big spear onto Salavar. The rest of Roccat are on the inhibitor.
Quick shield on towards him. He'll go down to scatter the spear. He was caught out. He's only just respawned. Stranglethorns goes down. Vander is going to escape this one. Fury wants to chase, but nobody's with him. Fury has to step away. Cabashard goes in. He's got the blood well available. Fury, can he land the damage down? No, they're going to mitigate it very well. Cabashard goes back on. Overpower comes to the side. He just bleeds his way through Gambit, and they just drop like flies. They do manage to get a kill with the passive there at the end, but Roccat and Clinics finish the game off here. Can they push on through? I think they can.
They've got the numbers, they've got the damage, as long as they don't eat the spears. Roccat, after 52 minutes, playing this one by the numbers. All three inhibitors are down, and I think... Oh, how brave are they?
You dare, bro.
Celebrate's going in. They're on the Nexus turret.
Zaza's got teleport available. He's gone back to buy. Overpass in there. Salavar's going aggressive. The Nexus turrets will fall. 53 minutes into this game, Roccat will finally close out Gambit in what has been the longest, most passive game of League of Legends in a while.
That is definitely the case. Roccat 4-0. Back-to-back weeks of 2-0 records.
4 wins on a row now for Roccat. They actually have the highest win streak still in the European LCS. They climb their way up the table. How high can they go?
Well, it wasn't flashy, but it was finished.
That's for damn sure.
And it came down to the fact that Roccat finally had aggressive positioning. They managed to put themselves in a spot where they could take Gambit out. And Lolex was unfortunate to run into members of Roccat, but it just took so long to create that opportunity, so long to be in that position.
That was definitely a long one. Gambit did a good job of keeping them at bay there. I think Nick and this team of subs will be happy. They tried to keep them at bay. Just wasn't a long one, but they delayed. I mean, that's a 52-minute game against Roccat, a nearly 50-minute game against Fnatic. What is going on in Europe right now?
If there's anything that we can take away from the games that we've seen this week from Gambit, is that Nick on Italy is a monster. His spears are fantastic.
Yes.
They are absolutely great. That has to be a ban-worthy champion against other teams. And Roccat and many European teams, I'm actually going to go out there and say, because even Fnatic, yes, they took a long time to finish with a great lead, need to figure out how to break the inner line of turrets and then inhibitor line of turrets. I really feel like Europe as a region, when you contrast it to the likes of Korea, to the likes of North America, do struggle in the mid to late game decision making. And it's something that we continue to see across a multitude of teams.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely seem to have a few issues in that department. For now, though, we're going to see what they have to say themselves. Shox is standing by on stage. He's ready to talk to Rockat's Vander.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And the crowd having an applause for you, Vander, here, because obviously another victory coming in for Roccat. But as the casters actually mentioned, you guys were ahead, but then the decision-making in the mid-game, do we go for Baron, do we not go for Baron? It seemed kind of hard, so tell us what was going on there.
Yeah, so at the moment it's pretty hard to just rush Baron, because you have to control waves really good to do this safe. That's why it takes a really long time to take Nashor, and you can see this in both European or Korean games even. The Baron dances are long in this patch.
So you guys are 4-0, you did close it out despite these issues. How has Veggie being in the house helped you guys? Because it seems like you guys are on top of everything now, you know what is going wrong. How has it helped you personally?
Well, I think we didn't play really good this game. We should have done much better. We didn't play as good as last week, for example, or yesterday. Maybe just a bad day. But yeah, I think Veggie definitely helped us a lot, especially in macro game, like pushing towers and controlling the objectives.
Yeah, but all in all, 4-0, very good. A good showing from you guys here. And what is it like to play on this stage? A 2-0 in front of this crowd? That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, the crowd is amazing here. It's it's really loud, as you can hear, and in the game, it's really awesome to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, as for us, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it is the Battle of the Brits as SK Gaming takes on the Super Hot Crew, and we'll be breaking down this game a little further, so don't go anywhere.
I'm farting.
What?
What? What?
What?
Was it? What?
Intervention goes down from Overpower, locks on towards him. Lonex gets on towards Salamar's not going to be focused. Overpower will. Wow! And Kamashot, oh my god! Fury can he land the damage down? No, they're going to mitigate it very well. Kamashot goes back on. Overpower comes to the side. He just cleaves his way through Gambit, and they just drop like flies.
take down Gambit, and I'm here with Joe and the Fisio to take a closer look at that game. And, you know, Rocket is 4-0. They did win this game, but Gambit wasn't looking all too bad.
So I'm actually quite impressed with how Gambit have managed to play both days. I mean, they're a completely new team, I guess we can say, really, with 4 subs, everyone out of solo queue. And they've actually done really well. We've seen a few moments that actually look like they're a well-practiced team together.
Right, and it was also clear in this game, we talked about it yesterday, how Rocket's playstyle now is slow and steady. Take your time, build some strong late game comp here and just play safe, don't take any chances. This game was the perfect example. I mean, they gave every single dragon to Gambit, which is very weird, but they're just waiting for this late game point, get Baron and try and finish the game. So it's not the most exciting thing ever. It works for Rocket. The thing about Gambit and the thing you talked about is how well they're actually playing, because there's all these solo queue players put together very, very fast. I mean, the replay we have actually really shows the synergy. So if we just pull it up on the screen, we can actually see it's a team fight around 17 minutes here at the Dragon. And of course, Dragon was all about Gambit in this game here. And if you just roll the clip, we need to notice how Gambit moves as a team here. And again, this is solo queue players together. Notice Heaver here, his ulti is going to be so perfect. He used it to zone the rest of Rocket away. So only Overpower is actually there doing damage. Yankees jumps in, but again, the rest of the team are gone. Couple shot, he delayed his teleport for such a long time that once the Stranglethorn was down, he teleports in, joins the fight. And he is weird for me because Rocket, as their professional team and a team who knows each other so well in the synergy, they're the ones splitting up and going different directions. And Gambit, the solo queue team, are the ones staying together and chasing and actually winning the fight, getting another dragon here and getting ahead in gold.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vander did mention it. I didn't think we played all that good today, but still a 4-0 for Rocket, so very good for them. And now we're going to check in with you guys at home, because earlier we asked you to send us your tweets and let us know which position in the European LCS do you think has the deepest talent pool and why. And here are some of the responses. The first one is from @Nando51297. Mid has the deepest talent pool, from amazing mechanics in Froggen, Xpeke and Kerp to the Farm King Selfie.
It's always been the thing about Europe. Everyone always said we had great mid laners. I mean, also just looking a few seasons back when Alex was there, was dominating all the time. Of course, Xpeke and Frog has been there for such a long time. We had Bjergsen, we had Nuke Dog, if you look back to the Lemon Dog time and the NRP time in the season 3 point. So always have very good mid laners. Now, of course, we have the same Kerp. He can carry games by himself. And there's Selfie. He can actually do the same thing if he gets enough farm.
The second one is from @Berg Matt. The deepest talent pool is the ADC position in EU. There are veterans, Candy Panda and Genja, but also talents like Reckless and Mr. Ralph.
Yeah, and I think it's really great to see. We've had some fresh AD carry talent coming through. Mr. Rawls, obviously Reckless, we can kind of count him since he only really turned old enough last year to come into, or this year really, to come into the LCS. But then you've got the likes of Woolite, who impressed everyone and has since moved into the Copenhagen Wolves. So AD carry, definitely a lot of fresh talent out there, and I'd expect more to be coming through too.
Absolutely. The last one is from @Peppo, I'm Batman. Jungle, Diamond, Shook, and Svenskeren are all top-level junglers, and with talents such as Ku, EU can only improve. A lot of talent in the pipeline.
I agree. Again, solo queue, we have so many good junglers, and we see even here for Gambit, solo queue players coming in, showing their skill. We have good, very good junglers in solo queue. You talk about it yourself also. Svensson coming back here, really showing his form. Diamond had a few issues with the rest of Gambit, but still he's picking it up, he's coming back to shape, and we know how good Diamond is once he actually hits his top level, and I definitely hope to see him hit this top level again and show the rest of the junglers who's the boss.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you guys for sending those to us, and remember to keep hitting us up on Twitter @LOLesports along with the hashtag LCS. And now let's head back over to Demon and Quickshot to get into our next game.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Our next match features SK Gaming and the Super Hot Crew. The last time these teams met, SK Gaming fought hard to keep Super Hot Crew down, and with some great spears from Jez's on Nidalee and a strong disengage from N-Rated on Zyra, they were able to maintain control. Yesterday, though, it was a different story for SK Gaming. They got absolutely bullied by Alliance.
Yeah, SK Gaming just got outplayed by Alliance. They fell behind after their lane swap didn't work out, and they couldn't find any positive plays to help them regain control in the game. They were just outmatched in every single aspect yesterday, and they will need to adjust their gameplay significantly if they want to challenge the Super Hot Crew, who secured a win yesterday and should be having a bit of a confidence boost.
Well, in that win against the Wolves yesterday, Super Hot Crew secured a win with their substitute, Yarrow. The game itself was actually very messy, with both teams getting caught out multiple times. The overall winner, though, had to be the Super Hot Crew. Top laner Mima, who first picked that Kayle and absolutely destroyed the Wolves.
Yeah, 13-2-5, and as a team, the Super Hot Crew managed to get ahead. They made some positive plays, thanks to Mima securing a multitude of kills and getting ahead early on. But I do have to call Selfie out again for his Twisted Fate. While it did secure the win, if you contrast it to other TFs, he picked a few wrong cards, and it takes him a long time to get those Destiny ultimates to work. We haven't seen him impacting side lanes as effectively as other TFs have, like Kerp, like Peke, to come, who come off the top of my head.
Well, earlier the Super Hot Cruise Impaler promised a surprise for SK Gaming in front of his home crowd, while SK's Freddy is ready for the Pride Stalker, who might make an appearance in the top lane.
SK are playing really well right now, and I think they deserve to be placed that high up in the table. They played really well last split as well, and a lot of it is attributed to their teamwork. When we see they're doing so well, we want to beat them and we want to take them down a notch.
I would never count them out, and I would never say that they're getting worse or going in a slump.
So Balco just needs to adapt, like see what mistakes they've made, what caused them to lose their games, and if they're able to do that, then they should be fine and winning matches again.
We've got a few cheesy comps up our sleeve ready, and we keep on hinting towards them, but right now we're not really pulling them out. I think we'll probably pull out a kind of cheesy comp at London if all goes well. So yeah, hopefully the crowd will have something to look forward to.
If they pull out anything, it's going to be Rengar top, but I don't think that's going to work. I think Freddy can manage to lane against Rengar.
I've got Rengar in the back of my mind because I'm not sure if I want to play against it or not, but probably prepare something against it if we do.
We'll see whether they do pull out something special. Rengar maybe? Kale? Maybe it's just Kale. They
I never believe them. I never believe pros when they talk about something special.
It's like one of those champions that everybody plays.
I'm hoping they prove me wrong. We haven't seen Mima on Rengar. I'd like to see it.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure.
We've talked about it for so long.
We'll have to see.
He gets a chance to play it. Let's see if he can do it. Has he got the balls? Let's see. Check out the starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is SK Gaming. That means Freddy122, the Englishman in the top lane, who he believes everybody thinks he's French, by the way. Svenskeren is the jungler. Jez is in that mid lane. Candy Panda is the AD carry, and then Rated on support.
Yeah, and for the red side, it is the Super Hot crew with Mima in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle. That's what I wanted to hear. Selfie in the mid lane with Mr. Rolls and Yero as your support.
He is English, by the way, Yero.
I'm aware of
that. Before the champions are chosen by the players, let's take a look at the voting from LOL Esports. According to the numbers, 74% of you have gone for SK Gaming in this one. And this is actually a close game, though. So, Super Hot Crew are still chasing hard.
I completely agree. SK are just sitting higher up the table. I think they have performed to a higher level of play than the Super Hot Crew, but you can't deny the fact that Super Hot Crew have the skill, the ability, and the teamwork to actually overcome SK, especially if SK are mentally destroyed from yesterday's loss.
Yeah.
Because Alliance completely picked them apart. Freddy was saying he's prepared a counter for Rengar. We'll have to see what he decides to play, whether that works out. Jez's yesterday had little to no impact. And it's interesting you say that because Alliance banned Renekton yesterday. 100% win ratio for Freddy on that champion. They also banned Orianna, which is not a champion that we see banned very frequently, if ever, in recent months.
So, if Selfie is to step up, what do we think? What's he going to go with here? Can he get that Yasuo, maybe? There's a lot of bans going to be targeted potentially towards Impaler, maybe Yasuo, even towards that top lane.
Yasuo is one of the most banned champions against Super Hot Crew because of Selfie and how much he likes to play it. It was the champion that allowed them to beat Alliance
6-0-6
in week 1 or week 2.
Something like that crazy.
At the end of the day, 8-2-8. But yes, 6-0-6 before giving up his first kill. And expecting it to be banned, I almost wonder if Twist of Fate may not be a thing, or may be a thing for Selfie, because he has been trending towards it. It's 3 games played this split already. It's something that he's picking up. It works, especially if Mr. Rolls gets his hands on Twitch.
Well, we'll see how it works out, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans getting underway. Instant Yasuo ban.
Not surprised by that.
Not going to get that one through.
Kassadin ban has to be a consideration for Super Hot Crew.
Yep.
For junglers, you've obviously got all of the primary junglers, but I do want to say that we've been seeing Impaler. He played Jarvan yesterday, if memory serves. Had a difficult time in the early stages of the game, but later on, once Mima hit that power level, he then had a lot more positive cataclysms. And slow ban phase from both of these teams, really calculating what they want to remove off the table.
Well, there is the KO. We saw Mima going huge on that one yesterday. No surprise, it has to be considered and taken away. We've just seen Overpower doing the exact same in the last match.
So both of these teams are Twitch teams. Candy Panda and Mr. Rolls are big fans. If it's not banned, it is also a consideration for an early pick. We know that Yero played Nami yesterday and had some very, very good tidal waves. It was our LCS big play all the way at the top of the show. So there's a lot going on. Nothing thrown towards junglers yet. So if Lee Sin and Elise are available, we'll see what Impaler decides to run. He's the one that's been talking about these special champions and these special things. You know, it could be a Nocturne in the jungle. It could be something as simple as that, which Impaler has also played in the past.
Oh, Twisted Fate being taken away. A lot of focus on those top laners as well.
Nidalee's open
Final
as well.
one will be Lee Sin, Renekton open, Nidalee open. What will their first choice be? Will it be Twitch maybe for Candy Panda? Will it be Hogmore?
Twitch, Nidalee, Elise. With banning Yasuo, it opens you up to locking in one of those champions. I'm very surprised by Morgana. I'm very, very surprised considering the power of some of the other champions that are available. Morgana is just very reactive, very defensive. And while you don't reveal anything, it now allows Super Hot Crew to run whatever they consider the most impactful, the most powerful. But they could save the support pick. They don't need to lock it into later and go for a jungler, go for an Evelynn, go for an Elise, go for J4 if they wanted to.
But this is often what SK actually prefer to do. They often prefer to counter pick into what their opposition do. Even when they're on the blue side, they'll generally sacrifice. We'll see whether Super Hot Crew go towards that AD carry. Braum, of course, is available. Will get locked in alongside Lucian for Mr. Alice.
Very, very strong combination. Concussive Blows passive plus Lucian's Light Slinger passive?
Double tap, yeah.
Double tap. 2 shots is just going to get the stun. We're not revealing anything. We're not seeing anything. Junglers are still up. Top lane is still available. Shyvana's there. Trundle's there. Irelia's there. Hell, Aatrox is there. Freddy's played Aatrox in the past. Mima has played Dr. Mundo in the past. Everything is available, and it just depends on what these teams want to run, because this is the safest start you can go for. There's very little that you can be worried about when you see this Lucian, Braum, Morgana, because you know what you're in for.
Well, we haven't seen Caitlyn for a long time, that's for sure. Caitlyn Panda has been locked in. Evelynn, of course, also for Svenskeren.
So, Genja's the only one that's really been running Caitlyn in recent weeks. With a Morgana and with a Caitlyn, I wonder if SK want to maybe look for a tower swap to try and avoid the 2v1. Caitlyn can do okay against Lucian thanks to her range, and Morgana can avoid at least one of the stuns that Braum can put down. But what Caitlyn and Morgana do offer with the long-range binding, the wave clear that they have from the Piltover Peacemaker and the Tormented Soil is very fast tower pushing. The only thing it doesn't necessarily work with the lane swap tower push is an Evelynn. She's not the strongest, of course. Being a melee champion means if you go for fast tower pushing strategy, it is quite difficult to make that work. And for the time being, just very calculated decisions. We still don't know what SK are looking for.
Yeah, SK playing a dangerous game though. Not going for Kassadin, letting it through. Super Hot Crew not fancying it themselves. Has taken a couple of hits over the last few patches, of course. Lulu locked in though, alongside Jarvan for Impaler. Despite Elise being available, goes towards that Jarvan, who we saw being very successful yesterday.
Yeah, very successful in the later stages of the game. It's been a while since we've seen Impaler on Jarvan, and I think his laning phase definitely could do with some work. But with the Lulu locked in, we're not 100% sure if that's top lane or mid lane yet. You have the opportunity to swap that one around, which is great. And also the wave clear from Lulu is very good. You've got relatively good wave clear from Lucian if they need to get themselves into a tower defense situation. But we're not seeing anything exciting. Super Hot Crew have been full of nonsense. It's not locked in yet.
Kassadin is though. Aatrox alongside him for Freddy. And we've seen Jezz on Kassadin before. It was one of the first games of the season, I believe. And he managed to pull that one out to great success.
Yeah, it is something that...
Oh... There we go.
So, okay. So, what this means, that's either going to be a Jarvan top lane jungle Nocturne or jungle Jarvan mid lane Nocturne.
It's a mid lane Nocturne.
Against the Kassadin, that is going to be very, very good. We need to just see how this works out, because you can spell shield those force pulses, get the attack speed, and any melee champion does very well against Kassadin in the early stages of the game. You can punish very hard. And what I love about this combination is the gank power that you have with a Jarvan flag and drag into the Paranoia from Nocturne. The only thing is, Caitlyn, Kassadin, and Aatrox can all get out of Cataclysm ultimates. So Impaler needs to be very on the ball when it comes to targeting the right people, because there's a number of champions that can escape from that terrain that gets built up.
So there's theory behind this. We've seen it in Korea as well, and this is where the theories come from. It's a big, big gamble, and they said they got something special. They actually do this time.
Get ahead or lose. That is how mid lane Nocturne works. If their first few ganks and he doesn't shut down Jezz quickly enough, Jezz and Kassadin should outscale him.
No, with the lineups, are you still back in SK Gaming? Head over to Twitter and tell us who has the advantage now by tweeting hashtag SK win or hashtag Super Hot Crew win to LOL Esports, and we'll be checking those results shortly. So, Cassidy Nocturne, this mid lane, this is almost certainly the one to watch.
Yes, definitely. There's no doubt about it. We need to keep our eyes on how aggressive Selfie plays the lane. He's going to be pushing very heavily with both his Duskbringer and his Umbra Blades passive. So there's going to be AoE going down. What I love about Nocturne picks as well is the power that it will give you in a split pushing comp. He's going to be able to affect the side lanes and pull aggro towards him and then still respond with Paranoia. The question is, how far ahead can he get in the early stages?
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of the LCS underway. SK Gaming currently in second position, 7 wins, 4 losses, up against the Super Hot Crew in third position with 6 wins and 5 losses. Can they tie up that second place alongside SK Gaming, who, of course, are playing blue versus red? Sven Skeren, is he going to sneak in? We saw an invade from Gambit, didn't quite work out. Rockout were ready for it. Let's see if they do the same.
I really feel like Super Hot Crew need to have very good vision to deal with Sven Skeren's Evelyn. If Evelyn is able to camp the middle lane and help control and shut down Selfie, the gambit of running this Nocturne is going to be a little worrying. You see Mr. Rolls is already almost challenging Candy Panda. Oh, advantage SK. Candy Panda gets an auto attack down. And it looks like it's going to be head-to-head lanes. So that means Sven, maybe they're backing. Yeah, if Super Hot could go for the lane swap, they can almost force Sven Skeren's hands. But again, we need to just see how the lanes eventually end up.
Glad to see Yero running the Dragon. Bromskin as well, my favorite one. So, Mime in the top. Could be standard lanes, as you mentioned, but no, it's a switch.
Yeah.
Will be Mr. Rales and Yero heading up there. They're going to go for that 2v1. Will they go with the buddy system? Selfie's got a little twitch on going in the mid lane.
So this will be interesting to see how Selfie handles himself on Nocturne. You know, he's been playing many more champions since re-qualifying in the promotion tournament for summer. He pulled out Fizz, he pulled out Twisted Fate, we've seen his Orianna, he got his hands on Yasuo eventually. So he can play the melee AD champions, and Super Hot Crew, they've grouped up, they're going for an invade. They want to try and put pressure on Sven Skeren. This is very important to help Selfie in that middle lane.
Forces Freddy away, they are going to get in towards this blue buff. Mime running defensive duties to keep him well away from that one. Sven Skeren is going to try and rotate straight towards it. Super Hot Crew now coming out on top after the Nocturne pickup, despite the Cassidin being picked up by SK Gaming. Freddy and Sven Skeren, they're going to react quickly. They want to go towards that blue buff. They're going to start off with the red, though. And you can see, meanwhile, we do have Impaler and alongside him, Mime going towards that red.
Yeah, and there's the pushing power that Selfie will have on Nocturne. Against Cassidin, especially in the early stages, he should be able to shove him in row. And what I like about that is it should also allow Selfie to either get involved in counter jungling or in defending his jungle camps. I don't think Impaler and Mime can get to that blue buff quickly enough, and even if they could, Enrated has been pulled up for support. So they're trading jungle map halves. SK are in control of the bottom right-hand corner, and Super Hot Crew in control of the top left-hand corner.
Yeah, it's going to be quite clear for them. And they had vision of it, so Super Hot Crew in full knowledge of what is going on across the map right now. Jesus, keep our eye on which way they level this one, because it's going to be something of interest. It's not a normal matchup, that's for sure, that we've seen in any LCS in any country. But look at SK, they're reacting themselves. We've got the bottom half of the map, we are going Dragon.
Super Hot Crew are looking to take the tower. So they're grouped up with their 4 members in the top lane, and with that Damashian standard for Jarvan, it's also going to give attack speed to the rest of the champions involved. So Dragon for tower, it actually should be a gold advantage to Super Hot Crew, as a super early Dragon is not worth all that much, whereas the tower is taking a very long time to go down. It almost looks like the focus isn't 100% on shredding it. They're denying a lot of CS
not with them.
from Freddy. Yeah, he's backed off.
Yeah, they are going to let the tower go down. That's going to wipe out as many minions as possible. They're going to have to finish it, though, if they don't want Freddy to defend this one, which he will. They chose to hold on there.
Yeah, it really didn't look like everyone was giving their all to secure the objective. So S came with a very early advantage. You know, we've been seeing those 3-4-minute dragons from teams mostly running Elise in the jungle, actually. But today, it's just been a matter of Lane swap, if you put your duo lane top, you lose Dragon. It's that simple. And actually in the next patch, Dragon Gold goes up to help ensure that if you decide to make that trade, you're actually, it's actually a little more worthwhile for the team that gets the Dragon early on.
So Super Hot Crew switch back around, and it's standard lanes once again. Candy Panda and Rated up against Mr. Raz and Yero in this bottom lane. Selfie has got a level advantage over Jesus so far. Gets that, does bring it down on him. Gets a couple of basic attacks down. Actually cancelled the animation on the last one there, and I think he hit the minion instead of Jesus, which didn't take him quite so low as I think he'd like. Of course, with that cleave bonus he gets on that, he'll be wiping those minions out very quickly. 40 CS to 28 as well in that mid lane. Big advantage. Going back early. Going to get himself his first item.
Yeah, and of course the passive from Nocturne is also going to allow himself to sustain through some of Cassidy's poke. So Jesus hasn't really been troubled by this Nocturne. Selfie's played fairly passively. He's pushed the lane a little, but one minion wave has been lost at 5 minutes, which is not a big deal. When you consider if you'd run something like an Orianna, you could have punished that Cassidy significantly harder. But Selfie is getting closer to that paranoia. He's gone for 3 long swords. So he's gone all in for damage, looking for the bonus AD. So his Umbra Blades and his Duskbringer have just got that higher impact. And you can see Impaler already moving to this middle lane. Fortunately stood right on top of a ward, so Jesus is completely aware of it.
Yeah, just slightly too early. That time's out, doesn't matter, knows he's still there. Not going to worry about it. Svenskeren was waiting on guard duty just off the side of the race. It means Impaler, he's kind of wasting his time here. Instead, he's actually going to go for a bit of invade, but you can see there's not really any jungle minions there either to take away. Could go across towards the white. Oh, maybe go towards the top. Meanwhile, Unbreakable forced out there, stopping Candy Panda. Trying to get the stun down on towards him. Mr. Rala's not really following up.
It's actually nice to see Yero react to that. Whenever you see these Brahms being played, one of the nicest initiation combos is to use the stand behind you to jump to a minion, then look for either a auto attack or to get that Winter's Bite onto a target, because you can jump to the minion wave as quickly as possible. SK are pushing bottom, but Selfie, the range on that Paranoia at rank 1 is not particularly massive. He needed to get a little closer to that bottom lane to make it work. And unfortunately backed away as he's seen that Jesus was pushing up through the middle.
Good trade straight back on towards him. As you mentioned, those 3 long swords. Selfie reacting as well, went straight back. Started out with that cloth armor, I believe. And he's keeping up relatively well on the minions, despite the strange setup that he's got. Svenskeren looking towards, coming across towards this blue buff. Let's see if Super Hot Crew want to react to this one. Impaler did have a look towards it earlier, but I don't think he's in any position to take it, and Jesus will get the blue.
We also need to keep an eye on how quick Selfie's reaction times are. That Shroud of Darkness, the spell shield on Nocturne's W, is only active for 1.5 seconds. So he really needs to make sure he pulls that up at exactly the right time to block whatever damage, and they've caught Candy a little.
Well, they're way too slow, meanwhile, in the jungle, but you can see down this bottom, as you mentioned, they caught Candy out there. Super Hot Crew, when looking towards that blue, they were the ones that had the timer, they were the ones that took it out, yet they were not there on time.
No, unfortunately not. Super Hot Crew are just content to continue laning. CS pretty even across the board, with the exception of Impaler falling a little behind. You could argue because of his attempted gank mid lane and a little bit of floundered time elsewhere around the map. But a very slow start, in this interesting Nocturne pick hasn't shown why it's picked yet.
Yeah, not yet. Pink Ward found out Svenskeren will clear that one. Let's talk about this top lane. We haven't had a chance to talk about Freddy and Miner too much. It is an Aatrox versus Lulu. SK Gaming actually on the invader. They did take the blue before, remember. Impaler's coming around, but he's too late to this one. SK going to take it.
Yeah, that's going down very, very quickly. I think Impaler had sensed something was up. No vision on the bottom lane, so he didn't look to invade. Waited for the support of Selfie. And you know, you mentioned Mima and Freddy. They're quietly going about their business. With the knock-up for Freddy being his primary initiation, and while he's got the slow from those Blades of Torment as well, I don't really think there's a lot of kill threat from either Freddy to Mima or vice versa, especially because Mima's only got a Chalice of Harmony. So until jungle intervention gets involved, I think these two might just be living on their little CS island and looking to make the best of the experience and the gold that they can farm up.
Selfie's going to back himself off. Jesus has done the same. He's going towards the Rod of Ages early on. Brutalizer now completed along with Vampiric Scepter for Selfie. Mima, as you mentioned, just clearing out the wave. Unbreakable big dragon. That's not going to be blocked out by Yero because he used it far too early. Dark Binding also catching on, and the Piltover catching on towards him. So the Unbreakable effectively do nothing before all that damage come in.
That's very important for SK because they can ensure the engage power of Yero is just completely reduced. Now that Yero has access to his Glacial Fissure at level 6, the potential to go all in and look for kills is there. The slow is massive at 60%, and if Lucian gets a full culling down, even at this stage in the game, it's very scary. But look at Yero, his HP down, and he's caught another binding.
Yero's in trouble, they're going to surely dive on towards this one. He's going to try and sneak away, but look at the back, you can see Svenskeren ready and waiting to come in. That next wave, he's going to be on Yero.
He's definitely going to. Glacial Fissure is available. Summoner Heal was used in the previous engage. So if Exhaust is not timed effectively from Yero, he's going to be giving up potential first blood.
Selfie's looking to come in, and Paler's already en route. Svenskeren off the side there, that wave coming in, and Mr. Raleigh knows it, the culling in there, Dark Binding doesn't land, blocks out, Glacial Fissure goes into Svenskeren, flashes away, stun on the tower, Svenskeren's going down, what a fantastic turnaround by the Super Hot Crew, and now Jez is on Selfie, going in towards there, blocks out, uses the Paranoid, does not have the damage though, Jez is with the Ignite, just about runs out, and it's a 1-for-1.
Damage is just not there from Selfie, and that interesting pick from Super Hot Crew gives up their first death. A very, very good play from Yero. Manages to hold Svenskeren in place, stun him up under the tower thanks to the concussive blows, and it's Super Hot Crew that grab the first blood. They should also get a lot of damage on this bottom lane tower. One thing that we also didn't catch on camera, but both Mima and Freddy went toe-to-toe. They burned their ultimates and nobody went down. So it did look like an aggressive play from Freddy, who used his teleport to come back to lane. Super Hot Crew, they got the top, they've got Freddy!
Oh, he's going to try and go for the double tap. Yero tried to get in towards him. Cataclysm comes in, he actually catches Svenskeren, not the one he wanted, Candy Panda, who he was looking for. But they take the tower and keep on pushing. Suddenly this game turned aggressive.
That is a super decisive play from Impaler. There was no hesitation. Flag, drag, flash, slam, dunk. And if Candy Panda had not had his flash available, he would have gone down. Mr. Rolls is trying to make use of the double buffs that he'd secured. And with him backing away now, he's going to spend 2,800 gold. So he's got a massive amount of money that he's got to spend thanks to the kills, thanks to the tower. Super Hot Crew, while they've given up a kill, they are still looking like in a pretty good position.
Well, oftentimes throughout the spring split, Mr. Olives was the man that Super Hot Crew had to call on, and right now, no surprises, he is in the lead right now, but Selfie's in trouble. He's going to flash away, does get away just about. That Shroud of Darkness, the stopping that bounce up from Freddy.
Yeah, no other spell shields, and Super Hot Crew, their mid lane Nocturne. We'll see how it works out. SK got the timing on Dragon. They secure the first one very, very early on and very easily grab further objectives.
Top 3, of course, was traded. So Mima finally taking that one down. It was on a slither of health for a long period of time, but that means it's 2-0 in turrets. Mr. Rales now has to be a little cautious. You can see SK were trying to come around the side there, and Impaler he's a little bit behind at the moment.
So 100 CS for Jez is at 12 minutes, a completed Rod of Ages, a kill under his name, 2 dragons. This is a Cassidy that is next to permaban everywhere. And Jez has already got victories on this champion. He needs to be focused, he needs to be shut down.
Mexican waves going through the audience right now. Crowd keeping themselves entertained. The game's actually pretty lively, and Blue Buff is once again up. And this time around, Super Hot Crew were looking to get closer. They have got the ward coverage down there. Jesus is yet to move across, though. Meanwhile, look at the river. We can see Mr. Rales and Yero. They're making their way up, clearing out the pink wards as they move towards that mid lane.
So Paranoia is available, as is Cataclysm for Super Hot Crew. If they want to contest for this blue buff, they do have the tools available to them. Svenskeren's going to try dropping. Here comes Impaler.
Oh, he tried to flag and drag strike, didn't get in there. Instead, they're going to go towards Svenskeren. Cataclysm, as you said, is available. There's the flash. He hasn't got enough to follow through. Yero, meanwhile, blocking out the damage in that mid lane, saves himself away from Jesus. He gets blocked off on the edge of the hole. Glacial Fissure goes down. Jez has gone out. Stun goes in there. They have to back away. Coming into the side. Look at this. You can see Impaler's in there. Slides on through. Cataclysm on Candy Panda. 90 caliber nets away. Very nicely played. And still, no one goes down. Freddy looking around the side. Jez is waiting in the wings. Very low on health. Both these teams slowly disengage.
Very, very dramatic turn of events. The mid tower is close to going down if Super Hot Crew can stick around. But because they've got no ultimates and their primary initiators are a little low, they've backed away from the tower. What they also ensured was the blue buff was taken by Svenskeren not by Jez's. That will also delay Jez's farming and his power for the next few minutes. So overall, Super Hard Crew come out not too bad in that situation. They got the exhaust from Enrated, they got the flash from Svenskeren in exchange for actually just the paranoia in that situation. They burned a few ultimates, but additional summoner spells being burned for SK. So Super Hard Crew, in the bigger picture, come out ahead from that total trade.
Selfie's backing off. He called himself Bilgewater and Brutalizer last time around. Let's see what he picks up. It's going to be Blade Rune King completed, maybe. We do see, of course, the beginnings of Azonia's coming out for Jez. Is almost certainly an important defensive mechanism with that arm guard up against Selfie in the mid lane, despite the fact, well, lanes are kind of already gone. 15 minutes in, this game is opening right up.
It really is, and Selfie's starting to pull ahead in terms of CS, slowly growing further. I really want to see if Selfie decides to play the split push role. For anybody who watches the NALCS, Meteos was playing a jungle Nocturne and was able to single-handedly win a game thanks to his excessive farming and then basically backdooring because there's such good wave pushing power. Oh, that was a little odd. On the side of Selfie. But I'm also interested to see how he deals with Freddy on Aatrox. I believe those will be the two champions looking to split push in these side lanes. And I want to see how the duel plays out because it is something that we don't see from solo lane Nocturnes.
Well, at the moment, Jez is the one that's trying to put the pressure down on towards him. Svenskeren spotted out by the pink ward. He does finally notice that he's walking past it. Back in that mid lane.
Just got to give it its
I know, right? I know. Mr. Rales and Yero keep trying to force the pressure on towards these mids.
This could be a fight.
The AD carrier Selfie looking to engage. You can see coming down, it's going to be Svenskeren. Selfie's going to have to get the support of this one. He's going to try and come in. Teleport comes down. Selfie's trying to hold on, but it's not going to be long enough. And now Svenskeren's in trouble. Myra and Impaler have to turn this one back around. Jessus can jump in any second. There's the bounce. There he is. Svenskeren gets himself a double. And now Myra's in trouble. He gets slowed down. He should be able to get to the tower and be safe. But it's a double kill for Svenskeren.
2 kills going to Sven. That's actually quite important because Super Hard Crew would not have wanted that on Cassidy. Unfortunately for the Super Hard Crew, no flash on Selfie means he couldn't chase Jez's. But you'll notice with the item threshold of that Brutalizer and the Bilgewater Cutlass, Selfie won that duel. Selfie was 1v1 against Jez's and Jez's needed to flash over the wall to get away. Unfortunately for Super Hard Crew, the support of the rest of SK's team was in greater numbers and it meant they could secure 2 more kills.
So right now SK Gaming trying to start forcing an advantage, and it's not often that they get the lead in the early game and they move into mid game. We know how strong they are in the late game. Dark Binding on Yero and Breakable up at the right time though blocks out a lot of that damage. Again, Candy Panda using that ace in the hole the moment it's off cooldown.
Yeah, Mr. Rolls tanks up the shot, I believe, because he's got the sustain of the Bloodthirster, so he's going to be able to at least regenerate that health, replenish that health rather on this next minion wave. But what I like about SK as a team is they are the most decisive team when it comes to finishing games. When they do have a lead in Europe, they definitely close the game out more effectively than any other team. And Super Hard Crew are just playing full defensive duties. They're waiting for Cataclysm, they're waiting for Paranoia before they look to engage further.
Well, Selfie hasn't come out on top in the last 2 duels, but that's kind of been down to the fact it's been 2v1s. Did lose that one-on-one in the mid lane. Candy Panda aggressed upon by Mr. Rales. Turns it back around with a bit of damage. Double tap not landing. Went towards the minion instead. Mima forced away by Jezzus. Jezzus is starting to grow in power. And this could become a problem for Super Hard Crew. They let this through. They knew the casting was going to get picked up. It's something they painted out. Candy Panda caught out. Doesn't get hooked in there. Impaler taken very low here. Svenskeren looking to maybe go across on that one. Flash is not quite available for him just yet. Selfie, meanwhile, off the side, has to perform defensive duties in the top lane.
Yeah, and while Super Hard Crew have been kept busy in the middle, you can see that Freddy was able to push top lane, and Jez has been able to push the bottom lane. There is good wave clear from Super Hard Crew, though, so they do have defensive capabilities, but they just don't have the numbers. Presence from SK, this is the tower secured.
That's the tower going down. Jez is spotted out, but it didn't matter. The rest of SK all there in numbers.
Selfie might want to come from behind. He's got Paranoia available, they know Dragon is up, and Super Hard Crew can engage from very big distances. The combo of Jarvan plus the combo of Nocturne is quite scary, but they're going to be there too late.
Yeah, they're trading. You can see they're already pinging onto the tower, saying we'll take the tower instead. Straight on it, Selfie simply face tanks that one. They know the Dragon's going to go down. It's SK that secure that once again. 3rd one of the game for them as well. Good control.
4,000 golden lead. More kills, slightly more CS, actually a lot more CS on Svenskeren. We're going to get back to that in a second. The Super Hard Crew are little out of position. They do have their backs to the top lane. Freddy may want to jump over this wall. Now, Glacial Fish is up for Yero. That's going to be how they start the fight, and he's doing it.
Azor in the hole, blocked out. Yellow Star doing the damage straight on towards Candy Panda. He tries to get away. The fear leash not quite enough because he got exhausted out by Enrated, who turns around, puts the shackles back down on Selfie. He's out of this fight right now. Svenskeren comes around. Mr. Rales just trying to put some damage from the side. Freddy trying to catch on towards him. Oh, the stun not quite landing through. And now he's going to try and catch on towards him. Jez's taken so low. He gets stunned out. Vader goes in. Super Hawkroot turned his fight just back around. Freddy's going to come back out of Bloodwell. He's going to bounce on towards him. Yaro's taken so low. Mr. Rales is going in there. Can he get the ace down? Turns it back around. He does. And that is the ace. It's a 5 for 2 to SK Gaming and a triple kill for Candy Panda.
Super Hot Grew got super split in the jungle because all of their forces were on different sides and Jesus was unable to kill Candy Panda. It just allowed SK's mobility to go in and out. Look at how deep Selfie dives, but because of the Black Shield, the Fear proc is never going to throw Candy Panda away. In the background, you've got a multi-man knockup from Freddy. He keeps Super Hot Grew splitting. Super Hot Grew have just taken too much damage. The kill threat that Brown's passive offers was too much, and look at the HP. Average HP in this team fight, it is so much higher for SK. And unfortunately for Super Hot Crew, they just got pulled too far forward, and Candy Panda just sits in the back line, uses the range of Caitlyn to great effect. A very good team fight for SK Gaming. I think Super Hot Crew, it was a good attempt, but they're a little too far behind.
Candy Panda flashed to get that triple kill at the end. Wanted that last hit. He's like, mine.
Hashtag worth.
Kill secured is another perspective. Mima, he's going to get in trouble here. Jezit goes in towards him, feeling much more confident than Cassidy now, and this is a Cassidy that's been unhindered throughout the whole game.
I'd like to point out that Jezis is building towards a Iceborne Gauntlet. He's got the Sheen collected. It is something that we've seen in North America last week, a full tank Cassidy. He just went full armor, Frozen Heart, Iceborne Gauntlet, Randuin's Omen. While he didn't have necessarily the greatest amount of damage, against the melee threats of Lucian, Nocturne, Jarvan, and Lulu's not necessarily the highest burst damage mage, that is such a smart item choice. It allows you to kite, it allows you to control the Super Hot Crew, get those slows down, and also if Jesus jumps into a team fight, he's not going to get instantly melted by all of this attack damage itemization from the Super Hot Crew.
So far, SK Gaming looking solid. Impaler takes another ace in the hole. The second it's on cooldown, he's generally using that one out there. Svenskeren clearing out this ward. They didn't quite get vision of that one. Freddy off the side, he's split pushing down that bot lane. You can see Jez is in the top lane, he's pushing in. Selfie is keeping them at bay, and they're going to see Mima trying to do the same from Freddy. A 1-3-1 push from SK Gaming here.
And SK are arguably the best split pushers in the league at this point in time. I think they play the map very, very well, and it's the reason that they can finish games so effectively. We're at 22 minutes. Freddy and Svenskeren got positioning on the inner turret. They've got backup from the rest of the team, and Mima's in trouble.
They're going on to Mima. He's already used his wild growth. He's got no escape now. He's going to try and use the speed. Can he get away from this one? He does just about crawl out of there. And he does get himself away. It will be the tower going down. No support from Super Hot Crew.
Contrast how SK Gaming forced the objective, and Jesus is getting jumped on.
Impaler's coming round on towards him. Paranoid goes in there. He's going to try and turn this one back around. Cataclysm may well lock them both in there. Jesus tries to slide away from this one. Impaler, he needs to get his dragon, a flag. Get back in there. No, can't catch Jesus.
Nah, I don't think so. Jesus will get away. But the point that I was getting to a moment ago, look at how effectively SK Gaming forced that inner turret. They managed to pull Super Hot Crew all across the map by the 1-3-1 push. The moment an opportunity presented in the bottom lane, they went for it. Svenskeren dove, he went around the back line, and they got the tower secured. So SK Gaming have got one outer turret still standing to secure, which is in the top lane. And I do think it's going to be the next point of focus for the team. Get some vision in Super Hot Crew's red side jungle. I mean, look at Candy Pan. He's got himself a chain vest as his next item because of how much physical damage Super Hot Crew have. It is fairly easy to itemize against a team that is mostly AD damage.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Why would you open with Paranoia if he's literally the only man walking in a 2v1 situation?
So it wasn't that he opened with it. He'd already been dueling, and the Rift Walk from Jez's had already been used. So after the Rift Walk, Selfie then followed with Paranoia, and Impaler was coming from Skybush. So it's the only way that Impaler can stick to him.
Give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not sure on that one myself.
He'd already used the Blade of the Rune King as well earlier on, so he's trying to stick to him. But unfortunately, it's so difficult to stick to Cassidy. He needed Impaler there sooner to try get that Martial Cadence like burst damage down from Jarvan's passive, and it didn't happen at the time.
It was not enough, that's for sure. Freddy, got Selfie with him this time. Let's see if Selfie fancies this one. He's got backup of Impaler. Cataclysm is available any second now. Freddy is just going to back away from this one. Slide straight in. Freddy already backs away. Now he's got the support of the rest of his team. 4 members moving around, but they're going to look to shut off. Yero coming in the side there. They have good vision. Does get caught out. The Unbreakable goes down, but it's not enough to stop the damage from SK Gaming. Svenskeren snuck around the side of that shield.
Killed before he can even animate his ulti. Now they pick the fight with Freddy.
2v1. Freddy wants this one, that's for sure. He's going for Impaler. Impaler Cataclysm's in. That's not what you want to do. Run away, man. It's Brit versus Brit, and Freddy is coming out and topping the 2v1. Now Svenskeren's going to join him. He's got backup of Scandinavia to help him out on this one. Poland is not working out too well for Selfie right now. He may well get on towards him. Mimer's coming around. The Bloodwell has been popped. Where are you going to go, though? Selfie is running away. He's got no one to help him out, and Svenskeren is tracking.
And Selfie's got no mana to play with either. It does look like Super Crew have just been pulled too thin. Selfie should go down.
Selfie pops that ultimate on towards him. He should get the slow. Selfie trying to get the speed boost, but look at this. Jezz is closing ground. They're actually taking the dragon down while this all happens. Svenskeren quite happily dueling, and that's a jungler taking down a mid laner.
And that's just not a good position for Super Hot Crew. They're so far behind in terms of gold, and they're just not on the same page. Mimer and Selfie didn't want to pick the fight with Freddy because they were afraid of if SK was going to respond. The reason they didn't shut him down and just engage in that little narrow opening in the forest is because of the fact SK were grouped in middle. Anyways, SK grabbed themselves another dragon. Super Hot Crew fall further behind in gold.
Where are they going?
And now Super Hot Crew may lose an inhibitor turret because nobody's home.
Defend your base, guys. That's what you've got to do. SK Gaming in 4 members pushing in, taking the inhibitor for free. Nobody reacting. We see Yero and Mr. Rales slowly making their way back behind SK Gaming again. They're going to try and collapse around him, but I'm not sure this is the play they want to make. Glacial Fisher lands on towards Svenskeren. They're going to lock him up. He will go down. But question is, can they make anything else from this one? Selfie, Wild Growth has to be used. Candy Panda caps on towards him. He takes it down. Yero's in trouble. He gets picked off as well. Jess is on towards it. This could be SK Gaming closing the game out right here. Impaler's going to get focused out. He tries to slide in, but he's got 5 members of SK Gaming all over him. Candy Panda gets himself a second. Then it's a 3-for-0 with an exposed base.
There's a minion wave coming up behind him, and there is wave clear from Lulu and Lucian, so they're going to back away. London is calling, and Freddy is answering. He is in Super Hot Crew's face, landing so many knockups, time and time and time again. And the Super Hot Crew, their early game strength of Jarvan and Nocturne is just not working out. Look at the focus from Super Hot Crew. Selfie is doing the best he can to force the big threat of Candy Panda away. But unfortunately, he takes so much damage in the process because he's not built anything tanky that he can't stick around once the targets need to get changed. And Freddy stands running amok in the entire Super Hot Crew before they shut down Impaler and actually back away from the push.
13-3, it's clear to say this champion of choice that's going to surprise and amaze everybody was Kassadin.
Good turnaround. Good turnaround.
2-1-7. SK doing a fantastic job there. Svenskeren went down pretty early on, of course, and we should note, of course, all of the damage early on that did happen. But Jesus has stuck to his guns, farmed it out, and again proven that Kassadin cannot be allowed through.
Now, and what I really like about SK is their itemization. You've got a Warmog Zama and Svenskeren in addition to the Randy and Zomas.
That's just rude.
A little bit. So he's going to be able to survive for an eternity. Candy Panda's got himself a Guardian Angel. So if Selfie ever does catch Candy Panda out of position and without the support of Enrated, he's just going to come back to life. And there's enough damage from Kassadin, Evelyn, and Aatrox to actually turn team fights around. So top tower was secured by SK, 12k gold ahead. Candy Panda's just using that ace in the hole for control and for reducing the combat effectiveness of his opponents. Super Hot Crew don't even want this fight.
No, sooner or later, I'm going to see Stand Behind Me used by Yero once he gets that Unbreakable up. One time in this game to actually block those ace in the holes. Hasn't used it yet, though. As it stands, SK Gaming, they're pushing around. They're going to rotate along. Another inner turret going down. Just moving by the numbers in towards the middle while... Well, you can see Super Hot Crew, they have to defend that bottom wave. That's where Selfie's gone, the top wave being cleared out by Mimer, while SK just move on with the minions in the mid.
So with the super minions in the bottom lane, SK can also afford to split push again, just control the side lanes and let the minions do the work for them. Once that inhibitor respawns, they could even go back to a 1-3-1 style of push, because Freddy needs multiple members to take him down. Jesus is so mobile, he can just get away from a ton of fights. And SK completely in control of this area of the map. They got full vision. They're trying to take Baron down. Look at Supaku. They're coming to contest, and Nocturne's not with them. This is 4v5 at best.
Candy Panda a little out of position, doesn't matter as Jesus goes in. It's going to be Glacial Fissure. Jesus is actually caught up, taken down, not quite stunned out though. Yero though, just taking a beating. Mima in all sorts of trouble. Svenskeren got so much damage going down. Ace in the hole, not enough to finish them off. SK did peel away. They got themselves Impaler though. That's the jungler down. No smite available. Back to Baron.
4 versus 5, and SHG just got split apart. They almost got Jesus down early, but with the minions in the bottom lane pushing closer to the Nexus turrets, SK timed their Baron push perfectly. If Super Haku had tried to stall or delay or look for engages, the super minions would have done damage to the Nexus turrets. SK just continued to accelerate their lead, and they show a very good understanding of how to force your opponent's hands and how to create openings and opportunities. Something that we didn't see from the game previously, where Roccat were, very far ahead and just couldn't force their opponents into positions that would work for them.
Well, something we often see from SK Gaming is complete objective control with those. All the dragons, all the barons, and 7 towers. 14-3 up in kills. Minutes in the next dragon, which almost certainly will be timed down to the split second. They could just move on round. Minions in that bot lane, of course, Inhibitor is still there. So, let's respawn. They can go back, finish that one off. Jez is going to keep that top wave, waiting to see if anyone's going to show themselves first. Doesn't look like it's going to happen for Super Haku. They're not pushing out anymore because, simply put, they've got no vision.
No, they haven't. And I don't think they made a concerted enough effort in the early game to try and contain Cassidy, even though Jesus is very far behind.
Selfie just strolled on in here. Does try to go for this one. I don't think he realizes just how many members of SK were close by.
Sven manages to smite it away. They weren't looking for the fight because there wasn't enough deep vision for SK. So they didn't look to engage out of fear of being outflanked. But I mean, 317 on this Cassidy. He's got almost completed that Zhonya's Hourglass. Inhibitors respawn in the bottom lane. So let's see how SK opts to take these objectives. They could send Svenskeren. He can flank from
start finding Mr. Rales. That's problems. They're going to try and dive onto this one. Svenskeren coming around the side. He's flanking in there. Remember, there's no tower on the right-hand side. The tower takes a beating. Candy Panda on that one. He's going to take the tower down. Freddy coming into the side there. Selfie taking a lot of punishment as well. And SK just brute force their way into Super Haku's base.
Yeah, they get one. The presence of Svenskeren from the side means Super Haku forced to back away. If they'd stuck to defend, Sven simply would have thrown his ultimate down and gone for the tower dive. Candy Panda had only the tower in his targets. He didn't look to go for kills. He didn't look to poke Super Haku down. And this really is a hell of a turnaround from yesterday, where SK simply couldn't string together a gank, let alone a tower or map-based play.
So Jesus, a little poke and play with Selfie, who has been basically null and void in this game. 0-5-1 on that Nocturne in the mid lane. We're excited to see it. And we're not anymore.
Didn't work out. I don't think Impaler was able to make ganks happen. And I think SK did a really good job of accelerating the laning phase. They moved around quickly, they forced towers, and now SK are on their third and final inhibitor turret. Selfie's defending the Nexus, and Super Haku are split. They don't have the resources to defend this onslaught from so many directions.
2 flanks, Jake, Glacial Fissure only catching on towards Enraged. They're going to dive on Candy Panda. Have they got enough in there? Candy Panda Black Shield, defensive instantly. Impaler goes down. Ace in the hole from Candy Panda, enough to stop him down. Selfie gets caught out by Jesus. Yarrow in all sorts of trouble. He's going to get locked up. Freddy doing the cleaving damage up towards him. Jesus gets the kill down. He gets himself the triple. 6-1-8. Cassidy, it's quite clear, is better than Nocturne in the mid lane in this game. SK Gaming, solid performance, 18-3 overall, and that will be them taking themselves second place once again, 8-4 overall in the league. It's a good performance for SK Gaming.
Commanding victory from the absolute get-go. SK Gaming just had a very good plan. They got a very early dragon. The lane swap from Super Haku or the 4v0 tower pushes didn't really gain anybody a big advantage. And I just feel that more effort needed to be placed on getting Selfie rolling. He was reliant on his own presence, his own farming, and had very little gank support from Impaler. So, I don't know, props for trying, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah, you often wonder with these little unique champions that they try out there, if they work, they look like genius. If they backfire, it looks horrendous. And if Your gamble is to let a Kassadin through on a player that you know will play Kassadin, which is clearly what they were aiming at. This was clearly the tactic all along. You've got to wonder just how much they weigh up their options. Clearly, it was a high-risk, high-reward payout that just backfired.
I completely agree. Had that Nocturne been able to actually dive onto champions and kill them, it would have been a lot more effective. But you've seen how effective the Black Shield was from Morgana. Every time Candy Panda got jumped onto, Black Shield was there, which just meant the fear proc from Nocturne wasn't available. And because Selfie never got ahead, he never had the damage to kill anybody. So it just didn't work out for him at all.
Well, fantastic performance overall. SK Gaming, of course, they went down to Alliance. It was a dominant performance by Alliance. They're chasing them still, second place, got themselves clear once again. They're clearly looking like one of the top 2 teams in Europe right now, no doubt about that.
If you look at the European region as a whole, SK and Alliance are clearly head and shoulders above the remainder of the teams. Then you've got this sort of scrap in the middle lane, and then 2 or 3 teams arguably fighting at the bottom of the table. But SK Gaming need to ensure that they can consistently play at this level, because Alliance seem to be showing them up in terms of consistency. When you consider Alliance were inconsistent in the spring split.
Inconsistent, that's for sure. Shox is standing by on stage with Candy Panda, so let's send it over to her.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Well, if there's someone that's consistent, it certainly is Candy Panda, always putting up good numbers. Congratulations, Candy Panda. A victory here for SK Gaming. And an applause from the crowd, of course, as it suits. Tell me about coming into this game after yesterday, because it wasn't the best day for you guys. So what did you work on coming into this one?
Yeah, so yesterday we didn't prepare well enough. So today we really put effort into preparing a good team strategy, and we put it out.
So tell me then, of course, something not foreseen coming in here with the Nocturne pick. How much did you know that it was coming, or not at all, and how did you play against it?
So we had some rumors that they might have practiced Nocturne, but so we were scared to pick the Kassadin. But in the end, we said we are confident in our Kassadin and our playstyle. We also had the Morgana and the Caitlyn, who can escape from the Nocturne really easily. So we were confident, and then we just picked it. And yeah, it was a surprise, but it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Then tell me about playing here on this stage. You are, of course, you've been around since season 1. You've seen a lot of stages, but I don't think you ever get used to this.
Yeah, even after 3 years, this is like the biggest stage I've ever been to, and London is really awesome. Like the crowd is just awesome, so yeah.
And the crowd here, absolutely great. They've been supporting you, of course, throughout the seasons as well. So, as the caster said, you guys and Alliance top 2 right now in Europe, but lacking a little consistency for you guys. So, how do you think it's going to go for the rest of the season?
We kind of forgot how to play the game in the middle of the, like between the splits. We had the break and we just lost our flow. So that's why we're a little bit inconsistent, but we pick it up again and we learn again and again. And then we're going to be good at the end of the season.
All right, we'll see what's in store. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Well, that was some nice words from Candy Panda. Now for some nice words at the analyst desk with the Fishy Joe.
Thank you very much, Shox. And as they rightly pointed out, SK Gaming back onto winning form, and really, really strong play out of them as well. Want to start with the picks and bans and this whole Nocturne pick, leaving Kassadin open, taking the Nocturne into it. What do you reckon to that?
Well, so Candy Panda actually just said himself that heard a rumor about his Nocturne mid here, and they actually built a comp pretty much to counter it. Already from first picking Morgana into going Caitlyn, why an AD carry which Candy Panda hasn't played for a while. However, it's an AD carry with a jump. How do you survive Nocturne jumping you? You need to have something to jump away from him. It works perfectly. You get the Black Shield, you won't get feared, and therefore Caitlyn won't die to the Nocturne dive in, which was the whole idea for Subaru. So I have to question the fact they actually didn't realize this one during the picks and bans Subaru, because we saw Morgana first into Evelynn and Caitlyn. It's where, in my mind, Subaru to say, okay, clearly they have built a combo already which is very strong against Nocturne and Jarvan in the case, and say, okay, we're not going to play these champions. I mean, Elise was open, could have gone Elise jungle. Could also said, okay, we can just pick a Kassadin ourselves. Instead, they let Kassadin go through even further, and we're so tunnel vision on this Nocturne pick here, they didn't even realize SK had already built a comp to counter it.
Well, we actually have a replay of some amazing action that came into First Blood, and Yero actually showing that he is definitely a top-notch support.
Yeah, so let's just pull it up on the screen here. The thing is, Yero, for me, has been very, very good this week. And this First Blood, we were actually watching it backstage here and thinking, what's going to happen here? He's very, very low. Sven's going to spin here for a while. But this time around, Subaru have full vision, or like they know exactly, have full knowledge of what's about to happen here. Let's just roll the clip. Notice how both summoners are ready for Yero and his ulti. So he's just waiting for Svensson to show himself. As soon as Svensson shows, puts up the E, lands everything onto him, locks him down, and now he's getting stunned under the tower here. Exhaust reduced, flash reduced. Yero is not even close to going down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane here, first sign of big issues. Nocturne is supposed to be the counter here to Cassidy in lane. You definitely don't want to give up a kill one-on-one. I do think Selfie was looking to the bot lane and actually moving down already, while Jessus then jumps him, gets some damage onto him before Selfie realizes, and then can try and fight back.
And the fact is that SK, once they got rolling in this game, they didn't really slow down either. There was a bit of a whitewash in terms of kills.
So it's the thing we always know about SK Gaming. Once they pick the lead, or once they get the lead, they know how to close it out. And we actually see Subaru being aggressive once again, but SK Gaming just know exactly what's about to happen. So let's pull up the second replay. Big team fight around the 19-20 minute mark here. And this is simply SK Gaming showing their comp and how good it is against this Nocturne. So if we just roll the clip here, all focus, of course, from Selfie is on to Candy Panda and his Caitlyn here. But in raid, it just sticks together with him. We just see clip starting here. Yero engages first. It's actually a pretty good engage. Selfie comes in. Black Shield instantly from in-raided. Ulti coming in as well from in-raided here. Selfie at this point, there's nothing he can do to take him down, so he's dead. And now the rest of the fight, while Subaru actually managed to disengage, they've lost the kill pressure from having Selfie ulti in. And even though they get a very good stun and CC on to Jessus here and actually managed to kill him, they're still so low from this fight, and Candy Panda is in the backside here, and Freddy, of course, respawning, can just finish off the target, get the ace by SK Gaming, and they just used the comp against this Nocturne really well and completely shut down the pick.
Was that the whole problem, do you think, for the Super Hot crew, that the comp that they went for, that they'd obviously been practicing here, just was outpicked by SK?
So it was outpicked, and I don't feel they played aggressive enough early on in the mid lane with Selfie. Like they needed. Impala came in a few times to try and gank, but for some reason they never actually spotted out the ward, so they never expected the side he was coming to be warded. So he always just stood there, SK had full vision of him, and it was just a massive issue for them. And overall, once your counter pick in mid lane doesn't actually really work out, and you don't get anything from it early, it's just a big issue, especially coming into team fights.
Well, fantastic win there for SK Gaming, guys. We need to take a quick break, but when we come back, it's Fnatic versus Millennium, so stay tuned.
We are Nocturne.
I can't get it.
Okay, look up here, look up
flash.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Go. We got Cassidy. We got Cassidy. Yeah. Kill Java.
I'm in passive. We can turn this.
Kill them all. Nice! Go!
Oh.
Nice! Good job, man.
Welcome back, everyone, and before we head into our third LCS game of the day, we'd like to remind you that you can show support for your favorite LCS teams by logging into League of Legends and picking up their summoner icons.
Yeah, the 2014 summoner icons for all 16 LCS teams are now for sale, with 20% of those sales going directly to the teams themselves. So now you'll be able to support your favorite squads on and off the Rift.
Now let's hear from Fnatic's former AD carry and Season 1 World Champion Lamia about leaving the team and how Reckless is following in his footsteps.
I used to play AD carry for Fnatic in Season 1 and 2. It wasn't as professional as it is now. Every week having the league to play and living in a gaming house, it changes things. We knew before Season 3 started that we were going to have to move to Cologne, but I was halfway through my studies and I didn't want to give that up. And I decided to retire before Season 3 started, so the team had a lot of time to find a new player.
When I started watching League of Legends, he was like sort of the AD carry to watch, right?
Watching Reckless play is always amazing. I was so happy when they found him, and when they finally could put him in the team, it worked out so fine.
This could turn out horribly for Fnatic. It's going to be a double kill! The super mega death rocket!
I think he can almost do it a decade or so. With his skills, if they stay like this, easily.
I want to end with the flag up top, rather than winning something and then keep playing just because I want the money, I want the fame, and then I start playing worse and then it just ends bad in the end. So I'd rather just stop when we just won something or we performed well.
Great to hear from Lamia, a former AD carry hero, a legend of League of
100%.
Legends, Season 1 World Champion, of course. Well, guys, it is time to get things started between Fnatic and Millennium. Millennium are going to be looking to avenge their loss from earlier this split, where they ran Karthus into a heavy disengaged composition from Fnatic, which was all about the kite and fight.
Yeah, and it's the one and only time we have seen Nuno jungle this split in Europe, and it actually was fantastic. Sanad, he played his role perfectly, and his team backed away from every engage they wanted to with well-placed absolute zeros, and Nuno as a pick actually fits in the current meta pretty well, so we could see it again.
And Fnatic played against Gambit yesterday, but we have to say, up against Gambit with 4 solo queue players basically in the lineup, they weren't all that impressive.
No, I mean, yeah, okay, so Fnatic, they dominated the laning phase, and they focused a lot on objectives, but it still took them 42 minutes to actually finish the game. And now playing against Millennium here. Millennium yesterday played very passive. If Fnatic has the same focus on objectives here, they should be able to take everything and maybe even win the game from it.
Well, of course, yesterday Millennium lost to Roccat, and they looked like a team that never really wanted to do anything.
Exactly. I mean, they looked so passive. They just let Rocket do everything, and they just lost objectives throughout the entire game. And it was so weird to see for me, because Millennium sometimes are very aggressive, but this game did nothing. Maybe it's the stage, I don't know.
Well, they keep finding new picks to Millennium and different play styles, but it really seems to backfire for them more often than not, I have to say.
Yeah, so yesterday we had Kerber and Syndra as a counter pick to the LeBlanc here, and while the pick itself didn't lose the game, it didn't actually do anything in the game here. Rocket were just waiting for him to misstep and then caught him out of position and killed him. And it seems to me like Millennium, they really picked the playstyle for the game they're playing now, depending on how Kerb starts out. If he has a great start, gets a few kills, everyone plays really aggressive, they go crazy, they set up plays everywhere. If he has a bad start and he can't get going, the entire team just plays very passive. They wait for Kerb to do something, and it's a big, big issue for them. They definitely have to fix it. And of course, they need to be more consistent, less inconsistent, because it's always the issue for Millennium. We never know what to expect.
I was going to say, I don't think they could actually be more inconsistent at this point. Winning some games, losing the others. We never quite know which Millennium's going to turn up. But we are going to check out the starting lineups before we start the game. On the blue side for this match is Fnatic, with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke in the middle, and the duo of Reckless and Yellowstar.
For Millennium on the red side, we have Kevin in the top lane, Cotnex as the jungler, Kerb in the mid lane, Kreaton as AD carry, and of course Jerry on support.
And we'll be heading into the jungle for today's featured matchup between Cyanide and Cotnex.
And it's 2 junglers with very different style. I mean, we have Cyanide, he's a team player, he sacrificed a lot of farm for himself to gank and help out his laners, where Cotnex is more of a carry jungler. He focuses a lot on getting farm, and then once you get to team fights late game, he can actually do a lot. And the funny thing is, Aaron Ayer, who's now the coach for Fnatic, he used to be the jungler for Millennium, So maybe he knows a few tricks here about his lane as he would give to Cyanide or the team, and he can then use it against Millennium and maybe find a kill.
And some interesting numbers there, specifically with the wards, I think, almost, or more than double wards purchased by Cyanide.
Team
so
player,
shows you,
carry jungler.
Yeah, team player and a carry jungler. Different styles coming into this one. We'll have to see how that all works out for them in this game. Well, before we get into bans and picks, let's see who you guys think are going to win this one. With 76% of the vote, Fnatic leads Millennium. We'd also like to remind you that you can get tickets to join us and watch these games in person when we return to Cologne. Just head to lolesports.com and click on tickets at the top for all the details.
And I really want to see if Curb wants to play Syndra again in this game here. Or maybe he was like, you know what, I tried it, it didn't really work for me, I'm going to look for something else. Because he's a type that can play a champion he didn't practice for weeks. He's just going to pick it anyway, and the team trusted him. And if it works, great, perfect, everyone loves Curb. But when things goes wrong, it's where the entire Millennium really suffers from it.
One thing's for sure, they're probably going to ban Kassadin. I mean, they're on red side today. They've been banning it on blue side as well, but we can pretty much forget the fact that Kassadin will be available this game, because it's probably not going to be. But where will the other bans be focused, in your opinion?
So, I mean, we can look to something like a kill ban. It's been a pick which everyone loves to play. I mean, generally there's all these strong picks they can go for, unless they want to maybe target Cyanide.
Yeah.
Want to say, you know what, we're not going to give you Lee's, we're not going to give you Lee Sin Evelyn, ban away 2 of them, try and get one themselves, or force Fnatic to first pick a jungler. Or again, they are blue side, so they are pretty much forced, or red side, sorry, they are forced to ban a lot of these strong picks here, like Braum, Kassadin, so on.
Well, we're going to find out, because we're headed into Champion Select for Fnatic versus Millennium. And the first ban out the gate actually going to be Lucian, so going straight towards Creatine.
So hitting Creatine here, maybe we could see Fnatic going towards the Twitch. It's been working for Reckless really well many times. Of course, they're different other AD carries at the moment. Corgi is suddenly coming up in Europe as well. Could be the target for the Millennium so far. As expected, banning out what they consider the strong picks at the moment.
Yeah, Fnatic getting rid of Jax and the Ziggs. Always an important ban, I think, against Millennium. We've seen time and time again how strong Curb is on Ziggs overall. Braum, as you said, also going to be banned away with Kassadin. That leaves the likes of Nidalee possibly open here for Fnatic, as we see that Kayle will be the final ban.
So they did go exactly for just, you know, we don't want to deal with any of these very strong picks here. It does mean, however, they're actually leaving up Lee Sin for Cyanide, a jungler he always loved to play here. And a jungler where he can put so much early pressure, and we know he loves to gank early on. He doesn't want to focus too much on farming, and he also loves to ward. Lee Sin, perfect match for Cyanide here. And the thing about the Ziggs ban against Curb, it's the only champion he's been playing consistent on, so therefore they take it away.
And yeah, knock Millennium off the game, knock Curb off his game seems to be a plan that works against Millennium, that's for sure. But they did leave LeBlanc open. That's a champion that Curb has shown that he can play very well. They also take Twitch here for Creatine after the Lucian ban.
So already focusing a lot on getting picks here before the teamfights even start. We have Twitch sneaking around, finding a target, and of course Curb on LeBlanc just looking to explode someone. We need to see if he's going to do the golden glue thing and go DFG first, if he gets a good start and try and simply snowball the lead, or is he going to go for the more standard Athenes into Death Cap, into Avoid Staff, and be stronger in longer team fights.
Well, we'll find that out as things go along. What a Fnatic going to lock in here. Already got Lee Sin for the jungle. Looks like they want to secure their bottom lane. They're going to take Corki and Morgana.
So Corki and Morgana here. So with the Lucian ban again, they focus on what other strong laning AD carries do we have. Corgi, he was the one who's coming up here. Reckless actually played quite a lot of Corgi in the past, picking it up here, and of course with Morgana to help out against the likes of Kirby if he wants to just instantly blow him up, put in the Black Shield there, try and save Reckless and at least let him jump away in case Kirby comes in very aggressive towards him.
So for Millennium then, we talked about the junglers in our featured matchup, and there is Cortex on your screen. Is he going to be taking Elise for this one? As we mentioned, not really, well, no bans aimed towards the junglers, so they get pretty much free reign on that one. Already got Lee Sin for Cyanide. Looks like we may see Kevin moving to Aatrox in this top lane as well.
So Soaz actually played Aatrox yesterday against Gambit. Could be the reason Millennium want to take it away from him now, saving actually their jungle pick for the last one here, and then locking in Leona with the Aatrox, simply to say, you know what, we also want some engage now, we want to be able to catch you out of position. Leona is perfect for it. However, against Morgana, can be a little bit of a tricky thing to engage, at least in team fights. Laning phase, we always talk about how the Black Shield is very strong to stop Leona, but there's room for outplay from the side of Leona. You can go in, bait the Black Shield, and then just change target, lock the second target down, and go for the kill onto him.
So, final round of picks for Fnatic. Bottom lane and jungler already sorted. What are they going to take for Peke in this middle lane against Kerp's LeBlanc? What will Soaz be running here on the top side of the map against
Shyvana could be the standard. Shyvana could be the standard safe top lane pick here. It's always a champion we talk about where she's never a champion to just win the lane by herself, but she always does well. And then when you go into team fight, she's always a very, very strong pick, and you have multiple options for how you want to build her and how you want to play her.
Well, Syndra as well was locked in here from Peke. We talked about it already that Kerp ran the Syndra against LeBlanc yesterday. And now we're going to get to see how strong Peke's Syndra is going to be.
And we heard Overpower in the interview after the game yesterday saying, yeah, against Syndra, I can't really go for any kills in the lane. I have to play very passive because, again, Syndra works really well against LeBlanc because you can stop her W if you stun her with the ball, and also your Q is longer range than the LeBlanc Q, therefore you can poke her from distance and stay very safe. So it's a hard lane for LeBlanc, and I want to see how Kerp decides to play it.
So final pick was for the jungle as well there for Millennium and for Cottonex, who will take Evelynn. Definitely one of his big favorites in there.
So much focus on catching out targets here and finding these one-on-one, 2-on-2 fights. I mean, even Aatrox goes into one of those champions who really want to just one-on-one you, maybe even 1v2 you if he gets far enough ahead. So overall, Millennium really looking for the picks here. We're on the side of Fnatic. They have more of a standard. I would even also say they have somewhat of a pick comp here, but they also want to go more for teamfight-wise. With Shyvana, you have the Corki, of course, Morgana to peel away. And Morgana works well with Syndra in the case if you land the binding. All of a sudden you have a pick comp because Syndra will just blow up a target.
Going to be a very interesting one. And now that the lineups are locked in, which jungler do you guys think is going to come out ahead? Tell us by tweeting #Cyanide or #Cottonex to @LOL Esports. And we'll see in a little while who you guys picked for that one. And our featured matchup of the day, and very important roles, but different roles that these two guys play.
Yeah, again, we keep talking about how Cyanide, he's much of a team player. He really wants to help out his lanes. He buys a lot of wards and put a lot of focus on making sure everyone is safe. Where, of course, Cottonex, when he's playing Evelynn as well, he doesn't necessarily have to gank too much. He can even farm, go towards the late game point of Evelynn, where you can build a bit tanky and be very strong in team fights and also, again, catching out targets, which is the whole idea here for Millennium.
And we have to, again, look back to the middle lane in this. Peke versus Kerp could very well be a featured matchup because we've said it time and time again. Kerp can carry, but Kerp also has these games where he's almost non-existent. We remember back to the 0-5 Fizz game, for example. Syndra yesterday didn't work out for him. This matchup here with Peke, who traditionally does well on the big stage, very interested to see how it goes.
Millennium definitely have the option to set up ganks towards the mid lane. That's one of the strong things about LeBlanc, is you can always jump forward with your W, use your E to chain, attach it onto the target here, lock it down, and your jungler comes in, and it's very easy to set up ganks, especially against the Syndra, where you need to flash. Once it's on cooldown, you won't escape the chain here. So if Cottonex puts a lot of focus on the mid lane, they might be able to get Kerp ahead, and then he can start snowballing and really shutting down the Syndra, and then move on to all the other lanes. And we've seen it time and time again with Kerp. Once he gets going early on, the entire team simply wakes up and like, okay, let's make plays, plays. Jerry can join in. We have on Leona here, set up some plays. Up in the top lane, Kevin as well on Aatrox, one of the best champions at diving. What are you going to do? You just move Evelynn, or you move your mid lane on LeBlanc up to this top lane, you just dive onto Source and kill him on the tower.
So the other thing, you mentioned it a little bit earlier on, the RNA and now the coach of Fnatic, former jungle player for Millennium. He's obviously going to know how Millennium play. How much of a role is he going to play coming into this match?
I think a huge part, because he knows everything about these guys. He knows how they act if they fall behind. He knows how their idea is. I mean, every player has their own kind of mindset in the game. Some top laners can be like, hey, jungler, come top all the time. We can just gank him and dive over and over and over again. Kevin is not the type to do it, but some people would be, and he would be able to say to Fnatic, watch out here, they want to send the jungler top over and over again, they love to do this because you know the players here. So obviously, it's going to be a huge impact. And also, some players tend to go into a pattern of doing the same things because they've done it for such a long time, especially comes down to where they place the wards or how they juke. Do they either juke, to the right or to the left when they want to dodge a skill shot? Some players just get into the same routine where they do it over and over, and because he's played on team with them, maybe he's talked with the players about it, he will know. We'll be able to inform Fnatic about all these small details.
And just a quick update on the game. We've not forgotten it, don't worry. Jerry had a couple of issues there, so they just had to remake picks and bans. We will be getting into the match here in about 30 seconds time. So don't forget, you can still tweet to us, #Cyanide or #CottonX to @LOL Esports, and let us know which jungler you think is going to come out ahead in this game. Let's talk about the AD carries here, because Creatine had the Lucian banned out against him, got his hands on Twitch. Talk to me about that lane matchup, the Twitch versus Corki.
Well, so obviously, first of all, Corki's very, very strong in the lane, where Twitch is not so strong. He needs some time to build up. He needs to Blade of the Ruin King before he can really start to duel people. So definitely in favor of Reckless. And also looking at supports. I mean, you have Morgana against Leona. Morgana, very, very strong. As long as you time the Black Shield correctly, Leona won't be able to engage onto you. So Millennium side here could definitely look for a lane swap to get away from this duel lane early. Or if they do get into 2v2, they might need some jungle help, which could mean that Curb won't get it in the mid lane. So it could be issues for them. But still, we need to see how they want to play it. Definitely think the bottom lane is in favor of Fnatic, though, in a straight-up 2v2.
And Millennium, we said it yesterday, very solidly a mid-table team right now. They've done well against certain teams and then lost to them straight away after. They've been destroyed by some teams and then been able to beat them the next time they meet them.
I mean, Rocket has won the last 4 games, and they're under them in the standings here. So Millennium, they need to win this one, otherwise Rocket might go above them.
Very important game for both sides of the coin in this one. But we are going to get into game. It's Fnatic versus Millennium for our 3rd LCS game of the day here in London. Let's see how this one is all going to go down and whether we'll see anything interesting at level 1. Millennium, we know them as a team that did stuff at level 1 before it was cool.
He used to always go in and get some deep wards before the triggers were reduced down to 30 seconds. I don't actually think they're doing too much special now. They didn't actually go further with the tactic, just keeping it fairly simple like most teams do. For now, though, it's Fnatic moving in with 4 members to actually get a deep ward. Curb will spot them out. And we see Curb starting with Flask. He's doing the exact same thing Opar did yesterday against him. Yes, you're going to be very squishy, but you have to sustain. So even if you take some poke from the Syndra, you can stay in lane and farm.
Look at this Millennium moving around to the Fnatic red buff. Fnatic themselves already on the top side of Millennium's junglers. Pekka and Curb have the first exchange of the game and going nicely there for Curb. What we're going to see, Pekka actually going to recall, get himself all healthy, has his Curb, regen that mana, and then just come straight back into lane. Fnatic have completely recalled out of the Millennium jungle as well. And we can see that Creatine and Jerry already headed to lane. So looks like we're going to have a very standard start, and that is a big vote for Cyanide, 93%.
Fnatic is actually doing a different thing this game here with the early wards. We can't really see it because Aatrox is actually standing on the ward on the minimap, but they put it between the two, the first tower, of course, the first top tower and the second top tower. So instead of it being in vision or in range of the towers to actually spot the ward, Millennium won't know it's there. So they're basically trying to see if they can spot Creatine and Jerry moving from the base to the lane. We see the ward right here, Minions just walk past it. Millennium doesn't know it's there. However, because they're down this bottom lane, because they didn't walk past the ward, Fnatic expects them to actually be in this bottom lane, and they're up in the top lane here, so they're not going to get the lane swap.
Now pushing Reckless into that top side. Morgana going to be moving across the map to get in range there as well. Yellow Star did start off on that bottom side, so it's going to leave Corki Morgana versus Aatrox on the top side of the map, and Twitch Leona versus, well, Shyvana, when he actually goes down there right now, using the buddy system, hanging around with his jungler to get a bit of XP.
Always one of the great things about Shyvana is you're so good at clearing the jungle, even in the early levels. That's why she's one of the best top laners now. Because again, you just run with Cyanide, very easy for them to clear out the camps, move on to the next one. Kevin up in his top lane here is actually stuck by himself, got a few CS and now has to back away because Yellow Star joined in together with Reckless to force him away. So he's not farming with CottonX at the moment, and therefore falling slightly behind compared to Source, but you can of course turn around and say CottonX is getting slightly ahead compared to Cyanide.
There is Fnatic moving now, jungler and top laner towards their blue buff. Already got the red buff, that's where they started, and look at this. Kevin actually now moving down towards the bottom side of the map, possibly going to join his own jungler and go for what we expected here and get some XP. Himself some levels, but Fnatic already pushing quite heavily onto this outer turret.
And of course, as we pretty much see most games where we have lane swaps, it's gonna be this 2 versus 0. where you just build up the wave, you push it into the tower, or you decide to freeze it, get some damage on the tower here. And because Fnatic has the dual lane in the top side, it means Millennium can just go and start the dragon. Shouldn't even expect Fnatic to be nearby at this point. They can still see Yellowstar up in his top lane with Reckless. Therefore, the first dragon of the game should go to Millennium. And it's always the thing you sacrifice, which generally means if you have the stronger dual lane, like Fnatic does in this case, you should never swap it top because you give away the dragon for no reason. I simply think they were expecting Millennium to be top lane with their dual lane, and that's why they swapped up there. Otherwise, it made no sense.
Well, we are going to see this dragon going down. That top turret still hanging on there by a thread. And actually, looks like Reckless and Yellowstar possibly going to just recall from this one. And Soaz, is he going to head towards his top lane? Very interested to see about that. But basically, a 4-minute dragon being picked up by Millennium. Nice little start for them. Gives them a 600 gold lead. If we look down some of those early CS totals, pretty much even across the board. Only Soaz really got a lead over his counterpart there, as obviously he's spent more time in the jungle with Cyanide.
And then Codnex, of course, been farming pretty well, first by himself, then joined in by Kevin afterwards, where you see Fnatic sharing actually the minions between Soaz and Sana. And again, it's the thing we talk about with carry jungler and team player. Sana doesn't mind giving some farm over to Soaz, where Codnex is pretty much taking everything by himself, and Kevin can just stand beside him and get some XP.
So, first stuns of the game coming down from Xpeke onto Kerp. Kerp got a slight lead on him in terms of XP there, and actually trying to put some harassment down onto him as well in the early stages of this lane. And down in the bottom, Yellowstar joined by Soaz now, up against Creaton and J-Reet. The entire time Reckless has just spent pretty much alone, not anymore as he's got Cyanide up there, but are they going to try and go for a bit of action onto Kevin's Aatrox?
So Reckless, he's been freezing the lane up here in his top side. That's why Kevin is going up, because he wants to try and push it out, get it to reset so he can actually pick up some farm. And therefore, it's very smart Sana was actually staying around in case Kevin just walks straight up to the minions. Now he's going to face check him.
Oh, supposed to put the ward down there, but quick jump away from Kevin. Lost about half of his health from that one, so could have been a little bit more dangerous, but with the jump and, of course, with the flash available to him as well, not too bad.
And there are two people down this bottom lane for Fnatic, therefore Soaz can actually pick up some farm, and also because J-Reet can't really engage onto him, unless of course there's no Black Shield, and therefore he turned it onto Yellowstar.
Yeah, going in there, Yellowstar already down to half, but can see Soaz trying to return that damage and got both J-Reet and Creaton a little bit low as well, so bit of a scary moment there. Black Shield coming in a little late, but no first blood picked up just yet. Millennium still holding on to that lead.
And we did actually see the outplay potential of Leona here against Morgana in lane. J-Reet engaged onto Soaz as soon as the Black Shield was there. Just changed target because Yellowstar was standing right next to him. Locked him down, got some damage onto him. But still, Soaz picking up some farm. Kevin up in his top lane now actually managed to get to the wave, get some farm as well. So looking very good for him as well now.
And up to 18 CS, which is bringing him pretty much level with that of Soaz. Reckless continues to farm up a storm. About to hit the 60 CS point with this next wave. We see 2 wards instead of just 1 in that brush as the Zenith Flame comes out. A little bit wide of its target though. That would have been a lot of health, I think, from Soaz that would have gone down. This mid lane remained fairly quiet. Both players just going in for the farm. It's Peke that leads that right now.
Just want to push out the wave here, go back to base, and then once his blue buff spawns, he's gone back to shop, gets the blue buff, and can then really start to try and poke away onto Kerp. Both of them just been farming pretty well. I mean, we talked about the flash from Kerp, how he could now sustain himself, even if he took some poke and just focus on farming, and it's basically what we've been seeing in this mid lane. Peke now got the first recall, Kerp now of course wants to just shove out the wave and do the same.
Now we see Kerp just going to throw all that down, so he's sat on 1700 gold to spend on his first journey home. See, as you mentioned earlier, we saw Golden Glue in the North American Challenger final early on, straight into DFG, and that really set him up for the rest of the game. He was able to get some early kills, I think ended with about 12 by the end of that match, and we'll see if Kerp decides to go that DFG route as once again
Could be a chalice though, could be a chalice.
Inside, and actually he's going to land that Zenith Blade. He's a little bit far away. Creaton not really joining in, and the damage going to come back, and here is Cyanide again. The Q though landing onto the minion, and look at that, spray and pray. Oh, rat-tat-tat is actually called now, being used, and that's going to force Yellowstar to back right off.
Yeah, a lot of damage in return here from Creaton. Very nice job, and we see Kerp in his mid lane. He went towards that fiend, so he wants the magic resist against Xpeke here in the lane. And of course, it also means teamfight wise, he's going to have more mana. He can basically do more damage in a longer fight, where with the DFG he's full on focus on just blowing up the first target, and that's pretty much his job.
Cortex here, is he going to try and get in around the backside? May even be looking for a sneaky play on that blue buff. Peke just going to knock Kurt back away. Cortex will spot Peke coming around to this one. He's going to try with the damage, actually using his ulti, but he needs to be careful. Yellow's not binding, lands the binding as well. Ignite is down, Cortex is going to die, and the first blood goes to Peke.
There's actually Millennium trying to set up the Peke onto Xpeke once he moved towards the blue buff. Kirby even jumped in with his ulti, but just a beautiful binding by Yellowstar. Absolute max range. Just their very last bit hit Cortex.
Did Flash use the exhaust to get in there to secure that kill as well, but kill's a kill, and that's going to make Peke a lot stronger. As Reckless here, going in towards Kevin, one more auto attack, or the ultimate would have popped the blood well, and Kevin forced to flash away.
Forced to flash, and Reckless has been farming by himself up here, one-on-one against Kevin for a long time actually. Yellowstar was in the bottom lane, then he helped with the blue buff. Now seems he's just staying in his mid lane, pushing in with the minions here and also making sure Kurt won't be able to jump and do anything. Oh, once again, denied. That's the thing, man, there's so much outplay potential as well in this matchup.
See how that one all develops, the double buff there for Peke now as well. Cause a few problems for Kerp as we see them trying to get in onto Soaz, but Giant Spell already picked up by Soaz, so he's going to be feeling a lot more confident down on this bottom lane. Meanwhile, the top turret does finally get finished off there by the minions, and that will put Fnatic in the gold lead by 1,000. And look at this, Dragon just coming up. Fnatic got 3 men there already.
Reckless is on his way from the base, but the rest of Millennium is actually already here. Kevin has the passive and teleport ready, so he can join in at any time. Just pick up the farm meanwhile. Let's see if Millennium actually want to go straight for the team fight.
Are they going to fight this one out?
It's
We see the teleport coming in. There is a golden fire. It locks up 2 of them as well. Ulti running from Yellowstar, but Peke going to go down. Millennium ripping through Fnatic at this point. The rat-a-tat-tat from the side. Soaz going low. Well, Fnatic just back away from things. They lost the 1 man. Dragon didn't go down though.
Such a great engage from Jerry. Right on to Xpeke here. We always talk about how Syndra is so immobile. You're not able to jump anywhere unless your flash is up. This time it wasn't cooldown, so just notice Jerry landing onto the slow. Actually, it was just a slow, but then he connects onto him afterwards, stuns him. Here's the kill. Beautiful setup by Jerry, and then Fnatic just have to back away from here. Did force a few flashes away from Millennium, but couldn't actually pick up the Dragon.
No Dragon taken yet, so we'll see if that becomes a bit more of a hot topic here shortly. They've got Kerp and Kevin both on that bottom lane, so definitely possible that they'll go in. We can see Twitch moving down, the other 2 players coming out of Millennium's base as well. So
Soaz has no teleport yet, and he's up in his top lane here, so only 4 members from Fnatic actually moving towards the dead. Simply deciding to give it up here. Don't want to risk anything. There was still no flash on Syndra, and Soaz instantly just went top lane without teleport ready.
Yeah, Peke actually trying to get something back from this one, and is going to be able to finish off that outer turret there. Minion's going to come in as well. There's the stun once again. Is Kerp going to keep chasing on this? Does have his blue buff, so those cooldowns up for him, but didn't want to chase in there. A little bit scared, I think, of running let me try that one again. Face on into Syndra.
And Kerp actually flashed. He wanted to flash the stun here and just get the chain onto Xpeke, but he got stunned at the exact same time he actually flashed, so it didn't work for him. Rest of Millennium were running right behind him, ready to actually kill Syndra if possible. Still Dragon from Millennium. They lose the mid tower, opens up the lane now for Fnatic. They can get a deep ward in the lane, spot Millennium moving around, and of course, as we always talk about, they can go further into the jungle, especially if they take down this bottom tower with top tower being gone and mid tower. Just go into the jungle, get some good wards, and try and set up some picks.
Yep, and they are going to take this tower as well. Jerry not able to defend that one. Twitch coming in a little bit too late. Creighton not able to help out as the Q from Lee Sin, the binding from Morgana from the other side as well. Both of them actually missing out, but that leaves Fnatic with a healthy gold lead. 12 minutes 44 into the game. Tied up 1-1 in kills, but 3-0 in towers for Fnatic. If both of those Dragons didn't go Millennium's way, they'd be in a bit of a sorry position by now.
Yeah, it's funny enough, it's something we see very often here in Europe. Actually, one team takes all the towers, but another team just has full focus on Dragon and picks up Dragon after Dragon here. And the teams don't really manage to shut them down or stop them from doing it. I mean, just think back to Gambit. Picking up Dragons pretty much every game, multiple of them, and it's actually keeping them in the game.
Pink ward taken away from that Tribush. Yellowstar, not sure how carefully really needs to be there with Kerp. Obviously that Athene start Means he's not going to have masses of damage at this point, but certainly will do a lot to the support player. As the pink ward spotted straight out by Millennium, and that will be cleared away. Yellow Star still waiting here for the possibility of maybe getting involved onto Kerpa. Stun will be an easy binding for him then.
Up in this top lane here, Kevin going towards the blade as his first item. Source on the other hand, as we see often from Shyvana, going towards some tankiness so he can be really strong in his team fights. And actually sending Reckless back up here to one-on-one him, but the rest of Fnatic, or Lysandra and Yellowstar, joining in.
All moving in, there's the ultimate out of continent.
Oh, nice.
Max range again from Yellowstar. They're going to dive on top of Kevin, who has his blood well popped. He's going to regen about a third of his life when he comes back up, but he's not going to be able to escape it. Or is he? Reckless actually flashing away there, and Kevin's still alive at the back. So has flashed in to try and get him, but they've locked him up. Kurt's going to take down Yellowstar for the double, and Kevin manages to live as well.
Wow, the bait from Kevin here. The binding landed onto him, and Fnatic just went all in. Kerp was running the entire time towards the top lane. Got in there, instantly killed Cyanide, and then going to take down Yellowstar as well. And Kevin, lucky man.
All calculated.
Very well played.
All calculated from him. Meanwhile, Creighton's like, well, okay then. I guess I'm not involved in this one. I'm just going to farm up and push this bottom lane out there. Obviously moving towards his Blade of the Ruin King. Other side, Reckless does already have a Bloodthirster done and dusted. So good for him. Peke, meanwhile, will be getting another spawn on the blue.
So overall here, very even in gold. Millennium pulling ahead in the kills and the dragons, but Fnatic controlling the map when it comes to towers. And already been putting a few wards a bit further inside the area of Millennium to see if they can spot anything out. But didn't spot out Kerp coming up in the last fight here, so he just came up behind him, instantly killed Cyanide, and from there on, it was a lost fight for Fnatic. Yellowstar, you've been landing some very good bindings. Didn't manage to get the blue, however.
Max range bindings. As you see, Creighton here going to go towards Yellowstar, but
scrying up already.
Yeah,
both 80 carries.
Both 80 carries running that one and trying to get in there, but unfortunately for him, stealth running out before he could get right on top of Yellowstar. See if he can pull any more of that off. Meanwhile, these top laners, both of them pretty tanky already. We see Chain Vest in there with a Vamp Scepter on top of that Giant's Belt from earlier for Soaz. Other side, we also see a Cutlass and the Giant's Belt as well. And look at this, Fnatic trying to set something up in the bottom lane. Is anyone going to show themselves from Millennium?
Botlink's coming in as well. They do have the scrying up. They want to try and bait like Fnatic did back in Season 1 at DreamHack. Creighton moving in. Jerry could be the target though.
Oh, there's a binding landing going straight to Jerry, but again a brilliant solar planet turning this one around. Creighton going to get the first kill, and they're going to keep chasing on to Cyanide. There is one back. It's a 2-for-1 down in the bottom lane, and the trap from Fnatic not working as intended.
Perfect turnaround for Millennium here. Creighton was just staying in the back the entire time, feeling very safe because they went on to Jerry. Not exactly the ideal target. You want to either get it on the red or just blow up God next. Expect it though, going for Kirk.
Gonna throw everything out in there, the ultimate as well. Ignite burning away. And there we see it outplayed completely. Expect getting his second kill of the game.
Fantastic Syndra play from him. Over and over again in this game, he's just stopping the jumps from Kirk, getting all the damage down, and finally actually managed to pick up a kill with it. Beautiful play.
Oh, good for Peke. Gonna raise his confidence levels moving forward in this, and Kirk, how good of a game is he going to have overall? Millennium pulling out some good plays so far. So Kevin with that escape in the top lane. Speke going to spot Jerry over the top of the wall and then loses his ward just as swiftly as he's put it down. There's the second one. That one will survive though.
We actually see Expecka here on Syndra building a bit more defensive compared to Kirk. In the start, he felt like he needed the tenacity from his boots because of the CC from Millennium, because he knew he was going to be the target in the team fights, where Kirk, of course, just got full damage early on here. Fnatic starting up the Dragon, 4 members here. Source is going to join in. Millennium is around though, and I do have teleport.
Here we go, teleport going to come in from Kevin. Can they get into them? Jerry going to throw his solar flare to the back of the Dragon pit, locks up Peke. Dragon is going to reset here in just a second. In fact, Millennium keep pulling it out there of its pit. Fnatic still waiting up there on the top side. And Millennium looking for an opening in this one. It's the top laners that are still at the front. There's Kevin diving in a little bit deep. Does get stunned up, but I think he's going to walk away.
Notice Kirk here on your minimap. He's trying to sneak around Fnatic to see if he can get in the backline and hit Syndra without the flash. Jerry managed to force the flash before. No ulti on Leona though. Kevin needs to be the guy jumping in.
Spotted by a ward. There's a stun missing actually from Peke. They're going to dive straight towards him. A lot of damage onto Peke. Cyanide actually low. Jerry is going to fall in this one as well, but look at Kerp pushing around the backside. His Ignite will finish off a kill, and that's a 2-for-1 for Millennium, and I'm not sure it's done just yet. Look at this, Soaz running up the top side. Creighton though doesn't chase.
We need to see an Outlast on Xpeke later in this game here. He's constantly the target for Millennium. Every single fight. You just see Jerry and Kevin moving straight for him. Don't even care about the rest of the team. Just want to go straight for him. No flash, of course. Jumps in, gets the kill. And of course, Kerb was sneaking around the side here. Should be the Dragon. Unless Yellowstar is...
Nope. Will be the Dragon for Millennium. 3 out of 3 so far. You're going to see it again. They've got one turret now though, so they closing in onto a 2,000 gold lead. Alright, so it is.
Mind games, it's mind games.
Mind games, okay. That's what they call it these days.
Trust me.
We'll see about that. We'll see when he actually realizes. Not sure if he had one earlier and then sold it by accident. I don't know what's going on that front, but we'll figure that one out as we go along. Cyanide himself just getting that red buff. Got Reckless and Peke starting to move down this bottom side as well. If we look at the lanes, that bottom one is pretty much in the middle, although I think it's pushing up towards Creighton's side of the map from this. Jungler on the other side also doing the red buff, so bit of a time to farm now for both sides.
Yeah, Dragon of course is gone, so just taking a little bit easy here. No blue buffs up yet. I'm not sure actually if the teams have timers on the blue buffs from the other team and want to maybe try and go for an invade. This Fnatic one just spawned in. Millennium is not exactly in a position to try and go for it, so clearly they didn't have it or didn't want to go and force a fight the jungle of Fnatic here. Both teams just farming up. Kerb, of course, looking towards either his Death Cap or the Void Start as the next item. And Xpeke is going to get a Death Cap himself. Already had the blasting one from before. So he's going to do a lot of damage, but he's going to be a very easy target to lock down as well.
So, Cyanide did in fact have a trinket at the start of the game, and he's just picked up a sweeping lens now, so he's aware of that.
Telling you, man, mind games.
Aware of that one. There's another binding landing from Yellowstar, but no follow-up this time. There was no one really there to help him out, and as those blue buffs come in, see Creighton starting off the Millennium one, which will of course be given over towards Kerb, and Peke will be getting his pretty shortly as well. There's a pink ward cleared out. Are they going to go top? No.
Notice the pink wards from Millennium actually. They put so many around this Baron Pit in their side of the jungle because they know they want to have Kerb or Aatrox or even Evelyn or Twitch just sitting around, like pretty much say anyone from the team, sitting, just waiting around this Baron Pit here, waiting for someone from Fnatic to go in and clear a ward, and then they can jump them. And as long as they have these pinks, they know there's no wards from Fnatic, and they can try and get a pick through simply better ward control.
Look at this, bringing Kevin to take out that ward. They got Cottonex gonna move in for this one as well. Are they gonna try and hunt down Soaz? Was the ping to the ward, and Soaz will go in there, take himself that pink ward. Will he be able to get away from it? There's the diving. Cornex gonna be on top of him as well. Soaz gonna be forced to use his ultimate. He's got no flash, but we'll let him decide not to keep chasing.
And actually, he didn't want to use the ult here, he just ran away. Kevin and Cornex gave up on the chase here. There was no flash on Kevin, and once he actually landed slow here, just backed away.
Binding. Yellowstar's accuracy has been very, very good today, no doubt about that one. We are going to see them coming in. Yellowstar being burst by Kerb. The stun from Peke actually missing, but has he got the damage to finish off? Solar Flare comes in. They're going to go towards Peke here. Well, they've not got the damage, or have they? Creighton coming in from the side. Cyanide going to go down.
Wow.
And even nearly got Peke on his way as well.
Great play by Creighton here, popping up himself, dodging the stun as well from Fnatic, and then he just kills them. Such a smart play and such a good play by Creighton. And set up by Kerb in the start, going towards Yellowstar.
Kevin there going very, very deep. He's got Cornex coming in as well. There's no flash for Soaz still. And there is a Zenith played, and it breaks Jerry against the wall. Soaz is going to have to try and kill himself. Kerb is going to be moving through. Where's Soaz going to go? Trying to recall it right in the middle of the lane. He's going to be spotted, or is he? Not quick enough. It was a TP he used.
Well, so TP down at least. Millennium should know. Have the timer on it, or at least try and time it. Can just pick up a top tower. Didn't get the kill, so got the top tower, and they already picked up a few kills in the mid lane, so they can't really complain.
Okay, Kerb again. Kerb actually diving into this one, and half health almost taken away. There's a death cap now on both of those mid laners.
So much damage from both of them if they can actually get a target. It's just so much easier for LeBlanc to jump in, pick whatever target you want, and just jump back again. Where Syndra, basically go all in. I mean, you can't just go in and say, with target, no, I'm not sure, I'm just going to back out again. No, because the enemy team is going to be on you instantly and try to kill you. So harder for Pekka to pick a target here. Kirby can see him just jump around all the time, poking away. Now, Kristen coming in stealth.
Oh, there we go, dash forward, slow, actually missing from Kristen, and they're going to try and turn this one back around. Where's the stun out here from Pekka? Already used it a few seconds ago. Then Carnex moving in as well. Fnatic still need to be a little bit careful around this mid lane. Pekka's got his flash back up, so a bit more safety for him, but the fact is, with two possible invisible threats there, you've always got to be really careful.
It's a scary thing because it requires you to have a lot of pink wards in right positions if you actually want to spot them come towards you. Especially the gank through the mid lane from Twitch is so hard to predict. Because again, if you put a pink ward in the middle of the lane, our team's just going to walk in and clear it, and therefore you won't be able to spot the Twitch coming unless you place him even further back in the lane and you can see him start his stealth once he actually comes into the mid lane. Fnatic though haven't been able to move so far into the area of Millennium for the last few minutes because Millennium actually been finding the right picks here, been getting the kills. Not team fights, but going straight just for picks the last few minutes. And now Dragon coming up in about 25 seconds, or actually 25 seconds by now. So Millennium could be looking for a team fight again. The last one, 2 for 1 for Millennium and the Dragon.
So that Scrying Orb used this middle inner turret taking a bit of a beat in there. That was just cleared out by Kerp. Oh, we've got just over 10 seconds. Yellow Star done a good job here of clearing out those wards. Millennium's going to leave the Dragon and make a play on middle. They, of course, have had 100% of the Dragons so far, 3 out of 3. Can't see them giving it up, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. They can just stay around, try and clear some wards away from Fnatic and maybe find the target. I mean, even Sana at this point is very, very squishy. Kerp can blow him up instantly. Kristen will be able to do the exact same thing. So they'll pretty much only have Source who can actually survive the burst from Millennium. And he's up in his top lane, in his one-on-one with Kevin and looking to teleport in while the fight is actually happening already.
What are they going to do here? Kerp actually going aggressive onto Yellow Star, misses the chain, but just jumps right back into position from where he came from. It's a good bit of damage done. May force Yellow Star to back away and think twice about getting involved in this next fight. There's a binding going through. That's a big stun onto him, but no follow-up damage. No follow-up damage onto Kerp. And he continues to live. Tense moment here. 25 minutes, 50 seconds into the game. Dragon is live. There's a ward from Fnatic in the back of the pit, but Millennium has started off the Dragon.
Starting the Dragon here, 4 members moving in. Source putting a lot of pressure to Kevin in his top lane here. Sana, got it!
Oh, he got it! He strikes again, the Steel Master! Is he going to go down? Someone heals comes in, Solar Flare at the back, and Cyanide comes up big again for Fnatic. Millennium wondering what's hit them. Here's a TP as well from Soaz. Fnatic going to go for the tower.
So Kevin actually tried to teleport up in his top lane here, but Source stopped him with his ulti and then TP'd himself down to join the team, taking the tower now. Cyanide, that was absolutely perfect. You got the Dragon, you got out as well, and now also the mid tower. And this was supposed to be Millennium's Dragon. I mean, 4 members around it, and yet he steals it. And he's done it so many times.
Yeah, he must be up there with, if not the biggest stealer in League of Legends history. Pulled off some monumental ones in the past, and at least Fnatic just 100 or so gold behind that of Millennium at this point. Still 9-4 in kills. We still see Creaton's going to be a massive threat. 3-0-3 for him. Got himself that static shiv on top of his Bladed Root King and a Last Whisper in there now.
And that's the thing about both squishy. Actually, let's just see once again. Sana going in, gets the steal and gets out of the wall. I think he needs to heal from Dragon's actually to survive. Teleport, you see it coming in from Kevin here, but because Source stops him up in the top lane, he will never be able to join the fight, and Source can then join in himself, force Millennium away. Even, not the wrong way around, but pretty much the only way they could actually do towards the base, therefore Fnatic would take the mid tower.
And Carnex left. Little red face, I think, after that one. Smite still available for him. Cyanide coming out on top of that little battle. So let's have a look down some more items. Trinity Force was collected by Reckless. And Yellow Star now in the back of the pit. Needs to be real careful here. Kerp sniffing around for a chance to pick up his 4th kill. They've got Cottonex there. Creaton's just off to the side as well. Yellow Star wisely, I think, backing off into his own jungle.
Don't want to take a chance, don't want to be caught up. Going for his Pekka!
Solar Flare coming in onto him, but Pekka just flashes away. Flashes completely out of the danger zone. The Cyanide taking a lot of damage. Jerry also falling low from that one, and no kills out of all that.
But this is the Millennium we actually like to see, but they're very, very aggressive. Yesterday against Rocket, they just stayed back, they waited for Rocket to make the moves, and then they tried to react to it and counter it. This time around, it's just Millennium going down. Oh, are you standing into tower? We're just going to engage and try and get a kill onto you. And Curb is playing so aggressive on LeBlanc as well.
See Kevin moving down. They want this tower. It'll be their third of the game. And we want them a good chunk of gold ahead. 1,000 gold, which is not really that much when we're almost 30 minutes into this game. And look at it, Millennium moving now possibly down towards that bottom side. Peke though coming around the side. There's Curb diving in. Ultimate being used by Peke. Not quite enough damage to finish. Oh,
nice.
From the side. And this is going to be bad news for Millennium. First kill coming down. Kevin's still having a good go. Curb actually is very low as well. Half HP for him as the Bloodwell gets popped. Reckless completely untouched on this top side is real bad news for him. He's actually Valkyrie in. It may have gone a little bit too deep. Or is he just going to mop up the kill? Get two. Can he find any more? Scrying all views that gives the vision of Creatine, but he's away to his tower.
And everything here was set up by Soas. What an ulti into Millennium. He hit multiple members, and Reckless just came in from the side here where there actually was a pink ward from Fnatic. Just stood there and just kept shooting from the side with all this area damage on Corki here. We keep talking about how the mid-game point of Corki is so strong. I mean, this is the time where he really shines. He has the Bloodthirster, he has the Trinity Force, just doing so much damage to everyone here in this team fight. Great counter engage from Soas. Such a good TP first, and then he just jumps in. Did he even TP? No, he didn't actually TP, he just ran up.
He just ran up, was in that bottom lane.
Yeah.
Just did a loop around by the back of that Dragon Pit, and perfect ultimate right into the middle of the team. So, the gold has swung once again, only 200 or so, 300-ish, is the lead for Millennium. We've got just under 2 minutes until this next dragon comes in. Last one stolen away by Cyanide. Should have probably been a Millennium dragon, fourth of the game, but not how it works for them, unfortunately, and they'll be a little bit more cautious about it this time.
And while we talked about the Hourglass earlier, could be built on Syndra to make Expected survive the fights, we have to say the same thing about Millennium here. While they have a lot of damage on the two carries, Twitch and LeBlanc, they are both very, very squishy, and if a binding lands onto one of them, or if Sana can kick one of them into the team, they will die instantly. I mean, we saw just before, Curb jumped forward towards Expected here. He just used his ult in his face and took about 60% damage, or 60% HP away from Curb instantly. It's just 1 or 2 hits from Reckless and Curb is dead at the point. So both teams playing with very squishy carries here, and both teams with so much damage. It's some very scary team fights.
Fnatic all up in Millennium's jungle at this point, getting some real deep wards in there in preparation for this dragon coming up. And look at this, Reckless, Cyanide and Yellow Star now gonna set themselves a bit of a trap. Bit of deja vu from before. We'll have to see. That ward at the Wolf camp will spot Cotton X, but he's already sped on out of that one. But Millennium need to be careful in that side of the jungle.
Fnatic is actually pinging the Baron at the moment, saying we are so many members on this bottom side of the map here. If Millennium has a ward on us or they know we're around here, they could be starting over Baron. However, Source, of course, just going in, checking, making sure nothing's going on. Goes back up to this top lane here and there. Vision now. Once again, Curb denied though. Millennium, they want to fight.
Yeah, but Peke is not going to get away from this when he did get the kill onto Curb before he went down. And there we just see the potential out of both of these players. The fact that they are super squishy, but masses and masses of burst damage.
Yeah, we see the same idea again from Millennium. They stealth up here, of course, with Evelyn, with the Twitch, and then Kirby can just double jump with his ulti, get in range of Syndra, try and get the kill here, but this time, Expected just turned it around and traded 1-for-1. So beautiful play. Dragon is alive. Both mid laners are dead for still over 20 seconds at least for Expected.
Are we going to see, yeah, that 4 versus 4 here for Dragon. Kevin actually coming down. Yellow Star, he's going to be running in the middle of them, but Jerry's been focused. Kevin dives right into the middle. That'll be a 1-for-1 for now, but Kevin will get locked up by the ultimate. Cyanide down at half HP, dashes off to the ward, and that will be another 1-for-1 trade. However, I don't think it's over because the mid laners have just spawned back in, or Peke will be up in a couple of seconds. That Dragon's still alive.
Cyanide, he has a flash. Staying around for now. No, he's actually going to back away here. Millennium traded the support for the AD carry. Reckless, he was caught in the middle of the whole fight. Kevin just jumped instantly to him, knocked him off here, and therefore with all the AoE from Creatine as well, they could kill him. Jareer, I believe, was also on Reckless here, knocking him down. So multiple members focusing him, and he went down. So trading 1-for-1. However, Dragon again for Millennium.
Another Dragon leaves them close to 2k in the lead. See how that helps them in these next encounters. We've gone past the halfway point. Maybe the halfway point. The half an hour point at least is where we're at. And again, those items pouring in. We see a couple of Randuins, in fact, both top laners, both junglers, got their Randuin's Omens done right now.
It seems actually we're gonna get a Banshee's Veil on maybe both mid laners at the moment, which would be very, very smart because again, both of them are all about the upfront burst they can do, so the Banshee's gonna block some of it. Also gonna give them the needed matching resist to try and survive some of the fights here. So Kraton is gonna be an issue and also reckless when it comes to just straight out damage on these mid laners.
See Becky getting the ball off to the side and Kurt playing a little bit dangerously there, but look at this, Kevin. Gonna be a target for Fnatic. Soaz and Cyanide there, but as I said before, Kevin is pretty damn tanky already at this point. And there we see him just gonna jump away. Randuin slow was used by Soaz, but Kevin not in any danger there.
Jumps away, Flash of course still ready. Kraton once again stealthing up in this mid lane, looking for a target.
Peke actually going off to the side there, and they may be able to catch Yellow Star. Now Kraton is going to show himself. Binding comes through, but doesn't have the range and right direction to actually land onto anyone. Now Fnatic are actually pulling everyone down towards this mid lane, so we could see a big head-to-head fight here shortly. So clearing out those wards as J-Ree gets them in.
And we see how risky it is for Fnatic to push further up than the river here, because again, they don't have enough deep wards in the jungle of Millennium to actually spot Kraton's stealth, except for the one ward here at the Wraith camp, hoping to either spot him out or Cotnex. But now, if they feel like they get a time to actually move up, get a few deeper wards, they can feel more confident moving forward, maybe try and set up a bait, turn everything around and get a kill onto Kraton or Kerb, and then use it to take the Baron. For now, they played very smart, just backing away when they didn't have any vision. Okay, that's
smart, you say. Oh, Cotnex actually getting stunned up. This is surely a kill for Peke! Ignite is down, and there is a shutdown coming in very nicely onto
smart.
Cotnex. But
I say smart. 1 for 1, both junglers down. Cyanide, all planned.
Yeah. Don't know.
That's it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure
I'm not sure
that
either.
is in
But
the grand scheme of
the thing is, he tried to do the thing we just talked about. He wanted to get inside or deeper inside Millennium Jungle, get a few wards. They were just waiting for him. Instantly died. He doesn't have a lot of magic resistance at this point, so Kerb can really destroy him.
Look at this, Jerry headed top side of the map as well. Will be spotted out by that Tribush ward though, so Soaz not going to have any problems, and sadly for him, his vision runs out at exactly the wrong time for him to get that vision control back. Meanwhile, Peke going to be recalling in the mid lane. See how much gold he's sat on. Actually sat on about 2,000 gold at this point, so that's a needlessly large rod. A second one picked up for him.
So he can get both the Banshee and the Hourglass, unless of course he wants to go DFG with this large rod here and just full on focus on bursting whatever target even comes close to him. We've already seen he doesn't need the DFG to actually kill Kerb. At least not maybe 1 or 2 hits extra from someone else and he's dead already as long as they pop the Banshees first. But we need to see what he wants to do with the large rod, if it's going to be DFG or Hourglass.
Well, DFG won't give him that extra burst, but leaves him just as squishy as he is now. That Zhonya's may just come in handy. We talk about the ability all the time of Synthros. We are going to see him dive in towards Yellow Star. Binding coming out, flashed away, but Millennium not able to get on there and get the killing blows. Meanwhile, Peke and Reckless coming in from around the side. Where's the stun? Missing wide. Not going to offer any opportunities there for Fnatic. Close though.
So no flash on Twitch now, could be the target for Fnatic in this next team fight. Kraton once again though, moving in with the rest of the team, and it's always the same place Millennium stand with Twitch, and just stealth up and then move into the mid lane. Fnatic though have learned the lesson, and they always back away.
Oh, Kerb dives in there, Yellow Star goes low.
TP behind.
Can't finish him. Kevin's going to come in from the side, and J-Ree dives in as well. Solar Flare will lock them too, but J-Ree's gone far too deep, all on his own. And it was a good idea in theory, but in practice, he went horribly wrong for Millennium.
But again, give a cookie to Soaz. He stops the TP from Kevin, coming behind Fnatic and collapsing onto them. Once again, he's the guy. He stopped it with his ulti. His own TP is still ready, and they also got a kill.
Well, Kerb trying to keep Fnatic busy from the lane side, but where are they going? Are they going Baron? Got a pink ward in there. Millennium got
Still
no
risky
vision
though.
of it.
Still risky. It's only the support being dead from Millennium. Remember, they're actually just baiting it. They want Millennium to face check them.
Oh, stun on towards Kevin, and Fnatic seeing that hit actually decided to go in towards them. Ultimate actually going to be used there by Peke, but not doing much damage, and now he's stuck on the top side. Kevin going to rip through him, and that is 1 kill for nothing. Can they get any more here though? Kevin is going to move in. That was the mimic from Kerb, who went very, very low from that. We'll be recalling here. For a nice little pickup, but again, we see the problem with Syndra, no flash, you've got nothing to really help you survive.
I think we're a bit caught on different sides of the Baron Pit here. A few members were still around in the Dragon, or Baron Pit actually. Other members had already jumped over. It's a bit of a split-up fight for him, and the ulti was actually used from Xpeke onto Codnex just as he used his own ulti, so it blocked pretty much everything. He took no damage from it. Still though, Fnatic going for his move up here. Just be careful. I like this crowd. I really like this crowd.
Dragon is live as well. And we see Millennium starting out. Down to half HP. Are Fnatic going to have a go at it? I don't think they are. So is going to try for a cheeky steal off the side. Didn't quite work out for him that way. Millennium get themselves another Dragon. 5 out of 6. Doing fantastic on that front.
Yeah, every time they are the first one there, even the one they actually lost, there were 4 members around the Dragon. Startup managed to steal it. And just been controlling this Dragon area for the entire game. As always, staying around with all these pick champions here like the Twitch, the Evelynn and the LeBlanc to just catch out targets from Fnatic. So they never really want to move in and try and get some wards, and therefore Millennium just had full control of the whole thing. And picked up so much gold from these Dragons. Again, we have to remember it gives even more gold here in the late game box.
More and more as you go on, and still though, only a 2,000 gold lead, so it's not a massive lead that Millennium have. Here's Peke, good ward from him. Actually will be spotted out by J-Re, and he's going to have the vision to get rid of that. Which means they know that Millennium are there, but Fnatic have a problem in that they've got no wards down Baron. Someone's going to have to go and change that.
Let's see, Yellowstar moving in, just putting the first ward to see who's around from Millennium here, of course. Very important bush in the middle where Curb is waiting. Is the one that really wants to get warded, and Sana did.
Oh, going in onto him, the chain does land, but not quite enough to finish off. Enough to burst him down. It's Yellowstar going to get dove on. Nope, not quite. Kevin can't get in there. Did get the slow down though. Meanwhile, Codnex actually stalking through the enemy jungle. He's going to find Cyanide here by the big Wraith. Just going to smite that one away. Steals it right from under Cyanide's nose.
So Fnatic managed to actually get Millennium away from this choke point around the Baron where they had all the wards. Millennium though just going straight back in. They need to clear these 2 wards out and just try and do the exact same thing. Wait for Fnatic to come in and ward it. See if they can find a pick with Curb. He's actually already positioning himself pretty much the same place as before. Pop the Banshee though. Curb needs to be a little bit careful now.
Nice black shield coming out from Yellowstar though to stop that chain getting in the stun. Oh, Soaz going to be caught a little bit out of position on this one, but tankiest man on the team doesn't lose too much health. There's a stun onto Kevin as well, but no follow-up again from Fnatic. And look at this, Codnex trying to get around the back. He's going to be spotted by the pink wall. Then he's a big stun as the Solar Flare goes in. They go in for Cyanide, but he's able to safeguard away. Meanwhile, Codnex now coming in from the side. Kevin is there as well. Big stuns again coming out from Peke, and they're going to go for it. Crimson though gets the rampage here as they finish off Lee Sin. They can't keep chasing this one now, surely.
And this was not the right time for Fnatic to teamfight. A lot of their members, especially both Xpeke and Reckless, have over 1,700 gold. Oh, he popped, he died. But still, Corki and Syndra at this point, they have over 1,700 gold in the back here. They need to use it, go back and get some very important items. But because Millennium had all the pressure around Baron, they could never recall. They knew Millennium could just take the Baron in. So they were forced into a bad team fight. Ended up in 2 kills for Millennium and the Baron.
Bad team fight. Baron goes down. Millennium now having a stronger control. Still, just a 4,000 gold lead. Not a massive one still, as we see Peke answering our question.
Went to DFG.
Went for the DFG.
We really need to see if he can just blow up a target here or if he's just going to die instantly in the fights. Personally, again, if you have very good positioning, if your flash is ready, DFG is just fine because, again, you can do so much damage. Reckless, on the other hand, went for the Blade of the Rune King actually here, so he wants to be able to try and survive a little bit by himself. He knows he could also be the target for Millennium to lock down.
Well, Curb will definitely take that opportunity if you let him get close enough to Corki. That Valkyrie may be enough, though, to keep Reckless safe. Look at this Curb. Going to come around, and actually he's going to find Reckless! Wow, masses of damage again. Reckless thinking he's safe, tucked away behind the corner. You're never safe from Curb.
Never safe. There's a very good ward from Millennium down here. Fnatic now, they just need to hold off this Baron buff here. Should be about 2.5 minutes left on it on the side of Millennium. As long as they can wave clear like this, it's gonna be fine. Still, very big wave on this top lane here. Millennium instantly moving towards it. Kevin bit behind, has teleport though, same goes for Jerry, without teleport.
And I'm not sure they can stop this one, and I don't think they're even going to try. Actually, they are going to try, but they're a little bit too late to that party. Creighton able to finish off the tower. Meanwhile, Kevin pushing down this middle lane as well. And Fnatic torn between top lane and middle lane. Here we go again, Kirk around the side. Doesn't follow through though. Just been a constant pain for them really more than anything else. There we see a solar flame coming in. They're going to go for Peke. He's still going to go down. Kevin gets that kill. They get away as well from Yellow Star's ultimate. That's 2 kills and the tower. I'm not sure they can hold the Inhib tower.
And Millennium, they have so much engage and so much mobility to just get to the backline of Fnatic every single time. Again, this is between 2 towers. Don't even care. Just use Leona ult to start it. Kevin jumps in. Kerb jumps in. Creaton with the long range with his ulti from the backside. And of course, Connex is speeding himself up, joining in as well. Everyone from Millennium can just come in and do damage to the squishy members of Fnatic every time.
They cannot hold this turret. Look at that again. Kerb just getting right up in Yellow Star's face. He's just come back in and already lost a big chunk of health. And there is the first inhibitor going down for Millennium. Are they going to have another go? Again, Kerb there, right at the very front, trying to keep Fnatic away from them. The wave's going to be pushed up by Creaton, and they're going to be knocking on the top side.
As long as this Banshee's up from Kerb, he can just keep jumping in. He doesn't even have to fear the stun or the binding. He needs to pop it. There we go. The rocket from Reckless. Now he needs to be a little bit careful. Still, Millennium just focusing on the towers. Very low already.
Almost getting that one down as well. Still not sure how Kerb manages to pull that kind of play on with a trackball.
Not sure either. Not sure either. He's definitely, I mean, in Champs League we actually said Ziggs was his most consistent champion. I think LeBlanc has to be up there with it. So many strong
players on this champion. To play it, right?
Often banned away, very true, very true.
Oh, and here he is once again. Right, getting anything for that one. This wave pushing through. You see a little bit scared of getting involved on it, but Banshee's Veils back up across the board. Maybe just one more minion wave will be enough here for Millennium to break that second tower.
Kevin also hit the point where he gets really annoying to deal with. Guardian Angel, his own passive of course. We have to kill him multiple times now, so he can buy so much time for the rest of Millennium. Even if they just want to run away, it's a bad fight, he can stay there, buy time for them. Connex lifting out his ping ward here, opening up now for both him and Creaton to maybe try and sneak in behind Fnatic.
Well, keeping that out of sight. Millennium with 4 men on the top lane, trying to hold on to that inventory that's already so very, very low. There's Kerb just dashing in, single auto attack, and he can just do that over and over again. Eventually it's going to go down. Look at Karnak still waiting there in that middle lane, maybe looking to jump on someone. Will he go for Reckless? Not sure it's really a fight he wants to take, but he's probably going to open up that turret even if he just runs in there.
He's simply waiting for the tower to actually go down up here, and then if they want to fight, he can sneak in behind them without Fnatic expecting it and just full on engage. So they have their full focus on this lane, or these minions pushing down here. Clear the minion, want to defend the tower for as long as possible. They wouldn't even think Connex is actually sitting behind them.
Finding Laplan's Kevin Zaynad actually getting behind him. They've kicked Crimson in. Crimson's going to go down, but it's a 1-for-1 up until now. There is the shutdown. Soas has to flash away. Karnak coming in too late. Another binding from Yellow Star will give them a second kill.
Such a great play by Cyanide, sacrificing himself just to kick Creaton back into the team. They knew there was no flash on them. There we, of course, we got to see the DFG blowing Creaton up instantly with the rest of Fnatic.
What? Millennium
not done
still
yet.
want that tower. Still going to push that one down. A couple more auto attacks will do it, and it comes from Kerb in the end. So they lost the men, but they stuck around and
got the tower. Yeah, fighting so hard for this tower here.
19 to 12 kills, 6,500 gold lead here for Millennium. See there the gold difference basically coming from Peke's farm. 434 farm that he's racked up. We've also got the Baron coming up in 1.5 minutes as well.
So he's always been one of the best farmers, while Kerb, again, he's actually the mid laner in Europe with the lowest average CS per game. He gets all his gold from objectives and from kills. We're of course expecting now, we see it again. As long as you have a lot of farm, you will be ahead in gold here in this case. So he's doing a very good job farming up. He's been doing it throughout the entire game actually. Only a few times where he caught out in the mid lane. Otherwise he's been staying around farming and just always backing away.
A little bit too close there. Dragon Cook been up for a while here, and Fnatic gonna go in for that one. A valuable prize almost 50 minutes into this game. Definitely worth it coming out of the base. The question now is though, can they stop this Baron going over to Millennium?
We actually see as well on Syndra now, he sold his sold his Negatron and decided to go for the Outlast now. So no, he needs it to survive all the bursts coming in. There's going to be a lot of damage on the side of Expected here. He can really destroy everyone.
And has in fact just completed that Zhonya's Hourglass as well. So that's going to be ready for this next Baron fight. If there even is a Baron fight. Let's see what Fnatic are feeling about that scenario. Plays getting pushed in once again. Fnatic keeping that middle wave as far out as possible. The inhibitor has respawned in that one now. And look at this, Kurt waiting again. Trying to catch someone out. There's the Q. Cyanide takes a bit of damage, but not really masses.
Baron is up here, Source down his bottom lane. They can just start the Baron here and then disengage from it once the teleport comes in from Source, just to force them away from this bot tower here. Unless Fnatic is moving way too slow, then Millennium can just pick up the Baron for free.
Soaz, is he coming?
No, it's too late.
No.
Way too late. Fnatic, the rest of the team weren't even in position, so there was no reason for him to actually teleport there.
So Soaz will be getting himself a turret here in that bottom lane, which is all well and good, but they lose the Baron now. That's going to mean more pressure onto them in these coming minutes. We've already seen that Millennium not scared of diving in between towers if they feel their engage is strong enough.
Still, they need to be careful now they don't get baited by this Outlast and just go all in once again onto Expect and think, yeah, he's an easy target, we just lock him down. He outlasts and you waste so much focus and time on trying to kill him, where Fnatic can then try and turn things around. So of course, one thing we also have to mention is AD carry-wise, Twitch late game compared to Corki is definitely heavily in favor of Millennium, and also one of the reasons they have been so strong. In the few actual team fights we had, it's been more about picks left and right, which was what we expected from Millennium's comp here. But also at this point, even team fight wise, the Twitch is just such a strong kill.
Well, Millennium are now finally marching down this middle lane. Of course, he did respawn. But will Fnatic be able to defend it? Will they try to defend this one? All it takes is one spot-on solar flare from J-Re, and this game could be all over. We're over the 50-minute mark now as Kevin gonna jump away. Did get hit with the binding. We're seeing a bit of apprehension, I think, from Millennium's side.
Playing a little bit careful. I mean, they did give up 2 kills in the last team fight. Still, they're Baron, and they're basically waiting for some poke to land first from Curb. Need to be careful though. Kevin is taking quite some damage. Still, as we said, Guardian Angel and passive.
Yeah. Gotta kill him 3 times. Not exactly ideal. Kerm continues to be the annoyance. To the side, he's actually going to clear out both of those wards that were thrown over. Yellow Star, we're going to have another one to just throw straight in there in just a second. Meanwhile, the wave's finally coming back up, but what are Fnatic going to go for? Kerp actually diving over the top of the wall, and again, going for Soaz, and just slowly but surely chipping away. Even on the tankiest, when you see that Soaz, 1/3 of his HP gone like that.
Yeah, and the ult here from the Bong in the late game, such a short cooldown. It's already going to be ready in just a few seconds for him, so you can try and do the exact same thing. It is ready for him now, in case he wants to jump in again.
Showing himself there. Poke is going to be strong, and that long-range stun from Peke could be a problem. Half health gone. That surely is a sign here for Millennium to move in. Good stun back from Peke, but they can't hold this one. Inhib's going down.
Just a little bit of poke here, and they feel confident enough to move in, and Fnatic has to back away. Now they can try and do the exact same thing for the second inhib.
And Evelyn actually waiting off to the side. Once again, Cyanide going in. He's got a bit too deep, but actually gets away. J-Re dives into the middle of them. Kevin will go in as well. They've killed Peke. They're going to kill off Cyanide. That's a double kill for Creatine. There's another one coming in for Kerp. And this is going to be the game for Millennium. Only Reckless and Yellow Star left available to try and defend the base. You see them there, both sat on the Nexus itself, but can they hold it? I don't think so. 5 men from Millennium with Baron here. And there we see instantly those turrets being shredded down. First one will fall. Reckless and Yellow Star have all but backed away from this one. Millennium going to finish off the base and pick up a much needed win here over Fnatic.
Such a strong performance by Millennium. And such a difference in performance compared to yesterday against Rocket, where they were so passive. But this time around, Curb had a good start, Creatine had a good start, the entire team just went with it and started finding picks left and right here and kept the gold lead going. And also we have to touch on the Dragons. Pretty much every single one was picked up by Millennium and just managed to extend the gold lead over and over. And then because there's so much engaged, onto an immobile mid laner from Fnatic, they could kill him so many times in these early team fights.
And we saw a very similar scenario, just to go back to the Dragons point there. We think back to the Gambit versus Alliance game, where Alliance were doing it all right, but took all those early towers, got a good few kills in there, but Gambit were able to hold on to the Dragons. And Millennium doing a very, very similar thing here. In fact, I think Fnatic only got 2 Dragons, one of which was a steal from Cyanide.
Exactly, and one was very late in the game after they picked up the 2 kills in the fight, they win for Dragon. So overall, it's just a very good performance by Millennium, showing exactly also how to play. With this Twitch here, we saw it was the same position in mid lane every time where he stands, stealths, moves in, sees is there anyone from Fnatic nearby. If there is, he pops out, does a lot of damage, forces a summoner, and they have to back away here. And overall, just a very, very strong performance by Millennium.
And this weekend's performance just highlights the inconsistency again of Millennium. Think back to the game against Roccat. They basically didn't even turn up to play. They weren't really involved in that game. And then we see how they just destroyed Fnatic there. I also have to question, we know Millennium love these pick comps. They do well with them. But is that enough? Is that diverse enough to win enough games in the season?
So as long as people keep giving them key picks for the pick comp, of course it's going to work for them. And it's actually a very good point you make, because every time they play pick comps, it works really well. When they went 2-0 last week, it was the same deal. Pick comp all around Fizz, I believe, and Twisted Fate for Curb. And that's the thing about Curb, at least. He has a very big champion pool, so it's actually hard to ban him out. And he will always be able to take some kind of assassin and try to make it into a pick comp. Therefore, it's going to be hard to shut it down, unless people kind of see the pattern in the way Millennium plays them, put a lot of focus on shutting down Curb early on in the mid lane, stop him from being able to roam around, and therefore stop the whole, what should we say, pick comp from working for Millennium. And also, of course, knowing where to ward exactly against the likes of a Twitch, so they won't get caught out of position.
Well, massive win there for Millennium over Fnatic. Let's join Shops on stage, where she's standing by with Millennium's Kevin.
Thanks very much, guys. Now, Kevin, the commentators actually touched on it already. As you get an applause. So the commentators touched on it already, that inconsistency for Millennium, because where was this aggressive team yesterday?
Yesterday, we had 2 days where we didn't scrim, actually. We should have scrimmed. I think we are a team that has to scrim before a game, because yesterday in the game, we were just not on the same page, like the 4 guys when they were at the second Dragon, for example. They were just not on the same page, and they just couldn't go. This game, though, went everything like planned. We had a little bit struggle because of the fat Corki in the early, but we managed that perfectly, I think. So, yeah, we are just super happy that we beat such a comp as well.
Yeah, talk me through that, because it is a pretty annoying comp to beat. We had that Syndra LeBlanc matchup again that didn't work too well for Curb yesterday, so how did you work around that?
Well, we had yesterday Syndra as well, yes. Yesterday we played the teamfights bad, as I said, so Syndra couldn't really show her potential in a teamfight. But this game we shut her down instantly. We picked aggressive champions, which we are so comfortable on, with Leona, with Aatrox even. Yeah, with just all go in. So I think that's our playstyle, and that's what we are good in. Just go and go ham and kill everyone. So we are just happy that we beat an annoying comp as well, because it's so much poke and so much annoying stuff around you.
Well, indeed a nice victory for you guys here once again. But, you know, I got to put you on the spot a little bit. It seems that every time I talk to you, it's when you had a bad game, then you had a good game, as they touched on that inconsistency. I feel like you guys need to step it up going in the rest of the season. So how do you guys plan on doing that?
We will just practice as we did. I think it's good. We have an analyst. We finally we have a lot of structure right now in our practice as well. We are winning more than 50% in scrims, which you believe it. So and yeah, that's how we have to keep on with the inconsistency. I think we aren't that inconsistent. We just didn't prepare yesterday really good, and that's our fault, and that's why we lost yesterday, basically.
All right, well, finally, I mean, you got to do it for all of these fans over here that come out to watch you guys. Is there anything you want to say about the London crowd? If you just let them cheer for a second.
So yeah, just a big thanks to everyone who's here and cheering for Millennium. Not sure if there's anyone actually, Kappa, but there is actually. So I'm just happy to be here. It's a new experience again for me, and I just love to be here.
You played out of your mind as well. Thank you very much, and congratulations. Now that was it from us here and the talk with Kevin. We're going to break down the game with D-Man and Trevor.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and welcome back, everyone. So Millennium moved to 3rd place in the league now, clearly setting themselves aside. And we want to go straight back to the start, the picks and bans in the beginning of that game. A couple of choices to go with straight away, immediately, Syndra LeBlanc once again.
So this is the first time I've seen Syndra into LeBlanc in Europe, where I haven't gone, that didn't work. Pekka out-farmed Kerb by a massive margin. He was containing him. They traded 1-for-1, and that was the first time you could really see the mechanical level of a Syndra player matching up against a LeBlanc. Interestingly, Kevin playing not Irelia for the first time in 5 games. He had 4 back-to-back-to-back on Irelia. And I also want to consider, had the Syndra not been Syndra and been swapped to a Twisted Fate, it may have countered Evelyn, it may have countered Twitch. There was some discussion about whether or not that pick was really ideal, because there wasn't a lot of damage on the Fnatic squad.
And it's not only the Syndra, it's also the Twitch. You got to think, they went with Lee Sin as the first pick option, of course, for Cyanide, but it left LeBlanc and Twitch open, which Millennium, of course, picked up. And they were the big game changers in this match.
Yeah, they really, really were. The one thing that I really liked about the Evelyn that was locked in by Cotnex a little later is how he backed up his teammates. The first replay that we've got, if we pull that up onto your screens right now, is Fnatic making a play onto Kevin. They tried to shut him down. Let's roll this clip out. And what I want you guys to keep your eyes on is the mini-map. You'll notice that Cotnex is trying to save Kevin, delaying the attack, but look at Kerb, look at J-Re, they're coming in for support, and all of a sudden, this 3v1, after the Bloodwell is popped, now becomes an advantageous situation for Millennium. The burst damage is great, and J-Re, with an incredible flash Zenith Blade, he ends up saving Kevin's life, so it's 2 for 0. That was the kills and the goal that Kerb needed to just start accelerating finding picks. But the thing is, they did trade picks back and forth often throughout this entire game. It was very exciting to watch.
Yeah, it just showed how close these two teams were. And you could tell, actually, that they do practice against one another quite a lot in this matchup. But another fight that broke out, very close. But again, it was the LeBlanc making the picks.
Yes, and again, an Evelyn with a flank. Let's pull that second replay up onto your screen. This comes in a little later in the game, but before we start, 40 minutes in, there's only 2,000 gold that separates these teams. Millennium had great dragon control, but Fnatic were farming like absolute machines. Let's roll this clip out and keep your eye on Cottonex's position. He's gonna get a great 3-man flank with that Agony's Embrace. Comes in from the sideline, is going to just split up Fnatic. You'll see that Reckless is just miles away out of the fight. And I love the burst damage that comes onto Creaton in just a moment here. Very good plays. We do see that Cyanide unfortunately gets popped out, which happened a few times. Let's roll this clip through at normal speed, just so we can see the final pick. And basically, every single time an engage happened, Millennium had the single target damage and CC to find a pick, which got them a little further ahead, and Kerb would close it out.
Yeah, such fantastic play. All out with a trackball, who'd have thought? So Millennium now in clear 3rd place. Of course, it means Fnatic fall down to 4th place, equal with Super Hot Crew. How do we see these teams leveling out? We're about halfway through the season now.
Millennium needs to play something other than pick comps. I'm going to keep calling them out. They keep playing pick comps. And yes, it's working for them, but they played pick against quasi-pick from Fnatic and came out ahead. If Fnatic had better map control, those picks may not have happened.
Well, we need to take a quick caster call down, and when we return, it will be time for our last match of the day. It's going to be Alliance facing off against the Copenhagen Wolves. We're going to be right back.
Vandal, Twitch, guys. I will go ham this game. Of course you will. Spray and pray. I think I'm gonna be the main target. Otherwise, I'm gonna carry the game.
Oh, there's a binding lightning going straight to J-Re, but again, a brilliant solo play. They're turning this one around. Creaton going to get the first kill, and they're going to keep chasing onto Cyanide from Peke. They're going to dive straight towards him. A lot of damage onto Peke. Cyanide actually low. J-Re is going to fall in this one as well, but look at Kerb pushing around the backside.
Oh, I can go.
Here.
You ready?
Yeah.
I am going. Go. I ult. Oh, nice. Syndra. Go to Syndra. Nice.
Nice! J-Re dives into the middle of them. Kevin will go in as well. They've killed Peke. They're going to kill off Cyanide. That's a double kill for Creaton. There's another one coming in for Kerb.
think they're a weird team. They play weird picks such as Jack's jungle. I don't think it really works for them, but they keep on insisting on playing it. And they might just try some cheese strategy and catch us off guard, so we're just gonna have to see and wait.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Miller has rejoined me here behind the desk, but more to the point, I've joined him. In fact, it is the final match of the LCS London Roadshow here, featuring a matchup between Alliance and the Copenhagen Wolves. Alliance have been superb this season so far, and yesterday's match versus SK Gaming was no exception. They were in control from the start as Froggen dominated the mid lane after an early 4-man gank on Jesus. The last time these teams faced each other was back in the first Super Week at the start of the summer split, which was, of course, the first match for both of these teams. As with the majority of the games, Alliance dominated from the start, and, well, you can tell who people like in the mid lane right now.
Yeah, clear favourites here, and a lot of fans behind Alliance, and why not? They're top of the table right now at 9-2. Of course, yesterday the Copenhagen Wolves took on the Super Hot Crew. Not quite able to come out with a victory in that one, though. They did, however, start fairly well, and it looked for a time that they'd actually be able to stay far enough ahead of the Super Hot Crew to survive those late-game champions. Coutard pulled out the Fizz, which is not really a champion that we used to see him on, and he really played well in the early stages. The biggest problem, though, was that they had no real answer to Mimer's Kale, who charged ahead in both CS and kills, and frankly, just dominated them as they got later on into the match. The Wolves have a tough road ahead of them, and today's match against Alliance, I think, is a game that no one's really expecting them to win, so if a team can put those expectations aside and focus, might help them take a surprise win here against the league leaders.
Well, we'll see how it works out for these two teams. Let's check out the starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is Alliance. That means Wicked is in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabs as AD carry, and Nip on support.
And for the Copenhagen Wolves on the red side, we have Youngbuck in the top lane, Airwax in the jungle, Coutard in the mid lane, Woolite the AD carry, and Unlimited the support.
So let's take a quick look at the votes on lolesports.com. No surprises here. It looks like you've picked Alliance as the winner. 90% the voting, and no surprises.
Not really a surprise. I could have actually tipped that maybe it was going to be higher than 90% on this one, and they've basically got opposite numbers if you look at them in the table. 9-2 record for Alliance, 2-9 record for the Copenhagen Wolves, and it's hard to, for me at least, to see the Copenhagen Wolves as the winner of this game. We've been proven wrong before, though. Bottom of the table teams have beaten top of the table teams in the LCS on many occasions, but the Copenhagen Wolves just aren't hitting the right notes right now.
Well, the Wolves need to play like they've got nothing to lose, which they technically haven't.
Don't.
They're bottom of the table. They have to just throw out anything. We saw the Super Hot Crew pulling out some strange tactics, trying something out there. Copenhagen Wolves have to do the same thing. Alliance, on the other hand, they are solid right now. Like, nobody is making them budge. SK yesterday was swept aside. They are the only team that's remotely close to them in the league, and they were destroyed. Alliance are looking a solid team in the summer split, coming into their own. You know, this is the super team that was created for this World Championships we're approaching, and it looks like they may well get there.
Well, they're kind of peaking at the right one. We say at the right time.
Maybe too early, who knows?
Maybe too early. We'll have to see about that one. But as you mentioned, they've had that blip against Gambit, which was, honestly, it seems, at least for now, to be a bit of a one-off result where they let the Dragon control just go by the wayside and just let them have it the entire time.
But that's what Gambit does as well. You never know.
Well, that's true. I mean, we saw it in the last game. Fnatic kind of did the same, let Millennium take every single Dragon apart from one in the very late game and one that Cyanide spectacularly stole. But you just can't let your opposition have that kind of control over the Dragon. And I think Alliance, they've obviously learned from those mistakes. We saw a great video with them yesterday, actually, where they were kind of going over the mistakes that they made there. And, well, they bounced back and had that crazy base race against Fnatic. And haven't really looked back since then in the games we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's weird because they're actually probably one of the most social teams out there. So I guess alongside Fnatic, obviously, they've built up a big fan base themselves. And they're quite open, honestly, especially Froggen. I mean, you can talk to Froggen, he says, I don't care if you say what I say on air. I will tell you what I think. And he's very honest. Even if you're agreeing with him, sometimes he may be arguing. Even if you're agreeing with him, he'll still argue his point across towards it. We're going to get picks and bans underway, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last game of the day, so I want you guys to make a hell of a lot of noise for this. Last time we're going to be in England for a while. I hope we're going to make a return here sometime soon. But let's see what Alliance and Copenhagen Wolves can bring for us in this final game. Ziggsban is the opener, taking it away from Counter. It's a champion that he likes to play.
Yeah, a champion that he's played many a time. Other side, Kassadin, right side ban, not a surprise whatsoever on that front. And we'll have to see about this one because, as you can see, Froggen and Shook aren't in the right order. Those guys. Either way, Evelyn, second ban here for Alliance, something that Airwax has been falling back to. Hopefully he won't be returning to Jungle Yorick at any time soon. And we are going to get him to get in the right order as well.
Froggen, please.
Froggen, please. Sabotaging our last game.
Yeah,
what you like.
yeah. Wicked was happy that actually we're casting this one, and I'm glad to be casting this with you again once again, Joe. It's great to be here. Obviously, we're in England, so this is why we get this opportunity to cast these games together. It's great to be here in a great event because you and me, we both started pretty similar circuits. Well, we did. We both started the exact same circuit back in the days. We've done the I-Series event. That's probably the biggest events you used to get in the UK, but now, obviously, of course, the LCS has finally made it stop here. Who knows what we can do next time we come back to London?
Yeah, there's an arena across the road there that I wouldn't mind filling one day.
I'd be happy if we could fill that place, that's for damn sure.
Not quite so sure about that. Who knows?
We might need Miley Cyrus twerking next door like we did on Saturday, but who knows?
It's getting weird now.
So Pick and Ban's going to get back underway in a moment. What do we think overall? Because obviously we saw, you said the obvious Kassadin ban, but SK managed to let that one sneak through. It is going to come back up in a moment. Will we see a Twitch? LeBlanc in there. Yasuo, of course, for Froggen. Big champion he played against SK.
Yeah, so I said this yesterday. The Yasuo thing was when Yasuo first came out and was freed up here in the LCS. Okay,
wow.
Let's just forget about Yasuo because he's banned anyway. Jax was banned out. Lulu and Evelyn were gone as well. They left Kayle open. Alliance said, yep. And Youngbuck and the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves might be having a few nightmares about what happened to them yesterday because we saw what happens. The later the game goes, we see it almost every single time. The later the game goes on, the Kayle becomes somewhat unstoppable. Overpower did it earlier on today. We'll see where that goes with Wicked in the top lane, and we have been hearing has been training that top lane Kayle, or whether it lands with the hands of Froggen.
He played it last week to great success, if I recall. Twitch, of course, was a very strong champion choice a moment ago, but it's going to get switched out, it seems. Lee Sin has been locked in. Airwax will be very happy with that. Airwax actually yesterday, I would say, was probably the shining light for Copenhagen Wolves. Despite the fact they lost that game, he made some fantastic plays. Braun has been selected. In there. Maybe he's going to have a shave to get rid of that mustache, who knows?
Hopefully not, because it's fantastic. On the other side then for Alliance, with the Lee Sin gone, something that Shook has really excelled on in the future. Going to be falling back here to Elise. Could have also been an Evelyn. One of those three is what you definitely expect to come out from Shook. And we also see Lucian locked in here for Tad. So pretty standard stuff, I'd say, across the board up until now.
Yeah, actually, Evelyn banned out by Alliance. That's a little surprising. So they were kind of forcing one of the two to come out there. Tabs again on Lucian, as you mentioned. It's kind of the champion that he's always happy to go with. Doesn't matter whether Twitch is available out there. Aurelia getting locked in. That is very brave from Youngbuck. Aurelia playing against Wicked. Wicked knows that champion inside out. He's going to know every matchup inside out. And if he is playing Kayle, he'll know exactly how to play this one. Joey, I know Youngbuck there, has got his family in the house as well watching. He's going to want to try and perform for them. See how it works out for them. Pretty sure he's not going to pull the donger out this time around. He's done that last split, of course. I don't think we're going to see it anymore.
Oh, we're going to see something different, though. I'm not really trusting Woolite right now in where he's switching around to. The donger, in the end, settles, though, with Twitch. A champion which we saw him last season when he was with Denial Esports, of course, which the Copenhagen Wolves beat in their promotion game. We saw him playing fantastic Twitch level. What are we going to see here then for Alliance? Everyone wanted Anivia, I do believe.
Yeah, but the thing is, Anivia was played, was it last week? He lost on that one. And honestly, if you looked at the champions they chose, it didn't really fit. He could have gone with Lulu, should have gone with Lulu. And maybe the rest of the team also thought the same thing. Morgana is a champion we've seen Nif playing a hell of a lot of. Would fit very well. As you mentioned, Woolite on Twitch, fantastic. Honestly, Woolite has come into this one. We've talked about Copenhagen Wolves. You know, they had Reckless, they pulled out Forgiven. Now they've pulled out Woolite. They keep digging out these AD carries that have been fantastic so far. We're waiting with bated breath, and sadly, it is Nidalee.
It's funny how quick a crowd can turn, cheering Froggen as he comes on stage because he doesn't pick Anivia. He's suddenly not a nice guy anymore. And Coutard, also a place to win some fans, I suppose, if he pulls out the Anivia. He's not going to play Anivia.
The thing is, Unlimited, you're setting yourself up to lose. When you start out like that, it's only ever going to go downhill from there, that's for sure. Looks like it may be Fizz for Coutard. It's a champion he played, as you mentioned last week, I think it was.
Yesterday.
And actually, yesterday, yeah. Didn't work out that well, but we'll see how it works out for him.
Yeah, it was fairly impressive in the earlier stage of the game. Obviously, he was playing up against a Twisted Fate, I do believe it was, but as things went later on and that Kayle started getting stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger as it went on, and there was no real chance, I think, for the Copenhagen Wolves to be coming back into it. Very interesting to see how Youngbuck does here in this top lane. We've had a lot of talk about Youngbuck and where his real strengths lie. And we've always said he's an out-and-out tanky bruiser player. We've seen him go to these AP top laners, which have never really worked out for him the way that the bruisers have. We'll have to see how he does on Aurelia against pretty much the Aurelia master.
We'll see how it works out for him. Of course, now that the champions have been selected by the pros, does Alliance still have your vote? Tell us by using the hashtag AllWin or CWWin to @LLO Esports, and of course we'll check in with those results in the game.
So 90% was the vote for Alliance from LOLesports.com. It may change, but I'm
not sure.
Significantly.
I think Alliance have got an absolute fantastic team right there. You got the heals from Kayle from Nidalee, you've got the shields, you've got the cocoons, the dark bindings. Literally, this is everything that Alliance like to have in their team comp. They have everything on a plate. That pick and ban went their way.
We've got some Copenhagen Wolf fans in the house as well doing.
Couple of wolves.
They sound more like dying dogs, to be fair, in that one. I don't mean the wolves, I mean the guys in the audience, by the way. So we are going to be getting into the game here in a second. Let's just skip completely over that one. It's our final game here in London, so guys, let's do a little bit of noise.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of Wembley. Alliance as the blue team up against the Copenhagen Wolves, who are playing as the red team. Can Alliance keep their position at the top and stretch away from SK Gaming? Or will Copenhagen Wolves pick up a much-needed victory? They are in danger of slipping out of position and well away from that 6th place playoff spot that everybody is fighting for.
Well, up until now, there's been a bit of damage exchange between the top laners. Youngbuck and Wicked already having a go at each other right from the very get-go. Youngbuck came off worse in that little encounter, but for now, nothing really special here happening at level 1. We see the Death Brush Ward going down. Alliance have already spotted that one going in, and I think with that, we could be seeing a pretty standard start on the buffs. See there, Coutard and Unlimited already waiting by the red buff. Airwax is hanging around as well. Shook just across the other side of the river. Looks like he's going to be starting with the blue.
Well, Shook purchased a ward, so he's actually, I presume, planning on placing it deep by the red. You can see he's actually waiting to go in there. Everybody from the Copenhagen Wolves has actually backed away. You can see Alliance grouping up 4 members. They are getting ready to push in towards this one. They want to start off. Dark Binding is probably going to get
a time in the ward
into the red. They did see it go down. They're going to wait a hell of a long time if they're going to time it out before they make their move.
I think they're just timing this one, making sure that it goes down before they actually walk in. We'll have to see about that one. Actually, they're moving already, yep, so my theory was totally wrong. They weren't waiting that one out. Not as smart as I was expecting, but either way, they're moving towards that red buff, and we do see Lee Sin moving around to the other side of the map, so this could be interesting. They've seen him going in there, so he knows that red's going to be gone. The question is, can he get over and steal away the Alliance red buff now?
But it was 2 minutes, 5 seconds, and it was 4 members all going in towards there. So they made sure they were expecting resistance from the Copenhagen Wolves. Clearly didn't happen. Now you can see Youngbuck, he's immediately going back. They want to switch these lanes around, I feel. Or, he obviously doesn't want to face the duo of Tabs and Niv, who was on Lucian and Morgana in that top lane. You can see Shook and Wicked, they're continuing the buddy system. Meanwhile, Airwax, he's going around alongside Unlimited. So it's a bit of a change, a bit of a difference. Alliance, I feel, have maybe stolen the march on them with this start. And I think it caught Copenhagen Wolves a little bit by surprise. They probably were expecting it, but they weren't quite in position. I don't think Shook was planning on taking a tower hit there. They're going for an early tower hit. And Copenhagen Wolves are not going to be able to react. They're not in position to go for a 3-minute 30 dragon.
No, 4 versus nothing here. We see that Twitch down on that bottom lane. Actually, Relia coming in, so Youngbuck will be joining. We'll see what the Wolves actually go for. They may actually have a go at Froggen in this middle lane, but, well, he's just going to simply walk across. So a little bit of indecisiveness here, I feel, from the Wolves. We saw Youngbuck going back and forth, wondering exactly where he's going to end up landing. And the Wolves here, they've not gone for that early dragon, which is what we've seen a lot of teams do when there's 2, 3, 4 men up in this top lane. They've not really done much about it, apart from left Woolite to have that free farm down bottom.
Yeah, Wicked's gonna try and do something. Let's see, Copenhagen Wolves, they have to bully Wicked here. They have to shove this wave back in, otherwise Wicked's gonna be able to freeze the lane out and keep them in all sorts of trouble. Youngbuck will have problems here, which is why you can see Shook hanging on by. Airwax going deep on that one. Don't think he wanted to go that aggressive, which is why they're trying to force something out. You can look towards that top lane. They're happy to hold this one out. Meanwhile, this was all happening, of course, the bottom lane. Woolite just froze that lane out. He didn't push, didn't go aggressive. In fact, he's got a giant wave, which he's pulled towards his own tower.
Yeah, nicely done there from Woolite. We'll have to see. We've actually seen him in this scenario before where I can't remember exactly which game it was, but he had about 15 minutes in a lane on his own farming and wasn't able to come up with much of an advantage. And we see here that Tabs was that entire time taking the farm in the top lane. Is 4 CS behind him here, and this turret is going to be instantly pressured. And Woolite down at half HP. Is level 4 though already.
Well, Dark Binding and Tormented Soil catching straight on towards him. As you mentioned, he has got a 2-level advantage over the duo. And now that Unlimited's with him, who is only level 1 by the way, he's yet to gain any experience. You can hear a lot of cheering. It's because Mexican waves are going off in England. Who'd have thought it? World Cup on, instead they're doing that. Wicked is now going to get caught out. Flash being used as well as that heal. Now on towards Froggen as well. Coulthard jumping around, playful trickstering. But Froggen reacts pretty well to that one. Holds on and continues farming.
Yeah, keep pushing and pressuring there, and I think that's the right decision. He's going to heal up. He knows that Coulthard can't finish him off. Although there is that ignite there, just to mention that actually, we see Summoner heal picked up by Froggen here rather than going for the more aggressive ignite. So he's got that in his back pocket to be working with. A little bit concerned for Wicked though, as he said before, had to use his flash to get away as Nifia tanking up the turret. Not sure he really wanted to do that, but Wicked's going to be an obvious target here. He's still got 2 levels till he hits level 6, so no intervention for him. He is vulnerable. Question is, will the Wolves go there?
Well, they're keeping that pressure on towards them. Airwax does go around on towards them Wolves. So wolf on wolf action. As it is, Froggen getting dived on Coulthard, trying to be aggressive, but he took a tower hit. It's not what you want in that fight. The pressure continuing. Actually, lanes are fairly even across the board. Despite all the action, obviously, at the top, despite Alliance going for that tower early on, which is clearly giving them that gold advantage, they've quietly sat back into odds even lanes. White is going down. Airwax is taking that one. We're getting the old football chants coming out now. We're going to have an England chant soon.
We'll see about that one. As Airwax here is coming up towards his top lane. So Wicked still not hit 6. Has an advantage over Youngbuck. And are they going to dive onto? There's the stun coming down. Airwax going to get in behind the slow. Already coming in. Wicked's already used the heal and caught out of position. And it was I think pretty obvious that was going to happen. I mean, he's been up there once, burnt the flash. He's going to come again.
And while that was all happening, Froggen and Shook tried to get him towards Coulthard. You can see Coulthard pretty low on health, and actually these 2 ranged champions can do a lot of damage on this tower, despite the fact Froggen has only just hit 6. Coulthard trying to bait out here, teleporting back to base. Teleport from Wicked, going back in there, gets himself the start of a Nashor's Tooth, which he's going to be beginning with in there. That Stinger being picked up. Crowd keeping themselves entertained, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's always good. Bottom lane, been under the tower pretty much since Alliance arrived in this bottom lane. Well, actually really quite low there. As Shook gonna come across. He's gone over a ward though, so they've actually seen him moving in from this one. You see Youngbuck's already started to back away. Actually tried a cheeky recall there in that side brush, but that won't work out. And the Alliance need to be careful here. Coulthard and Airwax are both coming up to this top side. That ward will spot Coutard coming in fairly quickly. Has hit 6 as well, so he's got the fish available. But as that ward is down, Alliance spot him and will just back away to safety. Wicked also hit 6 now as well, so the intervention's there.
Generally, guys, you need Pantheon to do the Sparta champ, but I'll give you credit for it. It's all good anyway. At the moment, Alliance are starting off strong here against the Copenhagen Wolves. You can see Copenhagen Wolves, they're trying to make some plays, but Alliance are slowly but surely crushing them out. That mid lane is taking a lot of damage. This bottom lane is taking a lot of damage, and Alliance, they're just going for objectives. They don't care for the kills that Copenhagen Wolves are trying to find. There's going to be the popping out, and misses as he repels in the air. Another tower for Alliance.
Yeah, and Coutard's like, well.
Oh! See, even Froggen can do it, guys. We're allowed to make them mistakes now.
Yeah, if Froggen can do it in the LCS, then so can everyone else in normal games. As we see Alliance moving straight to Dragon, and this is the 9-2 Alliance that we're kind of used to by now. They take that top lane, push it all the way up, come straight to middle, kill the turret, move straight down the river, take the Dragon. Guess what they're going to do next? They're going to go to the bottom lane and take that tower.
So Unlimited, he's not going to go back, he's going to get dodge out that binding. That was well played because he would have been dead if that would have caught on towards him. This bottom tower taking a lot of damage already. 3 members of Alliance pushing on towards it. That's the 3rd tower of the game going down inside 10 minutes. Alliance are just clearing out every objective. And look at the ward control they've got as well. Look at the bottom half of the jungle. It has complete vision in and around that blue buff area. Coutard trying to force something from Froggen, but he's not interested.
No, not particularly. And we're seeing the recall there from the bottom as well. Sightstone picked up by Nif. Perfect timing on that one as well, because with those outer towers down, they're going to want that jungle control here and keep the stranglehold, so to speak, on the Copenhagen Wolves up. If you look at the goal, it's already 2,000 and we're not quite 10 minutes into this one with the first Dragon going Alliance's way, all 3 towers. And the Copenhagen Wolves haven't really pushed past the halfway point on any of the lanes, to be honest.
No, dominant performance. Youngbuck, though, has got a CS advantage over Wicked because he's been roaming around so much, because he's not been really sat up in that top lane. It is the only advantage that the Copenhagen Wolves have so far, of course, because all of those towers are down. I guess you could say support-wise. It is Froggen makes the pounce, which is always good to see. Spear does not quite land. Playful Tricksters away from Coutard, so good reaction speed there. But it is Alliance that are clearly trying to take all of the advantages in this game.
Oh, Wicked actually throwing the ward over. Did spot Lee Sin, I think, there. I think he was in range for that. Either way, Airwax going to be backing off. Are they going to try and fight down bottom? Actually, Nif going to step forward here. Nice. Unbreakable will block a lot of that damage coming out from the Culling. Woolite going to stealth himself up. I thought he was going to go aggressive on that one, so bit of a trade down bottom. Now Froggen, though, maybe in trouble. The fish going to knock him up, but he turns around the damage, jumps away from it, and here is Shook to finish off the kill. Froggen even managing to survive. Here comes a TP from Youngbuck around the side. Can Shook get away from this one? Lee Sin managing to land the Q, and that's going to be Shook going down. 1-for-1.
1-for-1 trade. It is going to finally be Shook going down first. Kill for Alliance and the second for the Copenhagen Wolves, despite the advantage they're gaining. Alliance have got to be careful. Wolves can get themselves in it. They have got themselves a big vision advantage. Froggen, he's making his move, looking towards, coming towards that bottom lane, but they were ready for it. Copenhagen Wolves, you can see Airwax keeping them busy, and that's actually forcing Froggen to stick around in this mid lane. Spear lands, and they are only going to get stronger and stronger from here on out.
I think Airwax even tried to dodge that one, to be honest, just let it hit him and backs away from it. So, I mean, Froggen's not really finished off his first item yet here, and already Airwax taking quite a lot of damage from that one. He's 75 to 64 CS in favor of Froggen. Wicked has also clawed back that deficit that Youngbuck had built up a little earlier on as well. Difference being Youngbuck now 2-0-0, so those kills going to help him get up to that Trinity Force a little quicker.
Youngbuck's got himself a big wave here. Shook's going to sneak up behind him. He's got no help. So, I'll tell a lie, I can see Airwax coming from the base, so there's going to be 2 members again. These 2 ranged champions keep on pushing towards them. Wicked and Shook not going to go for the tower, not going to keep the pressure on there. Looking towards the Dragon area, that will be spawning in around about 3 minutes time, as the Copenhagen Wolves have afforded themselves good ward coverage of the river, which is why they were pushing down deep on towards that bottom tower. But now Alliance all rotating, 3 members in towards the mid lane, 2 members pushing down the bottom. Copenhagen Wolves, will they react?
They've got to. That's the pure and simple here. They can't afford to be losing any more of these turrets. Alliance actually grouping as 3. Are they going to switch towards this bottom side? I think they are. Seeing that there's 2 men defending from that middle lane, they simply move across. There's the culling going down. Good damage on towards Woolite. Should be enough to force him back. Good binding as well coming out from Nif to keep them low. And look at the damage coming into that one. Half HP already done. Here comes the fish from the side, but it doesn't land.
Fantastic Dark Shield spots and drops that Chum the Waters instantly. Alliance continue to tank out this turret. That's going to go down. That's the 4th turret of the game. Inside 13 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, Alliance are clearly showing they are the #1 team in Europe right now.
Playing the tower game almost to perfection here. Didn't really take much damage on that little push there at the end. They had intervention should they have even needed it. And look at that Wicked. Recalls, TP straight back up towards his top lane in time to save most of that wave, and crucially his turret as well. The Copenhagen Wolves still to pick a turret up. In fact, they're still to really do much damage, I think, to any of these outer towers.
They don't really care for fights. They're just going straight objective. Straight objective controlling is working very well for them. Nash's Tooth was picked up by Wicked. Let's see how this trade works out. Wicked's going to know he's in trouble. Youngbuck with the mana should be able to bully Wicked out of that lane, and that's what he's done. He can just heal himself up, though, back at the tower.
I think Youngbuck's going to have to be the shining light here for the Copenhagen Wolves today. Got both of the kills on their side, doing really, really well in the lane. The question is the rest of the team going to be in a position to really help him if those fights do happen? Alliance have pretty much just dodged them up until now. They're quite happy to move around to those turrets, use the Nidalee to poke things down. They'll use the culling to get rid of everything as well. And look at this, they may be able to catch out Woolite. Blue buff has actually spawned. They're going to contest for this one.
They're going to contest. They're going to go in towards that blue buff. It's going to have to be a smite steal by Airwax, but of course the dragon will be up in 9 seconds time, and if that smite is used to get the blue buff, it almost certainly secures it for Alliance. Alliance are going to want to fight this time around. It's going to try and go for a smite steal with the spear. It's going to have to thread the needle though, because those minions just off the side there. No, it just catches the small little lizard, and it will be countered with the blue.
Countered getting blue, and that's definitely good for the Copenhagen Wolves. Will they be able to fight for the dragon here? Oh, Coon lands, Airwax going to be pushed down, the culling comes in. Airwax actually managed to escape that one. Finally, Youngbuck joins from that backside as well. Frogger going pretty low. Youngbuck has to leave the fight. The focus turns to Countered as we see another one landing onto him. It's Frogger that picks up that one. Can they get any more? Will they just be happy with that one single kill and then go for the dragon? I think Frogger can just zone them out. Blue buff on him thanks to that kill. He's just going to be throwing spears all day long. The Wolves back out.
Yeah, exactly. The fight for the blue buff. Doesn't matter if they lost it, they took down Countered, got the blue buff anyway. Refresh that, got themselves their second dragon of the game. Check this one out there. I mean, it's a pretty close fight, but again, it all started off. They landed the cocoon, the shackles came out, and Unlimited tried to get in there with his Glacial Fissure, but it wasn't enough. Everybody instantly turned on towards Youngbuck the moment he came in. He actually gets out of this one. Wicked tries to focus him. Airwax and Woolite do a good job at zoning him out, but Copenhagen Wolves, they are split in this fight, and Alliance are very, very clear on their targeting. That's how they came out on top on that one. So they're now 4-0 in turrets. They've got 2-0 dragons. 16 minutes into this game, they've already built themselves up a 4,000 gold advantage.
Well, Youngbuck actually going to have a go at Froggen here. Froggen try and get the heal off, try and pounce away from him, but he's going to go down. Youngbuck able to get that one. Tabs has come up to the top as well, but Froggen being caught a little bit too far up the lane. As I was saying, Youngbuck is definitely strong at this point, but is it enough for the Copenhagen Wolves?
He is by far their strongest member, that's for sure. 3-0 now. Can he pull his team? Screaming and kicking in this one. Tabs, he's going to get caught out here, Tabs. You're going to see Airwax coming around the side there on towards him in a moment. I don't think they realised how close they were to jumping on towards him. Unlimited's going very deep on this one. I'm not sure where exactly he's going. They're going for the invade. They're expecting the blue buff to spawn. There it is. Perfect timing. Countered gets himself a blue back again.
Yeah, nicely done. And obviously, Youngbuck also has a blue buff thanks to that kill on to Froggen just a little while ago. The Wolves are heading kills here at 3-2, but still a good chunk of gold behind. Also seeing a few more items coming out. Blade of the Ruin King done for Woolite on Twitch. There's a needlessly large rod added in for Countered, so going to have a bit of damage behind him now. Over on the other side, the Sheen also picked up fairly early on here for Froggen.
We're going to see Copenhagen Wolves get their first tower of the game here. Youngbuck and Airwax just off the side. Tab's not going to get involved in this one. Instead, Unlimited caught out. Shook taking some damage, but again, he's got the escape, he's got the support. And the Wolves get themselves a first tower. Is Battersea Dogs over here or what?
Well, the Wolves right now struggling, that's for sure. It's 3,000 gold, a couple of decent team fights and a dragon and a tower afterwards. They could bring this one back. There's no doubt that that's still possible for them. Questioning now what Alliance are going to do next. We saw them quite a while ago by now taking down the inner turret in that bottom lane. Since then, not really been able to make any advances when it comes to objectives.
So, looking for a pick there, Wallite. Not going to find it. Could have gone on towards it. Has got the Blade of the Rune King now, and he was looking to get on towards Froggen. The moment Nif showed himself, was cleared out by Froggen. Make himself get some vision in that river, and actually all around their red area, they don't have blue buff area, they don't have a great deal of that, which is actually dangerous play for Tabs, but because they've got those wards aggressively in there. If you don't sing We Will Rock You when you do that same tune, you're missing out. So, Wicked, getting the farming down. Keeping up, but Youngbuck is waiting in the wings, and actually, with that Triforce complete, I think he could take him.
I think so, Sam. We've seen it already with just the Sheen. I think he only had them when he 1v1 Wicked. Definitely could do it with the help of Kautard, who's just come down towards his bottom lane. Wicked actually sensing that, or just going back to get those golems in the nick of time, means that there's no opportunity there for Kautard. And look at Alliance kind of moving back and forth here. I'm not sure if they're looking really a bit undecisive at this point as to what's the next step in this strategy. Starting to get a few wards down in the Copenhagen Wolves jungle is definitely a start for them, though.
Well, back in his top lane, Tabs continuing to keep that farm going. AWX is going to stick around here. There's got no support, so don't think he's going to go on towards it. Oh, Wicked. Youngbuck is really wrecking him right now. He can't get involved in this fight. Wicked, once again, has to back away. Youngbuck may be able to take this bottom turret, you know. He's got a wave coming in with him, but the rest of his team are under pressure, and Alliance are going to start moving down the river. That's going to force him back.
Let's have a look, and this blue buff is going to be stolen away here by the looks of things. Early smite from Shook, a bit risky, but gets it nonetheless as he throws out a cocoon. And actually, I think this could be trouble for Shook, you know. This blue buff may be going right back over. Actually, the flash comes out. Here is Wicked, gets these slowed down. Didn't have an intervention to help Shook out. Won't need it in the end, though. That's the blue buff safe for him. And we've got the Dragon coming up here in 1 minute's time as well. So Alliance need to get back home, heal themselves up. That's the Wolves, I think, going to be contesting the next one.
Big wave of minions in that top lane now. It's pretty deep on this one. We'll get vision of Froggen. And the Copenhagen Wolves, despite their early pressure, are not looking too bad here, you know. Wicked is going to get stronger and stronger, but they have to start trying to make use of this early clear pressure they have on Alliance, that they actually believe they can win a team fight, and it may well be possible. They're only 3,000 gold behind at the moment. Youngbuck continuing to keep his farm advantage over Wicked, while the crowd continues to think they're Australian.
Oh, Wicked again in trouble. Got intervention back up.
Oh, just in time.
Yeah, not forced to use it this time around, but really, really struggling against Youngbuck in this bottom lane. 40 CS Youngbuck has over him. Actually has 1 level at the same time as well. Copenhagen Wolves should probably clear out that camp so that their blue buff is going to respawn at some point in the near future as well. Well, look at this. Dragon now up. 4 men from Alliance there. Wicked in the bottom lane, doesn't have TP, so he's going to have to walk up for this one. And he needs to get there pretty quickly. Actually, Kautard's going to go very deep. Takes a chunk of damage, but not enough, I think, to scare him away. Let's see if the Wolves are able to hold on to this one. Wow! Airwax going very deep, but it kicks in Froggen. He gets the kick. Intervention used, and Youngbuck now the focus of that one. Froggen is finally going to go down. Can they get any more from it? Unlimited's low. Kautard's low. Shook's right in the middle of them. They finally track down Woolite. They need to lock him up. Shook going to move in there. Where is the cocoon? Kautard comes back in. So double kill, and now Tab's chasing in. Has he got enough to finish off Woolite? No, because he's stealth.
Little ninja there very, very close fight. Despite the kick on Froggen early on, they just couldn't get the damage down on the right targets. You can see a number of them were low on health, but Wicked again, with the AE damage he gets. They're not going for the Dragon, they're going straight for the tower, inner turret down. Now they're going to rotate down, they're going to take that Dragon. And again, Alliance, all about objectives. But check this fight out, you can see it all starts off. Airwax goes very deep on this one. Had that Lee Syndrome deep in there. Flashes across, kicks Froggen straight back in there. And Countdown actually misses the Urchin Strike, gets caught out by Cocoon. So Countdown technically out of that one, throws Chum the Waters onto Tabs. Walleye untouched for a while, but he got exhausted. So it was a good exhaust. Wicked taking down Airwax in the side there. Walleye does try and catch on towards it, and it saw Elise going in. It baited Countdown back in, which immediately gave a double kill for Wicked.
That's real close to finishing off Walleye there as well. That stealth popping up for him at the perfect time. We see Dragon going the way of Alliance as well. 3 out of 3 for them. And leaves them with a solid 6,000 gold lead. However, the Copenhagen Wolves going to push Alliance straight back. Something that teams kind of stopped doing for a while, which is getting a tower, getting the Dragon, then all recalling, just to see the enemy team somehow rush down that middle lane and take a tower for free. Copenhagen Wolves will take anything, I think, for free, though, at this point. They get the outer middle turret, and may very well, in fact, they are going to take this outer turret in the bottom lane as well.
They need to react, though. Look at Alliance. They're pushing straight up that mid lane. They've got 2 members in there. I think it's 3 members pushing all up the mid. They're on the inhibitor turret right now. You can see Alliance have got Wicked, Froggen, and Nip, and they are not reacting. Now they're teleporting back. Teleport comes out from Youngbug, but they're putting a lot of damage down on this turret. Finally joins in towards there. Can they turn this back around? They just have the Youngbug popping that ultimate to clear out the waves.
All 5 men there from Alliance. Actually, Walleye gonna come back around as well, and the Wolves probably gonna have to defend that inner turret in the top lane in just a second. There's the Wolves finally coming onto the top side of the map. Red buff stolen away here by Tabs. Once that wave goes through, I mean, there's only 1 turret outside of the Copenhagen Wolves base that's still left up.
Well, we can see Walleye and Youngbug maybe gonna make a move back towards this bottom turret now. Alliance have made their push. Let's see if Copenhagen Wolves can react to theirs. Walleye trying to get on towards Froggen. Youngbug thought he caught him out there, but the rest of Alliance coming around. Oh, no, finally lands! And Youngbug's in trouble. A great Unbreakable comes out of Unlimited. Glacial Fisher bouncing Alliance, forcing them back out. They can turn this back around. Rat-a-tat-tat coming out of Walleye, but it's not quite pulling the damage down. Dark Binding turns back on towards him. And Alliance this time, they're the team that have to back away.
Really, really close. If that wasn't for Unbreakable, for Unlimited with the Unbreakable, that would have gone really, really wrong for them. Youngbug getting far too low. Tab's almost getting caught out as well, but there is the binding. Are they going to try and fight this one? The ultimate is running here. Good kick in the last second, though, from Airwax, but the rest of the team chasing in. That was close.
Unlimited a little slow on that run. I think they were waiting for the safeguard there, but it was probably on cooldown. He couldn't jump across the Cowtard in time. And breathes a breath of fresh air. Oh, English crowds. Not sure if insane or just a little too much alcohol.
Or a healthy mixture of both.
A healthy dose, I think, of both.
Fantastic, either way.
Yes.
So, what do we have here then? Alliance with only 1 turret left to take before the Copenhagen Wolves are pinned completely in their base. A few more big items come in as well. We saw the Rabadon's Death Cap now added in to the Nash's Tooth for Wicked. There's a Zhonya's Hourglass for Froggen, I think after getting caught out a time or two, has decided, okay, gonna need that extra safety of the Zhonyas.
Well, Copenhagen Wolves are definitely trying to make a game in this one. Despite the fact they're 5,000 gold behind, Alliance are being pressured. They're going to gain. They're trying to push up that mid lane. Wallet's the only man there. You can see they're all across the side. Alliance thinking they had a slight advantage. They're not going to push too hard on this one, though. And it's going to be simple ward clearance once again. Alliance realizing this is a dangerous game to play back and forward. They need to get complete vision control. It's something, if you talk to Froggen, all he ever talks about. Vision control, vision control, vision control. That's what Alliance's game is right now.
And LeBlanc. And LeBlanc. Talks about LeBlanc.
It's actually LeBlanc.
Yeah, LeBlanc as well. The pink ward goes down. I'm actually a little bit worried for the Wolves here as things go on. Cowtard in particular, not sure how he's going to be able to burst anyone in this team down with that intervention of Wicked, with the Zhonyas on Froggen. So, well, always going to be able to take 1 target out of that one. Excited to see how Cowtard goes about it. He, of course, went for Lich Bane. Bang, first item. Needlessly large rod in there as well. Oh, see what he could do. Oh, Tab's a little bit far down the lane. Good ward, though, there by the white camp. Keeps him alive.
Absolutely. Saw it coming. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, actually, It's going to be Woolite looking towards, trying to stealth up here, goes on towards Froggen, doesn't quite catch him out, teleport comes in, Youngbuck going on towards Froggen, can he get the stun now, gets the slow on towards him, a great cocoon now, immediately stops him, so they turn straight their attention on towards Shook. Youngbuck will just about catch the spear as well, a fantastic dark binding, the cocoon is jumped over, jumped the water spikes, and Alliance sidestep everything the Wolves have.
Ultimate again from Coulthard wide, and you've got to land those ultimates. They've got to be picking up kills here. They need to get back. Oh, Wicked. Oh, 2 men. Wicked. Face checking in. Doesn't even get to use the intervention. So I said, I'm not sure how Coulthard's going to burst anyone down with intervention. The key is they don't get to use it.
The key is to have Youngbuck alongside you who will get the kill for you. That's for sure, and he'll get the stun in as well. So, it's a 4v5, 25 seconds of this. Can they get in and try and steal that dragon away? Wicked will be up just about in time. He won't have teleport available. He'll be able to have to run straight down here. Woolite is going to shove the bottom wave. Copenhagen Wolves, they actually have good control over the lanes right now. They may be able to try and pressure for the first dragon.
Yeah, Woolite with that Ghost Blade on as well. See if we can actually catch anyone out and make use of those. Up until now, Alliance, I want to say been sticking together. Obviously, what Wicked did just a little earlier on kind of contradicts that whole thing, but very rarely are we seeing those Alliance men being alone anywhere on the map. And Froggen actually died alone earlier on, so actually I might just be talking quite a lot of nonsense at this point. But for now at least, they're all grouped up and they're going in for the dragon.
Here we go, Copenhagen Wolves, can they get their first dragon? Chump the Waters have been thrown out on Froggen already, and that was quickly blocked out. Glacial Fisher on Shook does 0 damage, doesn't cause them towards them. Youngbuck goes aggressive, trying to catch on towards them. Nip is running in, it's a great Shackles running in there. They managed to go 1-for-1 so far, both supports going down. Spear dodged out of Froggen, kicked in. Coulthard goes on towards him, intervention being used out. Youngbuck can close the gap on towards him. Great cocoon follows through. Good thing. Flashes back out of there. Youngbuck catches on Froggen. Youngbuck gets 1 down. Tabs is going big on this one, but he's going to catch on towards it. He gets a double kill in there. They chase him back towards Wicked. Coulthard and Woolite got to be careful they don't get pincered by Tabs and Wicked here. They have a lot of damage between them.
I don't think they're going to go for it here. Sometimes just checking the brush. Very, very close encounter. Look at this. Woolite's going back in, right on top of Wicked. Tabs turns around though. Slow going to come in. Tabs going to get the double knock. Gets the kill. Coulthard down in and gets the double. Brilliant from Coulthard.
Wow. Well, that certainly woke everyone up, that's for sure. Coulthard just about pulling off. It was technically an ace, but Niford actually respawned. The fights have gone on for so long. 6-1-2 for Youngbuck. T is Yum, apparently, not TSM, I'm not sure. It's one or the other. Coulthard, though, and Nif, they were the ones that started it. They were the ones that died at the start. And what a crazy back and forth matches it's turned out to be, despite the fact the Lions were 4-0 up in turrets. They had complete control, they had all the dragons, they had everything in their hands. Copenhagen Wolves are throwing a monkey wrench in there. They're trying to make this game chaotic.
Well, there's a dragon in here as well now, and the Wolves going to start that one off. And they're nowhere near this one here. Lions. That's better. And dragon down to half. Elise in by the golems. This is a Wolves dragon here. This is going to bring them right back into it. 44,000 to the 47.3. First dragon of the game for the Copenhagen Wolves. They need to keep up with this killing record that they're going with. A few towers would probably help as well. All those outer towers now down. Froggen just trying to get in on top of Coulthard, who's now finished off his death cap on top of that Lich Bane as well. Picked up 3 kills in the last few minutes.
Alliance trying to stop the push. You can see they're going aggressive, purposely pushing up that mid lane because Youngbuck was trying to split push down the bottom. He hasn't got teleport available, so it's had to back away once again. But Copenhagen Wolves, I tell you, nobody can deal with Youngbuck as a split pusher right now. He is so strong on Aurelia. He's got that Zephyr completed as well as that Trinity Force he had very early on. Nif getting caught, doesn't quite get the damage down on towards him and limited. Eating yet another Dark Binding. By the way, Nif, I mean, at the moment those Dark Bindings have been stopping so much from the Copenhagen Wolves. And again, the Wolves are looking to fight.
Looking to pull down Alliance. I'm going to see Azonya's out of Coulthard as well. Once he's got that, it's going to be very difficult to hold down his Alliance here. Got minions pushing onto that inner turret. They should be able to get this one away, but the Wolves going to start coming around the side. Do they want to fight it? Q has landed onto Shook. It doesn't look like they want to fight. Oh, do they? There is Airwax going in. On the side though, Airwax is going to go down. Intervention not even needed there. That gives them an instant 5 versus 4, and they keep chasing on. Unlimited lost a bit of health. Warlight's already gone, but they've got to do a loop around because they need to protect this tower.
The Wolves should not have engaged there because, simply put, Youngbook was not with him. He's the man that's been causing so many problems for Alliance. Unlimited blocking off everything once again. They're holding on desperately towards this inhibitor turret. Now that Youngbook is with them, he's got to be careful he doesn't get singled out. He's taking so much damage already. Unlimited wants to gain caught out. They're trying to revenge this one back on there. Nif takes a big chunk of damage. Warlight caught out with the dark mind. He has to get away. So much damage coming towards him. Wicked comes in. They turn it back around. Youngbook gets the killer towards him. Frogger goes down. Youngbook gets away with it. Now they're going to turn it back around. It's going to be the inhibitor turret finally going down. This is a wild, wild game. But just about Alliance is sticking on. Airwax is giving chase.
He's going to have to be the hero. Youngbook coming around the side as well. That's going to be 2 down. And Youngbook's going to get himself another one. Double kill. And it's an 8 for the Copenhagen Wolves. They're picking Baron. They're going to go for Baron. What a crazy, crazy match this one's turning out to be.
Finally, we get the match that London Wembley Arena deserves, and the Copenhagen Wolves are going to get the Baron down here. Alliance are 15 seconds from spawning. They're not even going to get close to this one. Wicked coming. He's got a ward there. He can teleport in. He's going to spawn in 3 seconds time. This would be a hero move. Intervention's not quite available. Will Wicked go for it? The Baron is going to get slow. He could teleport in any second now. They've swept it. They've not quite caught out. He's not going to teleport in there. Oh, that's a weak move, Wicked.
I think you would have probably died straight away anyways. Intervention had only just come up. Either way, the Copenhagen Wolves seizing the opportunity there. Youngbook getting back out, coming back in and then finishing off the rest of the team. It's only 2,000 gold the difference now between the two. Alliance still up by 7 turrets to 3 though. The Copenhagen Wolves with this Baron on need to make it count.
So, let's just take stock of what exactly has happened. The top is completely exposed. The inhibitor turret did go down. Inhibitor didn't follow. The turret is down. 7-3. Big advantage in terms of turrets for Alliance, but 15-11. Copenhagen Wolves are getting the kills. They are finding them. Warlight again. 0-2-7, not made a big impact, but 10-1-2 Youngbook. That was the problem in the top lane. They engaged, Youngbook wasn't with them. He finally turns around, teleports in there. Oh, Kautar called with a dark bind. I don't think he's going to be okay. Cocoon follows, and a spear. That's one way to lock him up, that's for sure. And that just shows the control that Alliance actually do have if they were to single out a target. And that's a problem, because Youngbook is clearly the most fed player and will be focused.
Yeah, it will be. Trinity Force Zephyr got himself a giant spell on top of that Banshee's Veil as well, so he is ridiculously fed right now. 10-1-2. Carried pretty much all the kills on his team, as once again Shug throwing out that cocoon. Wax being a little cheeky, or not quite as cheeky as he thinks, was stood on a wall, but look at this, they're trying to get in onto that inner tower, but the spears from Frog, and they really, really hurt.
Well, I'm wondering whether Youngbook fancies a duel down there. He's going to sneak around and spot him, getting the wards down. He is fed, but unfortunately the rest of his team are not. Top lane, they're going to split push, trying to keep everything going, trying to keep Alliance on their toes. And this is what they can do. They're thinking individually, if we were to duel, we may be able to win this one. And with that Baron buff on, of course, they are the team to push. Frog has gone out.
He's gone out, and he's going to be surely finished off now. Gets the summon a heal in there, using his own, and that was real close. Airwax here, waiting possibly for Shug. Got Youngbook down on this bottom side as well. Meanwhile, mid lane is being pushed up. That's not as much damage as they expected to land onto Nif, to be honest. It doesn't matter. Maybe they can force them away from this one. Kautar waiting off to the side as well. Meanwhile, that bottom lane is still being pressured by Airwax and Youngbook. Wicked knows he can't fight these two.
Airwax takes some tower damage though. He didn't want to take that, that's for sure. Youngbook will get some damage down. Wicked doing a good job at keeping the waves clear, but again, it's another tower. The Copenhagen Wolves are slowly but surely forcing Alliance back, but look in the mid lane. Tab's going aggressive. He may get slowed down here. He has to dash away from this one.
Thought Kautar might go offensive on that one. He's actually used his flash not long ago. Not exactly sure what happened on that one, as Airwax is going to catch that spear. Can they get in onto this inner turret? More spears come flying through, binding onto Unlimited. Cocoon follow up, but that's not really what they were looking for. Wrong target. That would have been Twitch. Lions may have felt like a chance to shine. was now. Either way, Dragon has just spawned into it. This is the Wolves' chance to completely level up this game's gold.
Dangerous though for the Wolves here. Youngbuck splitting off to the side. He hasn't got teleport available, but it's someone that the Alliance have to deal with because he's going to take down that turret. That's where you see Wicked once again going off. Oh, Warlock got way too aggressive on that one. The Culling coming out just about now. Tab scatters him. Max range. What effect will that have though? The Nif going in towards this one. Airwax taken way too low. Finally, Youngbuck is going to join them. But that was a great catch by Tabs.
Crazy stuff there. I'm not sure what Woolite was thinking, going one step too close. Tabs saying, okay, I can kill him. We're going to go for this one. It leaves Alliance now in a 5 versus 4 for this Dragon. There's a ward there, but look at the top lane. The top lane is being pushed right now by Youngbuck and Coutard, and this is a Fed Irelia and Coutard who's got a Lich Bane. They don't not mess around when they're on those turrets.
That was a turret for a Dragon and a very good trade as well. Copenhagen Wolves reacting well to a bad situation. They knew they'd lost the Dragon, they knew he was about to spawn, and that was 2 dangerous members. Coutard, of course, with that Lich Bane and Death Cap on him, he can take a lot of damage on them towers. Youngbuck as well, putting all of the pressure on. So the Copenhagen Wolves, they're keeping Alliance on their toes despite the fantastic start Alliance have had. And it is still very close, just 3,000 gold between them. Now only 2 turrets between them. That exposed inhibitor in the top lane, it is not fussed at all because Alliance, they haven't been able to go near it after that Baron take.
Not been able to get anywhere even remotely close, and not really even on that side of the map, to be honest. Also have to point out, Wicked's now got his Hurricane on top of the Void Staff, the Nash's Tooth, and the Death Cap. So getting to that point where we've seen time and time again that this late game Kayle is an absolute nightmare to deal with. Youngbuck, this could be really dangerous actually. Youngbuck trying to get in around the side. There's this guy that managed to lock up Coutard, but no follow through here really from Alliance. Unlimited doing a good job of blocking a lot of that damage coming through onto the team, but that may just be enough damage to send them back home.
Yeah, quick reactions there from Unlimited, but he did take a lot of damage. That means Alliance are going to get themselves a free push in that mid lane. And Copenhagen Wolves, they have to recall quick here because Alliance are pushing hard.
They're going to go back. And it may just be a little slow on this one. Unlimited, not sure why he cancelled his recall and moved around. Alliance not wanting to tank up that turret. Youngbuck will actually teleport into it, so really putting a lot of emphasis on keeping up that inhibitor turret. Alliance, as you mentioned before, have an opening on the top lane, but they've just not been able to push through. Got to feel that this next Baron is going to be where it's at. 1 minute and 10 seconds, and Alliance have already backed away to start sweeping.
That was a big problem. Teleport used there. Baron up in 1 minute time. Copenhagen Wolves are reacting well here. Alliance have sidestepped. They were going across the side to take the blue buff, and look at Copenhagen Wolves. They are pushing hard straight for this inner turret. They've taken it. Alliance are way out of position here, and it's another turret for the Wolves.
Given away completely free there. Positional play by the Copenhagen Wolves. Could even argue a positional misplay by Alliance, allowing them to rush straight down the middle. They're going to lose buffs as well from this one. And look at that gold difference between Youngbuck and Wicked. He's got about a 2k lead on Wicked at this point.
Setting up.
There is a trap. It's a trap. Woolite's going to be the first one out. He's going to catch him. Not as much damage as I thought he was going to follow through. Was scared of anyone in that brush.
Yeah, they didn't really have vision themselves. They are going in pretty blinding towards this bush. It's going to be Youngbuck, the man who's tankiest. They have got that one ward separated into the side there. They've got to be careful they don't get caught by a single skill shot. Shuki's going to get maybe stepped out the side. They don't have anyone to close the range and walk gain. Copenhagen Wolves, they have mid lane advantage. Baron is about to spawn.
There we go. Baron back into play. Copenhagen Wolves taking the opportunity Baron the last time around. Will Alliance hold them away? Again, positioning here from Alliance, completely out of position. The Wolves going to go straight down the middle. This might be an inhibitor turret, but they're going to have to fight as well. Turret's already going to be down by the time Alliance actually get away. The Copenhagen Wolves going to keep going. They do decide to go in. Airwax is going to kick Wicked into the middle of the team. He's right in the middle of them, but Youngbuck dove right in, and he's going to get shut down. That's real bad news as the Cocoon comes down. Coutard going to go low. Tab's being forced out of the fight though, as Coutard comes back into it, trying to chase down onto Shook. They do manage to get the kill, but there's still 3 to go.
Fantastic control, but the Wolves are going to get on towards one. That's a double kill for Woolite now. That's Shook and Nif going down, and the Wolves are pushing on towards the inhibitor. You can see Froggen coming around the side. Spear threaded through could be enough to take someone down. It's going to catch on a limit. Oh, the Unbreakable! I'm not sure if he was stopped breathing there, but there wasn't quite enough damage. Froggen jumps in, they jump back on towards Froggen! Froggen goes down! And now the Baron is a possibility for the Wolves. They are really low on hit points, but they're going to make a play for it.
They could end up dying to Baron though, that's the problem here.
Oh, he stepped on a trap!
He stood on a trap!
He stepped on Froggen's trap!
What a way to die in the end after all that one. Sneaking little coming in. Jesus. Crazy, crazy stuff. And look at that, there's minions onto the inhibitor now as well.
Copenhagen Wolves have got to get back and defend, and that's going to give Alliance now time to get him towards that Baron. The jungler is down, it's a 35-second death timer, and somebody from the Wolves is going to have to get in here and try and stop this. Tabs can't do it on his own, he's got Nif coming in with him. There's the teleport, Wicked's going to come in, Alliance may be able to secure it. You can see Unlimited, he's the only man near this, he's going to throw a ward in there. They have lost this chance, Alliance have taken Baron.
Youngbuck has TP, but he's not going to go for that one. Alliance get the Baron. And look at the goal, there's 700 difference between them in this one. 42 minutes in, it's 7-7 in turrets, 19-14, the Copenhagen Wolves still up. And Coutard has got about 1,500 gold to be spending. That last fight, Youngbuck actually went down really, really quickly when he dove in there and wasn't able to finish off Wicked. Again, the beauty of that intervention, managing to keep him alive. But real close, and have to give it to the Copenhagen Wolves, the decision making, how fast they made that decision to run straight back down the mid lane there. Really well done.
Just off at the side, oh, I think they got spotted. Youngbuck is there, they've thrown everything at him, but they quickly caught out Airwax. I'm not too sure if they realized it. This is a Baron up Alliance. Copenhagen Wolves do not want this fight, they should be backing towards their inhibitor turret.
Airwax needs to be careful, binding has landed. No follow through though. Spear
out of position.
Cool down. Yeah, completely out of position. They have to get back. Coutard's there as well. And the Copenhagen Wolves gonna be defending on the inhibitor turret once again. Can they get something started? Coutard stepping up. Ultimates are available pretty much across the board, apart from Youngbuck, who's got a pretty tiny cooldown anyway, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. The binding's gonna be important. Lands onto Unlimited. Cocoon will follow in as well. Alliance sit there. It's all about Frog and Spears to get things started.
Well, Alliance are pushing against super minions here. You can see they're clearing them out pretty quick, but at the end of the day, they are super minions, and that is giving the Copenhagen Wolves a bit of an advantage. This Baron buff is slowly ticking down. It's about halfway down. Chomp the Waters misses out there. Big ultimate being used by Coutard. That's less than ideal, but Rat-a-tat-tat is still available, which is why Alliance dare not jump on towards this tower. Meanwhile, the bottom and top lane, they are pushing in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves, slowly but surely. And Alliance, they need to do something about this. This is not going to work out. They're not going to be able to siege this.
I don't think so.
Unless they catch it out binding on Walleye.
Yeah, yeah, that could be different. Actually, he steps forward there. That was very dangerous. Spears coming through as well. Not quite connected. Tabs actually being a man and stepping forward here to do a bit of damage. As the ult comes out, they get the knock-up on towards Wicked. They're going in for Shug though. Airwax is going to go down. Intervention. Wicked will fall. Coutard has already used his Zonyas. Can they kill off Froggen? No. He uses his own Zonyas. And Walleye is out of the fight. But now he comes back up. He could probably have all three of them. Decides not to chase on though. 3 for 2 for Alliance.
This is dangerous for Alliance. They've got to be careful because Walleye and Youngbuck are very strong. Walleye's going to single-handedly try and hold this as Youngbuck goes back to the fountain. They may give up the inhibitor turret. Yeah, they're going to let them have this one. Remember, the inhibitor is exposed in the top as well. Walleye stealths up. He's looking to try and jump on towards Nif here. He's going to have the support. Oh, he's putting so much damage back down on towards him. And Youngbuck now joins him. Alliance are forced to back away. They've got their own inhibitor respawning, but this game is still wide, wide open.
Hanging on to that inhibitor, I think, by the skin of the teeth. A couple of kills really helping out.
It's a dangerous Dragon.
Alliance, yeah, moving towards Dragon, but with Walleye and Youngbuck headed down towards them. This could be bad news. And look at that, Walleye stealthing straight up. They're going to go for the Dragon. Alliance is just going to leave them to it.
Yeah, they're letting him have it, and that's going to give them much needed gold to keep it up with them. But the fact that we are at 75,000, that's nearly got in there. 21 to 17. 70,000+ gold. Everybody is fed. Everybody's hitting max items. This is a gigantic fight. And as you just saw, that was a very dangerous time for the Copenhagen Wolves there. If they'd have lost out in that fight, it would have been game over already. And on that point, Wicked, intervention was actually on point this time. Perfectly placed. The Copenhagen Wolves have got to be so cautious of the next fight that they don't get caught out, because the fights, while have been close, Alliance are generally coming out on top.
Yeah, I think Woolite's going to have to do something special here. He's going to have to catch him out and pull a lot. Although in that last fight, he was kept out of it for most of it. Binding hitting him right on the backside and pretty much out of range to do anything other than just sit by and watch until that Binding had timed out on him. Either way, we may just be having another fight around this next Baron that's going to be due up here fairly shortly. Youngbuck needs to get away from this.
The Wolves are sticking around. They were going to try and set a trap, and Alliance are not having any of it. They want to go straight in for that exposed inhibitor. They're rushing up the mid lane. Copenhagen Wolves, they will be back in time though, and they should react to this one. Good ward coverage from the Wolves. That's all going to get swept out though as Alliance move in, get themselves some Baron coverage. It's not available for a couple of minutes yet though, so that is definitely not going to be where the dance begins.
Wolves got full support here in the audience today as well.
There's a lot of wolves.
Yeah.
Or dogs.
Not necessarily live ones by the sound of it as well. Froggen almost being caught out there by the rat. And Wicked. Guardian Angel now added in, as if he wasn't already hard enough to finish off. But look at the Wolves, they're not scared here. They're knocking on Alliance's door again.
Well, they know they got the exposed inhibitor. They're going to try and create a play. They've got to be careful Woolite doesn't get caught by one of those cocoons, one of those dark binders and tapped. He's on 9, 3, and 5. He's got a lot of damage. He's the big damage dealer right now for Alliance, alongside, of course, Wicked. The spears, don't forget, from Froggen. But, of course, the Banshees fails. Oh, Unlimited takes a little too much damage. It's going to put them in a precarious situation if they're trying to pile in for this one. Look around the side. Airwax desperately trying to get in there. He wants to separate someone. Thought about it. Gonna have to back away. The cover being used, that's gonna get blocked off by Unbreakable from Unlimited there. They try and turn it around. The Dark Binding goes in. This is a dangerous play. There's gonna be Jump the Waters on towards Shock. They're gonna get on towards it. Tap takes down Airwax straight away. Nidalee getting on towards another kill. Countdown desperately running away, but Tap is cleaning up right now. With Woolite tries to get back up. Wicked should be able to get the slow on him. He's gonna heal himself up. The speed on there. The spears come through. Wicked flashes on towards him, and he sneaks across to the side, but it doesn't matter. Alliance are running for the base.
Oh, he's going back to Tap now. He's going to try and 1v1 it. No! They kill each other. They kill each other, and that's 4 men down. Youngbuck's got to be a hero now. Froggen and Wicked have got massive damage, and they'll take down these buildings really, really quickly. 30 seconds to a minute before the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves start to come back up. Alliance might try for the win here.
Well, he may be on 12-2-4, but he's not stupid. He can't fight Wicked and Froggen now. They have such big heals intervention in there as well. He's going to just do as much as he can to interfere, but that's the 2 inhibitors going down. He's going to say, that's all you're going to have, guys. I'm going to let you walk away from this one. You can see Limited is about to respawn. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're proud of our server here in Europe, EU West.
EU West. So, Baron coming up in 2 seconds. Froggen's actually recalling here. And so is Wicked. That might not be ideal. That may not well be ideal here for Alliance. You see the Copenhagen Wolves are rushing straight towards it. Alliance need to get here pretty quickly.
Yeah, they're coming straight in. See Nif leading the charge. He's got to be careful he doesn't get caught out in that charge, going blindly into a bush. You can see Youngbuck is setting up for. They don't have a ward coverage in this front one, so they can't dive straight towards them. Alliance are going for it.
Alliance pushing through. Spears will go flying in there. And finally, they do spot each other out, and I think we're going to have both sets of 5 facing off across the river here by that Baron area. They need to be careful about the super minions, though. That's something that Alliance have got on their side. Time will see these waves pushing in towards the base. That's one thing that the Copenhagen Wolves got to keep an eye on. Luckily for them, Youngbuck does have teleport available, so he could be the one to back off and keep hold of the base.
45 kills in 50 minutes. Definitely an action-packed game with 15 turrets already down across the board. Maths is never great to do with live, that's for sure. Blue buff is going to go across to Coutard, who honestly needs to land Chum the Waters on the perfect target. 12, 4, 6 taps. Has to absolutely be focused out in this next fight. They've got to take him down ASAP, but unfortunately the intervention goes towards him, which is delaying everything. Woolite, it's dangerous play here, Unlimited. He's actually going deep on that one. They're going to look towards going on Shook. Good seeing Youngbuck going in.
Youngbuck going right into the side. They managed to get Chum the Waters onto Shook. Countdown. He's going to take him down. Good calling coming in. Tapster's going man mode. Step forward. Countdown goes back out of that one. It's a 1-for-1, but they've lost their AD carry here, the Wolves. That could be the important factor.
Whereas Unlimited's going to have to try and block out this damage. The shield Unbreakable comes up just in time. Tapster's got so much damage though. Wicked teleports in. Unlimited goes down. Alliance are pushing on
through. The Super Minions are on the Nexus turrets. The rest of Alliance are following through. They're gonna get one Nexus turret now. Copenhagen Wolves are doing anything they can, desperately trying to defend this final Nexus turret, but I'm not sure they have enough. Elvex goes in, he goes down, sacrificial lamp, everybody piles in, Froggen pulls out the Sonya's hourglass, and that's going to be the Copenhagen Wolves losing this match. Alliance take it down in 52 minutes, but what a final game here at Wembley.
Crazy matchup this one, and you can see what it means to Alliance. That was not as easy as the first few minutes may have predicted for that game. Alliance started off so well, moving from tower to tower to tower to Dragon, gaining themselves a really good lead. But the Copenhagen Wolves, they may be the bottom team in the table, but they showed some real spirit in that match.
Absolutely, they proved that they do have it in them. They can pick up victories, they can challenge the very best in Europe right now. They took them all the way, no doubt about that. They got inhibitors down on both sides. 26-25 overall kills, 51 kills in this final match. And it really was a great, fantastic final game here at Wembley. It's just a shame that it has to end.
Yeah, such a good game to watch. I mean, as you said, 52 minutes we got into that one. We were talking about Youngbuck earlier on. A bit warm in here, I'm not gonna lie. And 12-3-5 is where Youngbuck actually ended up there on Irelia, showing that those tanky bruisers might just be, after all, his thing.
The problem is Tabs went 15-4-8.
Yeah, that's a problem.
So that is a big problem and a fantastic score for him as well. And definitely putting himself out there as a potential MVP. He's played fantastic over this weekend. Alliance themselves, again, 9 wins, 2 losses, I believe overall.
10 now.
10 wins, 2 losses, sorry, because they just took this one. By far, in a way, ahead of everyone else. 8-4 is SK Gaming trying to chase, but they've already pushed them to side and they're not going to play each other for another few weeks. Can anybody stop Alliance right now? Copenhagen Wolves playing a good go of it. Didn't quite work out for it. For now, though, we're going to go over to the main stage. Shox is standing by with Alliance's Wicked.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Wicked. I don't think they're ever going to stop clapping. What a game. I don't know if they're clapping for you or for that incredible game. All right. Talk me through the end of that game, because man, was that a thriller.
Wait, what did you say?
Talk me through the end of that game, because man, was that a thriller.
So, in the end of the game, we had the better team comp. We believed in our team comp, and we just tried to get it to late game, because we knew at that point we could win. Wolves had a really fantastic early mid game. Youngbuck played extremely well, I think. I think this has been his best game of the season, and I want to give him props for that.
Absolutely, a great game from Youngbuck. And I think an applause is in order for Youngbuck indeed. But then, yeah, tell me, because he picked out Irelia and actually first pick for the Wolves, he thought, I'm gonna go up against Wicked. Tell me why you had quite the hard time versus him.
So personally, I would say Irelia is probably one of the best champs against Kayle. So the matchup is in her favor, which is why we wanted to lane swap as well. And that's also why we went into the tactic we did, because of that pick.
Now, you're all very analytical, you're very rational about the game, but I mean, players have said it before, you kind of hear what the crowd is doing when you're playing. How did that affect you here? Because this is a pretty awesome crowd.
So yesterday, Froggen said the crowd at All Stars was better, but I gotta admit that today you guys really stepped up and you guys did amazing.
All right, Wicked, well, you guys won here again, fastly at the top of the table, and I mean, probably playing in front of a crowd like this, it must bring up memories of when you guys with CLG EU won everything, and how big is the hunger to go up there and get to that biggest stage, and how good do you think Alliance is right now?
Well, this game, I'm not happy with our performance. We should have played a lot better. We're definitely hungry, and our goal is to get to Worlds and aim for the best we can do.
Well, I'm quite sure you have some support here, so is there anything you want to say finally to these awesome guys?
We love you guys.
Well, congratulations once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow, what an amazing game here as the last game in Wembley. But now we're going to throw it back over to the handsomest men in all of England, Joe and D-Man.
Thank you very much.
That was nice.
I'll take that. I'll take that. That's all right. So week 5 of the European LCS is complete, and here is where the teams currently stand. Thanks, guys. Alliance remain at the top of the table and are now 10 wins and 2 losses, but still on their heels are SK Gaming in second place, who improved to an 8 and 4.
Yeah, then we have Millennium clinging to third place with their victory today and have 7 wins and 5 losses. Then Fnatic and the Super Hot Crew are in a tie for fourth at 6 and 6, just above the rest of the table.
With plenty of impressive gameplay in the books this week, let's take a quick look back at the players who turned in some outstanding performances. In the top lane, it was Mima, a fantastic game on Kayle yesterday. 13-2 files for him against Aurelia in the game against Copenhagen Wolves. His Kayle is what carried the Super Hot Crew in their victory over the Copenhagen Wolves this week. With a massive 13 kills, as I mentioned, fantastic, shredded his way to victory. And after that match, we also have to give a special mention to Youngbuck, because frankly, he just played brilliantly on Aurelia. 12-3-5, would have made his dad proud, who's in the audience today.
Yeah, he did really well today. And moving on to the jungle, we have Shook. He's been involved in 30 of 41 kills in 2 games, played as Lee Sin and Elise versus Elise and Lee Sin. And the fact is, he played such a huge part in everything that the Alliance team did this weekend there against the Copenhagen Wolves as well.
In the mid lane, it was overpower for Roccat. A 20 KDA. He played as Kayle and LeBlanc versus Syndra and Nidalee. He went deathless on LeBlanc to blow up Millennium and single-handedly took apart Gambit as Kayle.
And then in the AD carry role, we're sticking here with Roccat. It's of course Selva. He's got a 23 KDA in 2 games this week as Corki and Lucian. You know, the rather quiet AD carry for Roccat can let his 2 wins speak for themselves, in my opinion, on this one. With only 1 death, Selva was a huge part of Rockat's 2-0 week.
Yeah, definitely have to have an honourable mention for Tabs as well from that game. Fantastic performance by him. In support, it was Yero, the substitute that came in for the Super Hot Crew. A 91.3% kill participation from support. Mind-blowing. Nami versus Thresh, of course, was the game where that happened. He stepped up as sub and made some huge waves in his Nami plays. And of course, we have selected one of those players as our MVP for going above and beyond in a contribution to their team. And of course, it is Rockat's mid laner, Overpower, who really stepped up this week. 9 kills, 4 double kills in 2 of those wins. And we have showing how Overpower stepped up and goes 1v3 against Gambit in that top lane, picking up a double kill in the process. Let's check that clip.
Benji goes down from Overpower, locks on towards him. Lonex gets on towards Selva's, not going to be focused. Overpower will. Wow! And cover shot. Oh my god! Overpower gets 2 down.
Absolutely amazing performance from Overpower. And again, that Kayle that just gets so beastly into the late games. There's not going to be much Kayle next week, I don't think.
No, I don't think so. We would also really like to highlight a special MVP this week. It is, of course, the crowd here in London that have managed to maintain an extremely high level of excitement across the 10 matches, including the LCS and Challenger matches. And we could not be prouder of all of you.
Yeah, you guys have made this trip to London incredibly memorable. And of course, Steven and I, to be honest, if we're being really honest here, we didn't expect any less of you guys. But seriously, to all of you out there and everyone who was here yesterday as well, thank you very much. You're making 2 English guys very proud.
Very proud. Even my dad shed a tear yesterday, guys. Thanks for that, guys. The European LCS will be continued next Thursday when we return to the studios back in Cologne, Germany. Pretty sad about that one. We're going to be kicking things off with a match between the Copenhagen Wolves and Fnatic, and that will be followed by Alliance versus Millennium.
Yeah, and then the Super Hot Crew will face Gambit Gaming, and we'll end the day with SK taking on Rocket.
So take note, that is all happening next Thursday, starting right after the brand new preview show at 5:30 Central European Summertime. That is 8:30 a.m. Pacific, bright and early. We'd also like to thank you very much for joining us here in London, and we really like to thank this fantastic audience who really brought their A game this weekend. Thank you for making our trip to London especially memorable, and we look forward to seeing you once again. For myself, Joe, Quickshot, Deficio, Shocks, and the entire broadcast team, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Not going to be focused, overpower Will. Wow! And Kamashot, oh my god! Can he land the damage down? No, they're going to mitigate it very well. Kamashot goes back on, overpower comes to the side. He just cleaves his way through Gambit, and they just drop like flies. And now he's going to try and catch on towards his Jess and take it slow low. He gets slowed out, Vader goes in. Super Hulk turned his fight just back around. Vader's going to come back out of Bloodwell. He's going to bounce on towards him. Yaro takes control over. Mr. Rollins is going in there. Can he get the ace down? Turns it back around. He's down.
GG. GG.
GG.
Yes.
Morgana, first pick. It worked out.
I think I'm gonna be the main target. Otherwise, we're gonna carry the game.
Oh.
Bro.
Oh, I can go.
Here.
You ready?
Yeah. I am.
Going, go. Ult! Ult! Nice! Syndra! Go, Syndra! Nice!
Nice! Jerry dives into the middle of them. Kevin will go in as well. They've killed Peke. They're going to kill off Cyanide. That's a double kill for Creative. There's another one coming in for Dirk.
Yeah, I think Marcus will.
You see, it doesn't matter if I hover over Nivea or not, they're gonna dislike it anyway.